when the globally popular game merges with reality. But I drew an SSS level talent, more than 100 times. I have an defying talent, coupled with my 2.5 years of understanding of this game. I quickly became adept in the game, dominating one side. In my previous life, I died tragically under the claw of the sky boss Red Demon Eagle. Watching my teammates betray me and my body dissipate, I died with my eyes open. But when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back to 2.5 years ago, the day before the desolate opening of the server. The advantage of Rebirth allowed me to obtain the only Starshine ring in the world, and drew an SSS level talent 100 times over. This time, I must be the first to see the dawn. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my body. Yean furrowed his brow, opened his eyes, and found himself lying naked. But he clearly remembered dying under the attack of the SSS level boss. Consciousness dispersed. Thinking about the rebirth, Yean quickly jumped out of bed. Picking up his phone to check the time, 8:30 a.m., July 5, 2030. I actually went back 2.5 years, tomorrow morning at exactly 9 o'clock, the day when the Desolate map starts its global beta test. Thinking about this, Yean grabbed his phone and keys, quickly leaving this rundown room. In his previous life, he didn't immediately enter the Desolate map game because the minimum 5,000 yuan for the equipment was almost all he had. Later, as more and more players entered the game, the real-world industry suffered a great impact. He became unemployed a month after the public testing of the Wilderness map. He saw many Wilderness map players online saying that they could make money in the game, so he gritted his teeth and spent 5,000 to buy the cheapest game console. Indeed, that's the case. The Wilderness map is a virtual reality game with over 3 billion players worldwide. You should know that there are only over 8 billion people in the world, excluding the elderly and children. Almost half of them played this game. Yean made a lot of money in the game at that time. He even used the money he earned in the game to buy a nearly 200 square meter large house. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After 5 years of the Wilderness map running, the dimensional barrier broke, and virtual and reality merged. Monsters descended upon the world. Although players retained their abilities to fight the monsters, they lost the most precious chance of revival. Once they died, it was truly the end. He couldn't stop the operation of the Wilderness map because this game was just too popular. Even if he were to speak out about what would happen 5 years later, others would only think of him as a fool. But he could enhance his own strength. When that day comes, he would have enough strength to protect himself. He could even build a powerful faction to change the world's outcome. Love is the same. Only when one is outstanding can the beloved return the affection. This time, he hurried out to find something that would drive all Wilderness map players crazy. The Starlight ring, created by the company behind the Wilderness map, was given to players all over the world a month ago. They released 5 specially crafted rings, 1 Starlight ring and 4 Starry rings. By using the Starry ring to enter the game, you can obtain an SS level talent, while the unique Starlight ring can grant an SSS level talent. In addition, the game devices sold to the public are priced differently. You can obtain S or C level talents. These 5 rings may appear in any merchandise. This was personally arranged by the boss of Lingyun Game Company. Apart from himself, no one knows where those 5 rings have been placed. But now there is one more person who knows. After leaving the residential area, Yean hailed a taxi directly. After getting in, he told the driver, to Hayuan village. The driver paused for a moment upon hearing the address, as few people take a taxi to such a distant place. Yean took out 200 directly from his pocket and handed it to the taxi driver. If it's not enough, I'll pay more later. Fasten your seatbelt. Seeing the money, the driver didn't hesitate. He stepped on the gas and drove towards Hayuan village. Hayuan village is nearly 40 kilometers from Lin City. It's a small village. And that Starlight ring is in a small shop in this village. After more than half an hour, the taxi stopped at the entrance to Hayuan village. The road inside doesn't look good, brother. I can't go in. I'll just drop you off here, said the driver. The taxi driver said, and Yean glanced at the meter. He then took out another 200 and handed it to the driver. Wait for me here. It's fine to take me back to Lin City later, he said. But don't take too long, the driver agreed readily. In a place like Hayuan village, it's simply impossible to get a SF Express delivery back to Linshur City. Yean has to go back in a while, so he naturally agreed readily. After all, going back can earn him a bit more. After getting off the car, Yean walked directly towards the Hayuan village. Based on his vague memory from watching the live broadcast 5 years ago, he arrived at a somewhat rundown convenience store. This should be the place, but he's not sure if the timing is right. If the goods haven't arrived yet, he might have to stay here for a few days. Yean thought to himself, even if I have to wait here for a month just to get this Starshine ring, it's worth it. Because someone on the forum said that the Starshine ring from the Yi family has an SS level talent that reduces skill cooldowns by 50%. If SS level talents are already this strong, then SSS level talents need no further explanation. The young man plans to buy something. The owner of the convenience store is an elderly man. Seeing Yi Fan, he asked aloud, "Do you have Mutai liquor?" "Yes, it's Mutai liquor." The old man was taken aback. He then patted his head. "Look at my memory. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Some time ago, a few bottles of Mutai liquor came in. I told the supplier that I didn't want Mutai liquor because it wouldn't sell here, but they insisted on giving me a few bottles, saying it was part of a promotion. They said they could pay once the Mutai liquor was sold. I thought I would have to return it, but it turns out I didn't have to." Listening to the old man ramble, he slowly got up and took a bottle of premium packaged Mutai liquor from the shelf. "This liquor isn't cheap. Xiaohu, I won't make any profit from you for this bottle. Take it for 2,200 yuan. Normal people wouldn't come to this rundown convenience store to buy Mutai, afraid of buying fake alcohol." "Boss, how many bottles did you send in total?" Yi Fan frowned. "He only has around 5,000 yuan. If it's more, it's really uncertain whether he'll be lucky enough to buy that bottle with the ring in it." "Not many, just 3 bottles. If you still want to buy, you can come next time, I'll help you get a few bottles," the old man said. "Let's start with 2 bottles. Yi Fan directly scanned and paid 4,400 yuan. "Your Mutai." The old man placed 2 bottles of Mutai on the counter. Yi Fan didn't hesitate, he directly opened the packaging of the first bottle of Mutai, but unfortunately did not find the starry ring. Then, he opened the packaging of the second bottle of Mutai, still nothing. What you fear is what you get. None of the 3 choices hit the mark. This luck is truly unbelievably bad. Looking at the remaining balance of over 800 yuan, Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, "Boss, can I exchange these 2 bottles of Mutai with you for that last one?" Exchange 2 bottles for 1, the old man was stunned to hear this. He thought he had encountered a fool. Yi Fan's unwrapping actions were all completed right in front of him, it was impossible to switch them. Although he was old, his eyesight was not yet fading. Yi Fan slowly put back the 2 bottles of Mutai, restoring them to their original state, and nodded. "Yes, these 2 bottles for that last one, is that okay? Just don't regret it." Afraid of being caught switching the wine, the old man first put the 2 bottles back on the shelf, then handed the last bottle of Mutai to Yi Fan, who quickly opened it. After taking a glance, he immediately closed it and walked out. "Young man, how about I give you some money back?" the old man said, feeling a bit sorry. "No need, boss. Thank you." Yi Fan waved and walked towards the entrance of Huyuan village. Are young people nowadays so naive from studying? Saying thank you, the old man muttered to himself as Yi Fan walked away. Yi Fan returned to the village entrance, where the taxi was still waiting. He got in and said, to the Lin residence, "Wow, back so soon, good to see you," the driver said cheerfully as he started the taxi. "Brother, coming all the way to Huyuan village just to buy a bottle of Mutai," Yi Fan nodded without saying much. He still remembered in his past life, the Starlight ring, which the Yi family bought for a staggering 1.5 billion. Many small supermarket or convenience store owners had eagerly dismantled their own goods, hoping to get rich overnight. But the results were obvious, they all ended up regretting their decisions. This specially made ring used unique materials, undetectable even by scanning devices. Returning to the Lin residence's neighborhood, Yi Fan paid the taxi fare and quickly went back to his rundown rental house. Even though his current savings were less than 1,000 yuan, he now had the Starlight ring. As he took the ring out of the Mutai packaging, his hands trembled slightly. A starry ring was sold for a sky-high price of 1.5 billion. So the Starshine ring he is holding now is worth at least 1.5 billion or more. Of course, he won't sell it. Even if he gets more money now, everything will turn into nothing in 5 years. Strength is the real capital. To celebrate his rebirth that night, Yi Fan bought some braised snacks, drank half a bottle of Mutai, and ended up completely drunk. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Yi Fan shook his somewhat heavy head, glanced at the time, immediately got up from the bed, went to the bathroom to freshen up, had some bread and milk, and checked the messages on the Wilderness Forum. At 8:50, Yi Fan lay back on the bed, put the Starshine ring on his finger, detected the player's information, and whether to bind it. In Yi Fan's mind, a mechanical and cold voice came through. Once bound, no one else can use this Starshine ring except him. Binding successful. Currently detecting the player's information. Detection successful. Yi Fan, 24 years old, temporary resident, ID number 331, star number star number star number star number, star number star number star number star number star number star number, 5052. Confirm? No confirmation.
There are 5 minutes left until the wilderness public test. Please be patient. 321.
As the countdown sound in his mind finished, Yifan felt a sudden dizziness, and then appeared in a magnificent hall.
This is the Wilderness Reception Hall.
Almost all players will only come here once, unless they are players who delete their accounts and start over.
Hello there.
A green little elf flew to Yifan's side, holding a magic wand in its hand.
Detected, you have the opportunity to extract an SSS level talent. Shall we begin the extraction now? Asked the elf.
Yifan didn't hesitate to extract, but he was still very nervous. What if he drew a useless SSS level talent? Then all this would have been in vain, since he didn't have the money to extract again, according to the game setting of Wilderness Map. If players are not satisfied with the extracted talent, they can spend 10 million to reset the extraction opportunity, which is also the only official recharge method in the Wilderness Map game, the pay-to-win path.
After entering the game, if you want to buy coins or equipment, you can only do so through player-to-player trading.
The Wilderness Map game only provides one trading platform.
Congratulations on obtaining the 100-fold counter damage talent, the elf said.
What? Upon hearing about this talent, Yifan thought he misheard.
But soon, he had an extra scroll in his hand, the SSS level 100-fold counter damage talent.
Returns 10,000% of the actual damage caused to oneself, returns damage, ignores the target's defense, cannot be traded, and is used after crushing.
After reading the introduction of this talent, Yifan couldn't help but take a breath. It's too strong.
Returning 100 times the damage caused by others to oneself, who would dare to oppose him in the future.
Please choose the starting profession, said the elf.
The starting professions are divided into warrior, mage, archer, shield, assassin, and priest. For the shield position, Yifan directly chose the profession he played in his previous life because the talent of 100-fold counterattack is perfect for the shield position. This profession, of course, does not refer to the present, but after reaching level 15, there is a hidden profession for the shield position, which is very suitable for this talent.
Urban profession shield position selection successful. Please choose a game ID for battling the wasteland world.
A catchy name is very important.
But Zhu Qingfeng, Yifan used the game ID he used in his previous life. The game ID is already taken, please choose again.
Yifan scratched his head. The name was taken so quickly, but he didn't think much about it.
Alright, let's call it Dream Tears Reward.
Immediately after, a white light flashed across Yifan's body, and he was directly transported to the newbie village.
Welcome to newbie village number 65242. Wishing you a pleasant gaming experience.
White light keeps flashing around, all new players entering the game. Yifan didn't stay in the same place for too long, and arrived at a relatively open area, bringing out his own panel. Player Dream Tiers, initial level 0, experience 0 out of 100, profession rank, health points 110, constitution equals 10, health points, magic points 110, spirit equals 10, magic points, physical attack power 31, strength equals 3, physical attack power, magic attack power 31, intelligence equals 3, magic attack power, defense 11,
constitution equals 1, defense, attack and movement speed 11, agility,
equals attack and movement speed, casting speed 11, spirit equals casting speed, strength 10, intelligence 10, constitution 10, spirit 10, agility 10, critical hit 0, luck value 0, fixed prestige value 0, attribute points 0, talent skill taunt. After checking the numbers and opening the backpack, Yifan directly used the scroll of the 100-fold counter-injury talent. The beginner's equipment included a white shield, a white top, and white shorts. The white shield added 3 points of attack and 3 points of defense, while the white top and shorts both added 3 points of defense.
Unfortunately, they do not increase health points.
Yifan muttered to himself and put on the 3 pieces of beginner's equipment. According to the introduction of the 100-fold counter-injury talent, Yifan realized that this talent is based on the actual damage received,
to counteract the injury.
In other words, the lower one's defense, the higher the damage returned. So in the future, he should stack as much health as possible and keep defense as low as possible in order to maximize the potential of this talent. Glancing at the first and second level training areas, they were already surrounded by numerous new players. With few monsters and many players, it was common for several players to attack the same monster.
Yifan did not stop and headed towards the deeper training area. He wanted to first test the power of this 100-fold counter-injury talent. He directly arrived at the level 5 training area, where the monsters were wild boars. He cast a scout spell. The irritable level 5 wild boar wept blood with 800 defense and 50 attack. Their skill was to charge straight ahead. It introduced a group of wild boars that seemed to have roamed from somewhere, with a very irritable nature. Watch out for their charges. After reading the introduction, Yifan actively walked towards an irritable wild boar. The monsters in the novice village won't attack players on their own, so even if you walk near the irritable wild boar, it will just ignore you. Taunting, Yifan used his only professional skill, immediately drawing the hatred of the irritable wild boar, which then charged directly at him. -32. A bright red number floated above Yifan's head, indicating his defense, which offset part of the damage from the irritable wild boar. Then, almost simultaneously, a massive 3,200 damage appeared above the irritable wild boar, completely exceeding its 800 health points, causing it to collapse and drop some copper coins and a bottle of basic red potion. This is really powerful. Yifan couldn't help but exclaim. A level 5 wild monster directly gave him 150 experience points. This is the benefit of killing monsters above your level. He went from level 0 directly to level 1, and gained an increase in strength, intelligence, constitution, spirit, and agility, along with 5 points for free attribute allocation. Yifan directly allocated all 5 attribute points to constitution, so his health reached 160 and defense reached 25. Taunting is crucial for early leveling. Having the upper hand will bring great benefits. Yifan directly used a skill against another irritable wild boar, -22 -2200. Two significantly different bright red numbers appeared above Yifan and the irritable wild boar's heads. The drop rate in the wasteland is quite low. Even when killing monsters above your level, apart from copper coins and some basic red and blue potions, not even a piece of white equipment drops. After using the counterattack ability to kill 5 irritable wild boars in succession, Yifan's health had reached its limit, and he successfully leveled up to level 2. He could only move aside, slowly recovering health through meditation and taking low-level red medicine. With the counterattack ability, his efficiency in killing monsters was high, but the problem was also obvious. Even if each small monster only attacked once, it was more than his level could bear, especially when he was killing monsters above his level. We must form a team with a priest, otherwise, it will take too long to recover health. Yifan stood up directly from the ground and walked towards the direction of the beginner's village, ready to team up for leveling. We need a priest, preferably a girl. The beginner's village was very noisy, with everyone shouting at the top of their lungs. Because of the fast scrolling speed of the nearby chat channel, it was impossible to see clearly. Due to the recent start of the game's open beta, too many players had suddenly poured in. Yifan directly called out for a priest, regardless of gender, for quick leveling. After shouting for a full 5 minutes, a priest finally joined the team, and did not leave afterward. In these 5 minutes, a total of 9 priests joined the team, both male and female. However, when they realized Yifan's plan to team up with just one other person for leveling, they all left one after another, with some even cursing before leaving. Just heal me later, but let me make it clear to you now, you can only get experience points, you can't share the dropped items and copper coins. The last priest girl who came was named Jiang Nanan, real name Su Yuling. She looked quiet and gentle. After hearing what Yifan said, she didn't have any objections either. Yifan directly changed the team settings, switching from random item acquisition to picking up items. This way, whoever picks it up in the team, it's theirs. This is a level 5 leveling area. Shall we level up here? Suyulin was somewhat surprised and asked. This is the first time he has taken the initiative to speak. Well, the priest has 2 skills in the early stages, one is healing, and the other is holy magic. Use healing when it's off cooldown. As for holy magic, use it based on the situation, when my health is in danger. Pay attention to managing your own energy. After briefly explaining the key points, Yifan charged directly towards the irritable wild boar. Taunt -18 to 1800, 2 damages appeared simultaneously, and the irritable wild boar's health directly dropped to 0. Yifan picked up several dozen copper coins and a low-level red potion. Su Yulin had just raised his wand to use healing on Yifan, but then noticed that the level 5 wild boar was killed instantly. He was completely stunned. He didn't even see what happened, the boar was killed instantly, and it had 800 health, a level 5 monster. Yifan quickly rushed toward the next target, shouting, "Don't be distracted." Su Yulin immediately regained his composure and cast healing on Yifan. Next, he saw clearly that all the monsters attacking Yifan were instantly killed. No matter how you look at it, this situation seemed like an external spirit cloud. Didn't the game company say that there couldn't be any cheating in the game? Su Yulin wondered in his heart, but he didn't ask this question and pretended not to have seen anything. Anyway, even if it's cheating, it's not him doing it. He can still gain some extra experience and level up. This leveling speed, even professional leveling teams have no response to it. Under the treatment of Su Yulin, Yifan's efficiency has greatly improved, and he doesn't need to stop to recover his blood volume at all. He even traded all the picked up low-level blue potions to Su Yulin to prevent a shortage of mana. After more than half an hour, Yifan successfully leveled up to level 5, while Su Yulin also reached level 4. This is still based on Yifan taking almost 10 seconds to deal with a level 5 monster. For other players, it's impossible to level up to 5 within a day. Moreover, the game just started its public beta, and there are too many players in the novice village, causing a group of players to stand in the territory of the monsters, which further reduces the efficiency of monster respawns. Yifan allocated all his attribute points to stamina, gradually increasing his defense. The damage caused by the irritable wild boar to him has been greatly reduced, requiring almost 2 attacks before it can be counterattacked to death. Finally leveled up to level 5, I can go do the secret realm mission. Yifan traded all the blue potions in his backpack to Su Yulin and said, I'm going to level up alone from now on. You should find another team. After speaking, he immediately left the team and headed towards the direction of the novice village. He leveled up to level 5, and only then did he drop 3 pieces of white equipment. Apart from that, he only obtained some copper coins and potions. The drop rate was extremely disappointing. This game has a setting that every 5 levels is a checkpoint. You need to challenge the corresponding secret realm instance. If you don't pass the secret realm instance, you won't be able to gain experience from monster grinding and will be stuck at this level. In his previous life, Yifan entered the game a month late and almost entirely relied on forum strategies to catch up. It is said that at that time, the strategy for this level 5 secret realm instance was only released by someone on the 3rd day after the game's public testing. Almost all players wasted 2 days of leveling time for nothing. However, this time, it was naturally Yifan who had to release the strategy. This is a profitable business. Returning to the novice village, Yifan went to the village chief and said, Hello, village chief. I have reached level 5 and want to challenge the secret realm instance. The old village chief, leaning on his cane, looked at Yifan and nodded, Not bad. Your leveling speed is really beyond my expectations. It costs 50 copper coins to enter the secret realm. Are you sure you want to go now? After confirming, 50 copper coins immediately disappeared from Yifan's backpack. The scene changed, and he had already appeared in a mysterious place. This is a separate space with mountains and water, surrounded by clouds and mist. It looks like a fairyland. As long as you master the tricks, the level 5 secret realm is not difficult, because this level can only be challenged by one person, and it mainly depends on the skills to pass. Yifan came to the shore, which was a large lake with a calm surface, without any ripples. There are circular stone platforms on the lake, about 1 meter in diameter, spaced half a meter apart. These circular stone platforms are black and white, just like black and white chess pieces on a Go board. As long as you pass through these black and white stone platforms to the other side of the lake, this level is almost passed, because the Guardian Lord on the other side of the lake only has 1 drop of blood, and will die with just 1 touch. Yifan didn't rush to jump on the black and white stone platforms, but closed his eyes and recalled, after all, it had been 5 years and his memory was a bit fuzzy. The arrangement of these black and white stone platforms is in a 9x9 pattern, with 9 horizontally and 9 vertically, totaling 81. The number of black and white stone platforms is also different, with more black ones, totaling 51. Once you make a wrong move, you will fall into the lake and be teleported out of the secret realm, losing 50 copper coins. That's why this level 5 challenge took 2 days in the previous life, because only a small number of players had enough copper coins to challenge, and the early game currency output was too low. After figuring it out, Yifan opened the recording function of the Wild Journey game and prepared to record the process of passing the level. It should be a Z shape, he murmured as he walked to the middle of the stone platform. At that time, he thought that a Z shape would be easier to remember, and indeed, it looked like an upside-down Z when spoken. Yifan first jumped onto the central black stone platform, then jumped back to the shore, walked to the far right position, and directly jumped onto the second row of white stone platforms, then jumped horizontally to the left. After jumping to the end, he jumped at an inclined angle and landed on the rightmost stone platform of the 6th row. At this point, there were still 3 rows of stone platforms away from the other side of the lake, and it was almost impossible to jump directly to the shore. At least 2 more rows of stone platforms had to be jumped forward to reach the other side directly. The next jumping method seems to be 323. The so-called 323 means jumping horizontally to the left for 3 stone platforms, then jumping forward 1 stone platform, then jumping to the left for 2 stone platforms, then jumping forward 1 stone platform, and finally jumping to the left for 3 stone platforms and forward 1 stone platform. In this way, it would land exactly on the leftmost stone platform of the 9th row. However, in reality, 32 was enough, and many professions could directly jump to the other side from that position. Yifan started jumping according to this pattern. After jumping 32, he directly jumped to the other side. Fortunately, I didn't forget the gameplay of the first secret realm level, otherwise, the copper coins on me would not be enough to try a few times. The Guardian Lord was a stone statue monster, and the health bar on its head could be ignored. Feeling Yifan's arrival, the stone statue monster opened its eyes, but it couldn't move or speak. Yifan walked over directly and gave the stone statue monster a good beating. After the damage appeared above the stone statue monster's head, it directly shattered into small pieces, not even dropping a single copper coin. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the first level 5 secret realm level. The system will make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to reveal your ID? There's this too? Yifan was stunned for a moment. He joined the game relatively late in his previous life and didn't know that the first clearance of the level 5 secret realm would also be announced. But what he knew was that any announcement made by the system and Wild Journey would come with generous rewards. Don't reveal it, Yifan said. Now making a server-wide announcement, player XXXX from the Huaxia region is the first to clear the level 5 secret realm level, rewarded with 100 gold coins, 200 prestige points, and all players in the Huaxia region will receive a 10% experience bonus for 5 hours, continuously. The consecutive 3 server-wide announcements left all players dumbfounded. Less than 2 hours after the open beta of Desolate Path started, someone had already reached level 5 and cleared the level 5 secret realm. Damn, I've been desperately fighting with those idiots for jungle monsters, and I'm only a little over level 2. How did they reach level 5? They must be cheating, definitely cheating. But considering the 10% experience bonus, I won't report them. Impressive, I really want to know who reached level 5 so quickly. Could it be the Yi family who spent 1.5 billion to buy the Starlight ring? I think only the Yi family with their SS level talent could achieve this. Did they kill some boss? Otherwise, even if no players were competing for monsters, it wouldn't be possible to level up so quickly. Unless they were one-shotting everything. Damn it, I wanted to be the first to level up. This is pointless, I can't catch up even if I level up day and night. At the same time, a few announcements floated by. Light Feather Flowing Cloud, please private message me. I will offer a high price for the gold coins in your possession, guaranteeing your satisfaction and not revealing your information. Money Lover, I'll pay 50 yuan for 1 gold coin. If you want to sell, please private message me. We can negotiate if you find the price too low. King of Kings, brother, sell me your gold coins, and I can also let you join my King's Guild in the future, with preferential treatment. 1,000 yuan for each announcement, and more than 10 announcements floated by. Whether they wanted to recruit Yifan or buy gold coins, Yifan also saw a few familiar IDs, such as Light Feather Flowing Cloud, who was Yi Luyan from the Yi family in Yanjing. He drew an SS level talent with the Starlight ring, reducing skill cooldown time by 50%. As for how many times he drew it, that was unknown. Money Lover was a big merchant in the game. After the gold coin rankings were opened, his gold coin count had always been at the top, showing his profound strength. King of Kings was the guild leader of the King's Guild, but the guild had a very bad reputation in the game. Almost everyone despised it because they were too domineering. In addition, there were also Ghost in the Night, who was later recognized as the strongest assassin, and the beautiful guild leader Dancing Linglong from the female player guild Phoenix Dance. Yifan directly ignored the announcements sent by these people. He was more aware of how important gold coins were in the early stages of the game. Before leaving the newbie village, it was almost impossible to obtain 100 gold coins by leveling up through monster hunting, unless he was lucky enough to get a good piece of equipment that could be sold for a lot of gold coins. After clearing the level 5 secret realm, Yifan directly left through the teleportation array. The process of clearing the level had already been recorded, but now was not the time to release this video guide. At least wait until most players reach level 5 and experience the disgusting aspects of the secret realm before releasing it for the best effect. After leaving the secret realm, Yifan headed to a higher level training area. Only when the level 5 restriction was lifted could he go to areas above level 5. So, for the next period of time, Yifan could only level up by himself. Although his efficiency would be much slower compared to other players, his leveling speed was already like riding a rocket. In a corner of the newbie village, after Su Yuling heard the system announcement, she knew that this person was most likely raise a glass to the wind because only his leveling speed was so terrifying. Could he really be cheating? Otherwise, how could he clear the secret realm so quickly? Su Yuling couldn't help but speculate. At this moment, she suddenly received a message from a person with the game ID Spring Breeze. Spring Breeze, wow, Zaya Yuling, how did you level up to level 4? Tell your sister quickly, did you receive some hidden quest? Jiangnan Bank, no, I didn't. It's just that a pro player helped me level up, so I leveled up quickly. Spring Breeze, bullshit, how can someone level up so fast? The highest I've seen is only LV3. Come on, spill it, did you stumble upon some hidden quest? Let's share the benefits together. John Nanan, didn't you hear the announcement just now? Spring Breeze. Xiao Yuling, you didn't encounter this expert, did you? Damn, how did he level up so quickly? John Nanan, I'm not sure if it's him, but his monster killing speed is like cheating. The monsters he touches get instantly killed, even the level 5 ones. Spring Breeze, no way, that's too buggy. Didn't you record a video to report it? John Nanan, no, he helped me level up. How could I report him? Spring Breeze, you're too naive. Reporting it might get you rewards from the official. Anyway, I'm going to continue leveling up. Don't level up too fast, or I won't be able to catch up. Player, Wine Riding the Wind level, 5 experience, 0 out of 1000 class, shield guard health, 400, 1 constitution equals 10 health, mana, 150, 1 spirit equals 10 mana, physical attack, 45 plus 3, 1 strength equals 3 physical attack, magic attack, 45, 1 intelligence equals 3 magic attack, defense, 40 plus 9, 1 constitution equals 1 defense, attack/move speed, 15, 1 agility equals 1 attack/move speed, casting speed, 15, 1 spirit equals 1 casting speed, strength, 15, intelligence, 15, constitution, 40, spirit, 15, agility, 15 critical hit, 0 luck, 5, fixed, prestige, 200 attribute points, 0 talents, 100-fold counterattack skills, taunt, detection. Yifan checked his panel. Due to the low drop rate, he hadn't even changed his equipment and was still wearing the beginner's white gear given in the game. The few pieces of white equipment that dropped were not suitable for a shield guard. However, with the talent of 100-fold counterattack, he didn't rely heavily on equipment in the early stages. When he killed a few bosses later on, his equipment should improve. Level 6 monsters were land turtles, with low attack but high health. It was a popular leveling area for many players, but Yifan didn't like it. He estimated that it would take 3 attacks from a land turtle to be killed by his counterattack, which was too inefficient. He directly went to the level 7 monster area, ready to level up there. Level 5 was a turning point. The monsters before level 5 generally had low damage and health, but the monsters after level 5 had decent attack and health. Land turtles, with low attack, had terrifyingly high health. Fierce Wind Wolves, level 7, HP 1500, defense 30, attack 80, skill, Wolf Howl. Introduction, a group of fast grey wolves. Be careful of their skill, Wolf Howl, which attracts nearby companions. Yifan used detection and obtained information about the level 7 monster, which was a suitable leveling area. He walked towards a fierce wind wolf. These fierce wind wolves ran around on the hillside, very fast, but they didn't react to Yifan's arrival. Taunt. Yifan used the skill on the fierce wind wolf that ran past him. Roar. The fierce wind wolf was immediately affected by the taunt and, after howling, lunged at Yifan with its gaping mouth. Minus 45 to 4,500. The fierce wind wolf dealt 45 points of damage to Yifan, but he had over 40 points of defense, which mitigated a lot of the damage. The fierce wind wolf, which suffered 4,500 damage, immediately fell to the ground, without even getting a chance to use the Wolf Howl skill. However, a white light flashed after the fierce wind wolf died, catching Yifan's attention. Finally, something dropped. I wonder what it is. In Desolate Path, some precious items would have a shining effect to prevent players from missing out on good drops. For example, some purple grade or higher equipment, or some skill books, will have a flashing special effect when they drop. Yifan walked over and picked up a few things dropped by the Gale Wolf. Over 50 copper coins, a wolf tooth, and a bead. Mysterious bead, a bead that the Gale Wolf mistakenly swallowed. Its effect is unknown. Hand it over to the village chief, perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Tradable, so it's a hidden quest. Yifan muttered to himself and directly collected the mysterious bead. This kind of mysterious bead is not rare in Wild Path. People often drop them when they kill monsters, but the rewards for this quest are mixed. Many quests only have meager rewards. If sold directly, it can be sold for about 20 gold coins, which is about $200 according to the current exchange rate. Judging from the current situation, perhaps the mysterious bead in his hand is the first one in the entire server. According to the curiosity of players now, this mysterious bead can be sold for more than 2,000. However, Yifan didn't plan to sell it. After all, a mysterious bead appearing in the newbie village is quite rare. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises. Taunt. Minus 39 to 3,900. Yifan didn't waste too much time and continued to level up after collecting the items. Unfortunately, the Gale Wolf couldn't withstand a counterattack, otherwise, Yifan really wanted to try the Gale Wolf's skill, Wolf Howl, attract companions over, and then wipe them all out. It takes 1000 experience points to level up from level 5 to level 6, and a Gale Wolf can provide about 100 experience points. After dealing with 10 Gale Wolves, a white light flashed on Yifan's body, successfully leveling up to level 6. He allocated all the attribute points to physique. Before leaving the newbie village at level 15, Yifan wouldn't allocate points to other attributes. It takes 2000 experience points to level up from level 6 to level 7, twice as much as leveling up from level 5 to level 6. However, this is not calculated by doubling, but by addition. In the range of levels 5 to 15, each level requires an additional 1000 experience points. After using a few bottles of basic red potions to restore his health, Yifan continued to deal with the Gale Wolves here. Because each Gale Wolf would drop a wolf tooth after death, this wolf tooth is a quest material in the newbie village. By collecting more, he can exchange them for experience points and potions later. Oh whoa! Just as Yifan was fighting vigorously, a loud wolf howl suddenly came from above the hill. He looked up and found a golden Gale Wolf with much more robust fur than the others. Golden Gale Wolf King, Golden Grade Boss, Level 10, HP, Defense, Attack, Skills? Introduction. A Golden Gale Wolf King evolved from an ordinary Gale Wolf, with a violent temperament, extremely dangerous. After seeing the information obtained from Detect Skill, Yifan couldn't help but frown. Apart from knowing that this, Golden Gale Wolf King, is a Golden Grade Boss in level 10, everything else is unknown, all marked with question marks. How come, Detect Skill, only detected this much information? Yifan couldn't help but wonder. This little bit of information doesn't serve any purpose, instead, it makes him uncertain. What if he gets killed suddenly? However, Yifan didn't plan to leave immediately. He wanted to try if he could kill this Golden Grade Gale Wolf King with a counterattack. Even if he ultimately loses, it's just a matter of dropping one level, a price he can bear. This is a Golden Grade boss that appeared in the newbie village. In the previous life, not even an elite level boss appeared in the newbie village. At least he didn't see any posts about newbie village bosses on the forum. Yifan stood still as the Golden Gale Wolf King summoned over a dozen Gale Wolves with its howl, charging straight towards Yifan. Damn, there are so many Swift Wind Wolves. Even without the Swift Wind Wolf King, I won't be able to survive. Yifan cursed silently and turned around to run. However, his speed couldn't compare to that of the Swift Wind Wolves. The advantage of the Swift Wind Wolves was their speed, and the distance between the two sides was constantly shrinking. Just as one Swift Wind Wolf was about to pounce on Yifan's back, Yifan immediately turned around after sensing the movement and raised his shield to protect his chest. -16 to 1600 due to the shield blocking most of the damage this time. The Swift Wind Wolf only caused him 16 points of damage, but the counterattack of 1600 points instantly killed the Swift Wind Wolf. Delayed by this, a dozen Swift Wind Wolves and the Golden Swift Wind Wolf King rushed to Yifan's side, surrounding him and blocking his escape route. Yifan frowned. It seemed that there was no way out. It was hard enough to reach level 6, but now he was going to drop back to level 5. AU. The Golden Swift Wind Wolf King howled towards the sky, seemingly showing off its power. Seeing the appearance of the Golden Swift Wind Wolf King, Yifan couldn't help but feel angry. Even if he dropped a level today, he still wanted to teach this Wolf King a lesson. Taunt. Without hesitation, Yifan directly used his taunt skill on the Golden Swift Wind Wolf King. Under the influence of the taunt, the Golden Swift Wind Wolf King immediately pounced towards Yifan, its sharp fangs biting towards Yifan's head. Yifan immediately used his shield to block, which could reduce the damage received. If he was lucky, he might be able to withstand the attack from the Golden Swift Wind Wolf King. This was a small trick in the game Wild Road. Players could achieve certain effects through certain actions. Blocking with a shield could reduce a certain amount of damage. -996 to 99,602 damages appeared together. Yifan couldn't believe that even after using his shield to block and his own defense, he would still receive such high damage. It had already exceeded his maximum health by more than double. However, the Golden Swift Wind Wolf King also couldn't withstand the 99,600 points of damage and instantly died. Before resurrecting in the newbie village, Yifan saw at least 3 flashes. Whoosh! The resurrection point in the newbie village lit up with a white light, and Yifan walked out from inside. Although he died, the Golden Boss Swift Wind Wolf King also died. It was a fair trade. Because if he rushed over now, he could still pick up the items dropped by the Swift Wind Wolf King. The items dropped by monsters had a 10-minute pickup time, and they would only refresh after the time was up. At this time, besides Yifan, there was no one else who could go to the leveling area above level 5, so there was no need to worry about other players picking up the items. Yifan didn't waste any time and headed to the level 7 Swift Wind Wolf leveling area after leaving the newbie village. He was curious about what kind of items those 3 flashes were. This was a price he paid for dropping a level, so he hoped they weren't worthless items. Arriving at the place where he was killed before, the body of the golden Swift Wind Wolf King was still there, but the dozen or so Swift Wind Wolves nearby had already left and returned to the hillside. This saved Yifan a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have to be cautious in dealing with those dozen or so Swift Wind Wolves, and he might even drop a level. Next to the body of the golden Swift Wind Wolf King, Yifan picked up all the dropped items. 5 gold coins, 83 silver coins, a Wolf King's phone, a purple equipment, a skill book, and a pink equipment. I actually got a pink equipment. Yifan grinned. In the early stages of the game, even a purple equipment could be used for a long time, let alone a pink one. For example, Yifan was still using the white equipment he received as a gift. Of course, he didn't mind. If he was willing to spend some copper coins, he could still buy a set of blue equipment with average attributes at the shop in the newbie village, golden Wolf King leg guards, purple equipment leg guards, required level 10, plus 30 constitution, plus 15 agility, 2% chance to restore 5% HP when attacked, cooldown of 30 seconds. Tradable, Yifan's first item of interest is the attributes of the purple equipment. After reading it, he is very satisfied. Plus 30 constitution and a chance to heal when attacked, it is very suitable for him. The chance of healing is a bit low and the cooldown time is a bit long, making it seem a bit mediocre. Golden Wolf King Greatsword, Pink Equipment Greatsword, required level 10, plus 100 attack, plus 20% critical strike rate, 10% chance to enter an acceleration state when attacking, plus 10% attack speed, plus 10% movement speed, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds. Tradable. After looking at the attributes of the pink equipment, Yifan couldn't help but gasp. It truly deserves to be pink equipment, even at level 10, these attributes are enough to be used until level 25 and above. However, it is a great sword that he can't use, so he should be able to sell it for a good price on the consignment platform. Lastly, there is a skill book. Absolute Barrier. When HP drops to 10%, a transparent barrier forms around the body, immune to all damage for 2 seconds, cooldown of 1 hour. Tradable. Seeing the attributes of this skill book, Yifan's mouth formed an O shape. This is a skill book without any class restrictions. If he were to sell it, it would probably fetch a high price of tens of millions. Triggering invincibility for 2 seconds when HP drops to 10% is like having an extra life in critical moments. Just like earlier, if Yifan had this skill, he wouldn't have been instantly killed by the Golden Gale Wolf King, while the Golden Gale Wolf King would still have been killed by counter damage. Impressive! Yifan directly used the Absolute Barrier skill book. Such a powerful skill should definitely be used by himself. It will make soloing bosses much safer in the future. Wolf King Fawn, special material. The village chief is currently looking for this material. If given to him, there will be unexpected mysterious rewards. These are all the things dropped by the Golden Gale Wolf King, and overall, Yifan is very satisfied. Just this skill book alone, even if Yifan were to drop to level 0 and start over, he would be willing because this skill is truly too powerful and useful. After picking up the items, Yifan didn't stay here to level up, but returned to the newbie village. He first opened the consignment platform, which is a consignment platform built into the Wild Path game. After a successful transaction, a 1% handling fee will be charged. Yifan chose the auction mode and listed the pink equipment, Golden Wolf King Greatsword, with a starting price of 10,000 gold coins on the consignment platform. The auction will last for a total of 10 hours. If there are no bidders after the deadline, the item will be delisted and returned to the backpack. However, Yifan believes that with the attributes of this pink equipment, selling it for 10,000 gold coins should not be a problem. The only issue now is whether they can buy gold coins. If they sell it in RMB mode, it probably won't be difficult to sell it for millions. But Yifan needs gold coins. Although there aren't many places to use gold coins at the moment, there will be more once he leaves the newbie village. After listing the Golden Wolf King Greatsword, he went to the village chief's side and took out the Wolf King Fawn, saying, "Village chief, I heard that you were looking for this material?" As soon as the village chief of the newbie village saw the material in Yifan's hand, his small eyes widened and he said, yes, young man, where did you find this thing? Could it be? I killed the Golden Gale Wolf King. Hiss, as expected. So, are you willing to give me this Wolf King Fawn? I will give you corresponding rewards. Ding! The village chief has issued a quest to you. Deliver the Wolf King Fawn to the village chief. Reward, Broken Resurrection Chain. Do you accept? Accept. Ding. Quest accepted successfully.
After accepting the mission, Yean directly handed over the Wolf King's sharp teeth to the village chief.
Ding.
Mission completed, reward obtained, damaged resurrection chain. Damaged resurrection chain, a white necklace that allows the wearer to resurrect in place after death, restoring 30% of their health, with no death penalty.
Usage, 1/1.
Description, a resurrection chain that has been damaged for unknown reasons, with only one chance to resurrect. If there is a way to repair it, it will be a unique artifact. After reading the attributes, Yean sighed with regret. There was only one chance to resurrect, otherwise, this equipment would be too powerful. After all, 99% of priests in the game do not have the ability to resurrect, and a forbidden level skill book like Greater Resurrection is rare to find, and there are also many restrictions on its use, as the priest will lose one level after resurrecting a target. If there's a chance, I'll see if I can repair this damaged resurrection chain, but
Yean directly put the equipment into his warehouse.
He was afraid that if he used the only chance to resurrect, he wouldn't be able to repair it. Moreover, if he carried it with him, there was a chance it could be dropped if he died, so it was safer to keep it in the warehouse.
Village chief, do you want this bead?
Yean took out the mysterious bead. Of course, young man, I have to say your abilities are strong. The village chief took the bead.
Ding.
The village chief has issued a mission to you. Explore the mysterious cave and report back to the village chief.
Reward, unknown. Do you accept? Accept. Ding. Acceptance successful.
After accepting the mission, Yean learned the location of the cave, which was at the edge of a cliff, a little below. Yean didn't rush to complete the mission, but returned to the level 7 Wind Wolf's Wilderness area to level up first. At this time, a new post on the forum caught the attention of many players. 1 starry ring and 4 starlight rings have all been found, and the only starry ring is owned by a Chinese player. This post caused a sensation among all Chinese players, as it was an official announcement from Lingyun Game Company and definitely not fake news.
Damn, it's really been obtained by a Chinese player, but why was there no news before? Did the player who obtained this starry ring keep it to themselves? That's too extravagant. So jealous.
The starlight rings were bought by the Yi family in Yanjing for 1.5 billion, so this unique starry ring must be worth more than 1.5 billion.
Are they crazy to keep it for themselves?
With that kind of money, they could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. This reminds me of the player who recently cleared the level 5 secret realm.
I wonder if the SSS level talent he obtained is a 10 or 20 times experience boost. If so, that would be hilarious. Why are you still paying attention to this news?
Let me tell you something more important. The gold, silver, and copper coins on the consignment platform are about to be sold out.
Hurry up and sell everything while you still can. Several announcements floated across the game.
King of Kings, high price for buying gold, silver, and copper coins. Can be listed on the platform or traded privately, with higher rates for private transactions. One sword opens the heavenly gate, buying a large amount of gold, silver, and copper coins, beautiful prices, unlimited purchase, higher prices for larger quantities. Money hungry, unlimited purchase of coins, the prices I offer are higher than theirs, high quality equipment and skill books are also accepted, an old-time merchant. At once, many people started rushing to buy coins. Although most players in the early stages of the game may not have a single gold coin, there were enough players in the Chinese region to accumulate a terrifying amount of gold coins. Many players, even if they only have a few dozen silver coins, have put them up for sale on the consignment platform after seeing these trumpet announcements. Because these few dozen silver coins can be sold for tens of dollars, and they will be sold out shortly after being listed, they are very popular. By calculating this way, the price of a gold coin has already approached 100.
This is something Yean never expected.
After all, in the previous life, the highest price for gold coins was only over 50. In the 4th level leveling area, a warrior killed a red-eyed cat demon and his body flashed with white light, successfully reaching level 4. His game ID is Hand of God, and he is a warrior. Just as he was about to continue leveling, he received a message. Young Master, a top-quality pink equipment greatsword has been listed on the consignment platform, with a starting price of 10,000 gold coins.
Do you want to buy gold coins to bid for it?
Hand of God immediately opened the consignment platform and, after seeing the attributes of the Golden Wolf King greatsword, without hesitation, he directly made a voice call with the person who sent the message. Immediately go and acquire a large amount of gold coins.
We must bid for this weapon.
But young master, the price of gold coins on the consignment platform has already exceeded 100.
If you want to bid for this weapon, it may require a lot of money. Go and collect as much as you can.
Make sure to get at least 100,000 gold coins, otherwise, we may not be able to bid for this greatsword.
Hand of God said. At the same time, he also understood why suddenly so many people were collecting gold coins. Through the trumpet announcements, it turned out that a top-quality weapon had been listed on the consignment platform. "Alright, young master." The other party hung up the voice call and immediately prepared to collect gold coins. "Now everyone's level is still not high. How come there is a level 10 pink equipment appearing?" Hand of God frowned. Could it be the guy who cleared the level 5 secret realm first? The gaming equipment he bought was the top-of-the-line device available on the market, priced at 1 billion, and it could draw S-level talents. He spent 3 billion to reset and draw for the opportunity to obtain an S-level talent, and finally drew a top-quality talent of triple attack. With this talent, he could level up much faster than others and could easily solo monsters. Originally, he thought his leveling speed should be far ahead, but when compared to others, he realized that his leveling speed was simply too slow. So he must bid for this Golden Wolf King Greatsword. In this way, his leveling speed could be greatly improved. The higher his own damage, the better the effect of the triple attack talent, and he might even be able to kill a monster with just 1 or 2 strikes. You have leveled up. Strength +1, Intelligence +1, Constitution +1, Spirit +1, Agility +1, and you also receive 5 freely distributable attribute points. A white light flashed, and Yi Fan reached level 7, still allocating all attribute points to Constitution. He looked at the time and realized it was already afternoon. He had unknowingly spent 5 to 6 hours in the game and even forgot to eat lunch. Yi Fan chose a safe area to log out. After leaving the game, he boiled water and made a bucket of instant noodles, then took out his phone to browse the messages on the Desolate Path forum. The first post he saw was the pinned post. 1 starry ring and 4 starlight rings have all been found, and the only owner of the starry ring is a Chinese player. Yi Fan clicked on it and found that most people were curious why the ring was not sold. If it was sold, they could live a life of luxury with mansions, luxury cars, and beautiful women. To this, Yi Fan grinned and said to himself, if it were the previous life, I would have sold it long ago. If you knew what would happen 5 years later, you wouldn't say that. Without enough strength, no matter how much money you have, you won't be able to spend it. In addition to this post, most of the other posts were about collecting coins, interspersed with many people curious about why there were suddenly so many posts about collecting coins. Shocking, a consignment platform has appeared with a level 10 powdered giant sword, with incredible attributes. The starting bid for the auction is 10,000 gold coins. This post was published 10 minutes ago, and there are already thousands of replies. It's very popular. The post also includes a screenshot of the attributes of the giant sword. It's not an exaggeration to say that even at level 30, this giant sword is still relevant. While waiting for his instant noodles to cook, Yi Fan starts reading the comments on this post. On the first day of the server opening, a level 10 powdered giant sword appeared with such powerful attributes. Why haven't I even found a white equipment while leveling up? Did I join a fake game? Damn, who put it up for auction at a starting bid of 10,000 gold coins? Isn't it more profitable to sell it for real money? Those local tyrants are now crazy about buying gold coins. If they bid with real money, it's possible to reach millions. Millions is a bit excessive. After all, it's only level 10, it's a decent transitional weapon, it could probably sell for 3 or 4 million at most. Millions is not excessive at all. Those local tyrants are willing to spend 1 billion to buy gaming equipment for a chance to draw an S-level talent. Yi family's Yi Lu Yun even spent 15 billion to buy a Starlight ring that can draw SS-level talents. A top-tier weapon worth millions is nothing to them. Are they cheating? Our levels haven't even reached level 5, and now level 10 powdered equipment is already available. If this isn't cheating, then it must be the game developers selling it themselves. The person above, if you don't need your brain, I suggest you donate it directly. Don't show off your intelligence here. Please take the time to understand Lingyun Game Company before speaking. Cheating? Game developers selling it themselves? You've really made me laugh. After reading for a while, Yi Fan closes his phone, finishes his instant noodles, takes a walk around the neighborhood, and then re-enters the game. Welcome back to the game. Upon entering the game, he hears the voice of the system. Yi Fan stops leveling up and prepares to go and take a look at that mysterious cave, wondering if there will be any rewards. Arriving at the cliff where the mission is located, he looks down and sees that it's bottomless. If he falls from here, he will die and respawn at the revival point. And that mysterious cave is on the cliff, about 1 meter below where Yi Fan is standing. There is a cave that is over 2 meters high. This cave entrance is really well placed. Yi Fan mutters to himself. If he's not careful, he might fall off the cliff. I wonder what the game designer was thinking. Alright, this game wasn't made by a game designer, it was developed by the intelligent mainframe cloud god of Lingyun Game Company.
After the game opened, even Lingyun Game Company couldn't interfere with its development, they could only negotiate with Cloud God. Yifan gets some vines and ties them together, attaching one end to a tree and throwing the other end down the cliff. Using the vines, he successfully enters the cave. This place is not a leveling area for players above level 5, but some players occasionally pass by here. He can only hope that those players don't have anything better to do and break the vines. Otherwise, after exploring the cave, Yifan won't be able to get back up. The entire cave looks very large, deep, and extremely dark inside. Without any lighting tools, Yifan can only feel his way forward. Fortunately, he doesn't have claustrophobia, otherwise, he would be driven crazy by this place. After walking for a while, he hears the sound of dripping water, and he feels that the cave walls are damp. After about half an hour of walking, just as Yifan is about to give up on the mission and leave the cave, a faint light appears not far ahead. What is that? Yifan continues walking forward and discovers a bead embedded in the wall. Even with his detection skill, he can't find any attributes. It seems to be just a decorative light source, and there is not just one glowing bead, there is a glowing bead every 10 meters, which gives Yifan the idea to continue deeper. Before, he couldn't see anything and just walked aimlessly. That feeling really wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Now that there is light, it's much better, not as oppressive. Yifan looked around at the surroundings. The cave walls were damp, covered in small water droplets. Occasionally there were some droplets forming on the ceiling and falling to the ground. Other than that, there was nothing special about this cave. But the mission hasn't been completed yet, which means there must be something else deep inside the cave. Otherwise, the mission would have been completed long ago. After all, the mission was just to explore. Yifan continued to venture deeper into the cave with the faint light. Inside the cave, apart from the occasional dripping sound of water droplets, there was only the sound of his own footsteps. Damn, is this an endless cave? Yifan was helpless. He looked at the time and realized that he had been walking for 2 hours. In the game, he covered a distance of 2 meters per second, which means he had already walked over 14,000 meters in these 2 hours. Is he exploring a cave or running a marathon? Fortunately, in the game, long walks didn't make him feel tired, otherwise, Yifan would have given up long ago. Now Yifan faced a very difficult choice. First, continue deeper, but he didn't know how long he would have to walk. Second, go back the way he came, but it would take over 2 hours to get out, and he would have gained nothing, wasting nearly 5 hours of leveling time. After thinking about it, since he had come this far, he might as well continue going deeper. If he didn't get anything in the end, Yifan promised himself that he would give the village chief a good scolding. After walking for over an hour, a door appeared in front of Yifan, a stone door made of rocks, with a black button in the center. The most crucial thing was the 4 words carved on the stone door: turn back while you still can. Fuck your grandma's leg. Yifan cursed and walked forward, pressing the black button. Worst case scenario, he would die and respawn at the newbie village. He didn't want to spend another 3 or 4 hours slowly walking out. Click. After pressing the black button, the stone door made a crisp sound and slowly opened. Yifan looked inside and found a spacious secret room, with stone tables, stone stools, stone beds, stone cups, everything was made of stone. After entering the secret room, the stone door closed behind him. Yifan didn't pay attention to it. If he couldn't find a way out in this secret room, he didn't want to walk out again, he would just die by hitting the wall. There was indeed a way to die like this in the game. It was to prevent players from getting stuck in certain places. However, there were limitations to this. For example, in some special maps, players couldn't leave using this method. Yifan didn't rush to explore the secret room, but walked to the stone wall and hit it with his head. -50 to 5,000 several pieces of stone fell from the wall. Seeing the damage caused on the stone wall, Yifan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the 100-fold counterattack could actually cause damage to the stone wall. But this wasn't very important, at least he proved that he could leave this damn place by committing suicide. After confirming this, Yifan began to carefully explore the secret room. It seemed that someone had lived here a long time ago, but that person had left a long time ago, because both the stone table and the stone stool were covered in dust. In the entire secret room, apart from these stone objects, there was only one locked brown box. Yifan tried to open the box by using the counterattack method, but after hitting the box with his head, he didn't get hurt and couldn't cause any counterattack. He picked up the box and shook it. There were things inside, but without a key, he couldn't open it. There's no way. He can only put this box into his backpack first, and then continue to explore this secret room to see if there was anything overlooked. He carefully explored every inch of the surrounding stone walls, looking for any hidden mechanisms. Finally, Yifan's gaze fell on the stone table. In the center of the table was a circular hole.
Previously, Yifan had reached in with his hand and felt nothing unusual, but now, looking at the stone cup on the table, it seemed like it could fit perfectly into the hole. Could this be the mechanism? He walked over, picked up the stone cup, and slowly inserted it into the circular hole in the center of the table. When the stone cup was completely inserted, the stone table suddenly descended, revealing a new opening. This opening had a slight incline, allowing people to walk down slowly. Looking at this newly appeared dark hole, Yifan pondered for a moment. Could it be that he would have to walk for a few more hours? He didn't rush in because it was too dark inside. He walked to the side of the stone wall in the secret room and bumped into a glowing bead. The scattered stones on the rock wall flew around, and the embedded glowing beads fell down. Yifan picked up one of the glowing beads, returned to the side of the new opening, took a deep breath, and slowly walked down the slope. This new cave was different from the previous one because it was very dry, with no traces of water on the rock walls. Yifan didn't know what awaited him at the end of this cave, but he was prepared for death and resurrection. If it didn't work out, he would have to give up on this mission, considering the amount of time wasted. Yifan followed the small slope all the way down, not knowing how this secret passage was designed. After the stone table fell, he never saw it again. After walking cautiously for a while, stairs appeared in front of him, still going down. He had a bad feeling. Could he have to walk for a few more hours again? Fortunately, after walking for more than 10 minutes, the secret passage came to an end, and there was no way forward. Yifan felt around the rock wall for a while but didn't find any mechanisms. What does this mean, designing a secret passage for no reason, with nothing inside? What puzzled Yifan even more was that he had already explored this far, but the exploration task was still not completed. In other words, he had wasted several hours of time and hadn't found anything crucial. Did I miss something? Yifan frowned and thought. After entering the cave, he seemed to have obtained an unopenable box, and besides the glowing bead in his hand, the only suspicious thing was the 4 words "turn back when you reach the shore" on the door. Could it be, "turn back when you reach the shore"? Yifan carefully pondered the meaning of these 4 words. Could it be that after entering that door, it's no longer the shore? Is this underwater? But that doesn't make sense. If it's the shore, it's very dry here, more like the shore. And the cave I've been walking for over 3 hours feels like underwater because the rock walls are very damp. Yifan sat down on the ground and began to think about the process of this mission. He had reached this point, and it would be a pity to leave directly. There was only one way in, with no forks, so there was no possibility of taking the wrong path. Including the secret room, apart from finding this secret passage mechanism, there were no other secret passages. He couldn't help but look up. Yifan stood up directly from the ground, raised the glowing bead in his hand, and found a circular hole about 1 meter in diameter at the top of the secret passage. He had carefully checked here before, and there was no circular hole at the top of the secret passage, but now it appeared. Does this mean that I have to climb up there? Yifan speculated, but quickly shook his head. How could he climb up such a straight upward passage? However, it was obvious that this circular hole should be the key to the exploration mission. Otherwise, it wouldn't suddenly appear in this place. Turn back is the shore. Yifan pondered these 4 words, feeling that there should be some hint in them. If the so-called shore is actually the bottom of the water, and the so-called bottom of the water is actually the shore, then it's deliberately reversed, so it's understandable that this circular hole is facing upwards because it's reversed. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately put the glowing bead in his hand into his backpack, and suddenly the surroundings plunged into a dark and enclosed environment. Then, he supported himself with his hands and turned his whole body upside down, maintaining a handstand position. This was the only method he could think of. If this didn't work, he could only leave here and give up on the exploration mission. The world turns upside down. Suddenly, a very old voice sounded from within the secret passage, coming from an unknown source. Hearing this voice, Yifan didn't have time to be surprised before feeling his body floating upwards. Soon, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation and fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. Ding! Mysterious cave exploration mission completed. You can return to the beginner village and hand in the mission to the village chief. The system's prompt sound brought Yifan back to consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at the surroundings, feeling somewhat incredulous. I never expected the beginner village to hide such a paradise. Small bridges, flowing water, birdsong, and fragrant flowers. Yifan looked at the environment of this space and couldn't help but be amazed because this place was truly beautiful. After completing the mission, a teleportation array appeared in front of Yifan, which could directly return him to the beginner village. However, Yifan didn't plan to leave so soon. After finally arriving in this place, it wasn't his style to not search thoroughly. In his previous life, he had the good habit of picking up feathers as geese pass by.
If he didn't gain any benefits, it would be a waste of several hours of leveling time. He walked along a small path paved with cobblestones and looked inside. On both sides of the path were flowers of various colors. He even used Detect to check the attributes of these flowers, but they turned out to be just ornamental flowers, not any rare or unusual plants.
Hidden Dragon Pavilion? Yifan came to a house and looked at the 3 characters written on the plaque, guessing, could there be a dragon hidden inside this house? However, he quickly shook his head and gave up on this unrealistic idea. If there really was a dragon, he would probably die 100 times over just by walking here. However, this house was built with some attention to detail. From top to bottom, it was all magnificent and golden, as if it was made entirely of pure gold. This was somewhat inconsistent with the surrounding environment. In a paradise like fairyland, suddenly there appeared such a magnificent house, like a nouveau riche among a group of people living a carefree life, vulgar. Yifan stepped up the stairs and pushed the shiny golden door. The door opened directly without any obstruction. After entering the house, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Inside, it was the same as outside, all magnificent and golden. When the door was opened, some light came in, which was a bit dazzling. Can people live in a place like this? Yifan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Living inside here would be a complete torment, and it's possible that the golden light from all around would blind his eyes. The furnishings inside the house were very simple, or rather, there was nothing inside the house except for a 1-meter-high display stand. On top of the display stand was a black box. Even the display stand is golden, only the small box is black. Yifan slowly walked towards the display stand, and the black box successfully caught his attention. It was hard not to be attracted, after all, its color was different from the rest. The black small box is square, with each side roughly the size of 2 palms put together. Unlike the previous box that Yifan obtained, this small box is not locked and can be opened directly, giving it a somewhat careless appearance. The placement and location of the house are so particular, it shouldn't be something ordinary, right? Yifan slowly placed his hand on the black small box, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Oh, Huang possesses me." Swish. After saying that, he directly opened the black small box and couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw what was inside. The black small box contained an egg, a completely black egg, about the size of an ostrich egg. Yifan didn't rush to pick up the egg, but instead used the skill, Investigation. Sealed egg, an egg sealed for 1,000 years. If you unlock its seal, it will become your most reliable companion on your journey. Tip: unlocking it costs 10 million gold coins once, and a total of 10 unlocks are required. Can be traded. After reading the attributes of this egg, Yifan's face turned black and cursed, "Damn it! Unlocking it costs 10 million gold coins once, 10 times would be 100 million gold coins, why not just rob someone?" The most crucial point is that this egg didn't reveal even the most basic attributes in advance. If he spent 100 million gold coins to unlock it and ended up with a stupid and useless pet, who could bear it? Yifan directly closed the black small box and put it into his backpack. Whether to unlock it or not can be decided later. At least he should take it away first. He doesn't have the gold coins to unlock it now, but he should have them in the future. Even if he doesn't unlock it, the fact that the sealed egg can be traded will surely attract many wealthy players in the game. After all, in their minds, the more money you spend, the better the attributes will be. Could it be a dragon egg? Yifan speculated, because the plaque on the house read Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Based on the literal meaning, this sealed egg could really be a dragon egg. After putting away the black small box and the egg inside, Yifan hadn't even left the room when he felt the entire world shaking. What's going on? Suddenly, a soul-stirring roar came from above the 9 heavens, as deep as an abyss. Roar! Shameless thief, dare to steal my son. 9 heavens profound thunder. Boom boom boom. Not only did the sky shake, but it was accompanied by deafening thunder. Yifan was frozen by that roar, unable to move even if he wanted to, and could only stay in place. Crack! Crack! One lightning after another struck the house, and the magnificent golden house was directly swallowed by these lightning, eventually turning into ruins. As for Yifan, he only managed to withstand a little over 2 seconds before being killed by the lightning that descended from the sky, returning to the resurrection point in the beginner village. This was still thanks to the power of Absolute Barrier. Otherwise, when the first lightning struck, Yifan would have been instantly killed. Damn it, cough cough. The opponent's strength is unexpectedly so strong. After Yifan's death and return to the beginner village, the voice from above the 9 heavens suddenly became much weaker. Yifan saw the damage caused by the first lightning that struck him, over 1 million. Although his health points were not that high, the damage was indeed inflicted. If it weren't for Absolute Barrier, Yifan would have died thousands of times. However, Yifan's talent, hundredfold counter, returned over 100 million damage to the opponent. During the effectiveness of Absolute Barrier, no damage appeared, but after Absolute Barrier expired, another lightning strike caused Yifan over 1 million damage, resulting in his instant death. In the end, thanks to the hundredfold counter talent, Yifan returned over 200 million damage. But even so, the mysterious strong person above the 9 heavens still survived, truly terrifying. Ding! Due to your death, your level is -1, strength is -1, intelligence is -1, constitution is -6, spirit is -1, agility is -1, and a mysterious treasure chest drops. After returning to the resurrection point in the beginner village, Yifan heard the sound of the system prompt. He immediately opened his backpack and took a look, feeling relieved. Fortunately, what dropped was the locked box, and the black small box containing the sealed egg was still there. Unbelievable, the power was too strong. Yifan was still a bit shaken because at that time, the overwhelming pressure felt so real. If he hadn't been frozen and unable to move, he was sure he wouldn't even have the courage to stand. Passerby A, what just happened? Why did it feel like an earthquake? Passerby B, I thought Desolate Path was about to crash right after it started, but now it seems like it's simulating a real earthquake scene. It's so realistic. Passerby C, I seemed to hear a terrifying scream, but it sounded vague. I'm not sure if I misheard it. Passerby D, look, someone actually came out from the resurrection point in the beginner village, and they were even killed by a weak monster. The beginner village was immediately filled with discussions, but this situation quickly disappeared, and many players didn't pay much attention to it. Yifan left the resurrection point and went straight to the village chief to deliver the quest. He had already been killed twice in a row in the beginner village today, and he really doubted if this was still the beginner village he had initially understood. It looked like a hell difficulty. Village Chief, the quest to explore the mysterious cave has been completed, please check it. Yifan came to the village chief and explained the quest. The village chief stroked his white beard and nodded, saying, not bad, not bad. Your strength really impresses me. Here is your reward. Ding! Quest to explore the mysterious cave completed, reward, 1 gold coin. Seeing this reward, Yifan immediately felt dissatisfied. He had spent so much time exploring the mysterious cave, and he was only rewarded with 1 gold coin? It was like giving alms to a beggar. Village Chief, this reward of yours is a bit disappointing. I spent a lot of time exploring, and I only get 1 gold coin? The village chief, upon hearing this, revealed a meaningful smile and slowly said, young man, don't be too greedy. Didn't you gain anything in the mysterious cave? Yifan was stunned for a moment. Did the village chief know about the sealed egg he obtained there? Forget it. I'll give you a clue. Take that locked box and find blacksmith Wang De Chue. He has a way to open that box for you, the village chief said. So it was about the locked box, but unfortunately, it dropped after his death. Yifan asked, village chief, can I ask what's inside that box? It's nothing particularly good, the village chief chuckled. Just a pink equipment weapon that suits your profession. Whoosh! After hearing the village chief's words, Yifan didn't hesitate and quickly rushed towards the cliff. This young man, why is he so impulsive? The village chief couldn't help but shake his head and stood in place to continue receiving other players. After rushing back to the edge of the cliff at the fastest speed, Yifan looked at the disappeared cave entrance and felt helpless. A pink equipment weapon had dropped just like that. What a loss. Thinking of this, he opened the auction platform and glanced at the bidding price for the Golden Wolf King Greatsword. Yifan had already put up the Golden Wolf King Greatsword for auction for over 5 hours, and the bidding price had gone from a low price of 10,000 gold coins to nearly 30,000 gold coins now, and the bidding price was still gradually increasing. Are there so many wealthy players? Yifan looked at the price of the gold coins. There were no longer any gold coins below 100 yuan. No, there were no longer any gold coins below 120 yuan. After looking at the 107 gold coins in his backpack, Yifan directly listed 100 of them for sale at a price of 150 yuan per coin. The current price of gold is so high, so he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to sell some. After all, he has almost spent all his money in reality and needs to replenish it. Once the Golden Wolf King's giant sword is auctioned off, Yifan is considering whether to exchange some of the gold coins for RMB. He will need to find a new place to live and buy a game warehouse. Most players are already at level 5 or 4, while Yifan wasted too much time on exploring the mysterious cave and even dropped a level. He is currently only at level 6, not leading by much. However, Yifan is ahead in terms of the level 5 Secret Realm stage. As long as he has this stage, it won't be easy for other players to catch up to his level. Returning to the newbie village,
He put the sealed egg and the level 10 purple leg armor into the warehouse before continuing to level up in the territory of the Swift Wind Wolf. He felt a bit heartbroken about the locked box that dropped, so he couldn't easily take the risk of item loss again. At 9:50 p.m., the auction for the Golden Wolf King's giant sword on the consignment platform reached its peak. Since there were only a few minutes left until the auction deadline, everyone was competing to see who had prepared the most gold coins. After all, it was impossible to buy a large amount of gold coins at this time. At this moment, there were only 3 people left in the intense competition, and the bidding price had already exceeded 60,000 gold coins. King of Kings gritted his teeth as he looked at the bidding price and raised it again. He had prepared a total of 85,000 gold coins, but it seemed unlikely that he would be able to win this weapon. The bidding price was rising every second, and the increase was significant. This was actually the most unfortunate situation, as he had spent a high price to buy gold coins but still failed to win the weapon, resulting in a significant loss. King of Kings stared at the bidding price while frantically instructing his brothers to send him more gold coins. The members of the King's Guild had migrated from other games to Wild Journey, so King of Kings currently had over 1,000 brothers under his command. If each person contributed a little, they could still gather a considerable amount of gold coins. The final moments were probably only a few gold coins away. On the other side, One Sword Opens the Heavenly Gate looked at the bidding price surpassing 75,000 and reluctantly chose to give up. He had only prepared a little over 70,000 gold coins and no longer had the capital to continue bidding. What a pity, he sighed and closed the consignment platform, re-entering the level 5 secret realm stage to prepare for the challenge. He had already attempted it 12 times, and each time ended in failure. Now he understood how strong the mysterious player who first cleared this level 5 secret realm stage was, as they had passed it so early on. After One Sword Opens the Heavenly Gate withdrew from the auction, only King of Kings and Godslayer remained in the final competition. Godslayer looked at the 110,000 gold coins in his backpack and then, at the remaining 1 minute of the auction, revealing a smile. He was determined to win the Golden Wolf King's giant sword, as the other party's bidding speed was slowing down. To prevent being intercepted at the last moment, Godslayer bid 100,000 gold coins when there were only 5 seconds left in the auction. He focused all his attention on the bidding price, ready to raise it again if the other party continued to bid. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final bidding time ended, Godslayer breathed a sigh of relief. Although the bidding price exceeded his expectations, he had managed to win it after all. The Golden Wolf King's giant sword that was auctioned off was sent to Godslayer's mailbox. Damn it! King's fury, with an angry shout, he couldn't believe that the other party could offer a high price of 100,000 gold coins at the last moment. He scraped together just over 90,000, which was no match at all. Yi Fan, who was diligently leveling up, received an email after the successful auction. It was a total of 99,000 gold coins, with a 1% transaction fee deducted by the consignment platform. I actually bid for 100,000. Yi Fan was surprised. With the current price of gold coins, 100,000 gold coins would be worth millions of RMB. However, after the auction ended, there were not many people buying gold coins on the consignment platform, and the price was rapidly falling. Among those players who had prepared a lot of gold coins, there were some who wanted to make a profit from the price difference, but now they were losing money and felt like crying. The 100 gold coins that Yi Fan put up for sale had already been sold, and after deducting the transaction fee, he received 14,850 yuan, which had already been deposited into his bank account. The price of gold coins was falling too fast now, so it wasn't a good time to sell them. After thinking about it, Yi Fan decided not to continue selling gold coins because tomorrow he had another way to make money, which would depend on these players. Sword of Heaven's Gate, the player who cleared the 5th level secret realm, if possible, please private message me. I am willing to buy the strategy for clearing the level at a high price. Suddenly, a notice floated in the game. Yi Fan grinned when he saw it. It seems that someone can't stand it anymore. This was the money-making method that Yi Fan would use tomorrow, selling the strategy for clearing the 5th level secret realm. Of course, it wasn't just selling to those rich tycoons, but to all players who wanted to clear the level. This was a terrifying number. When they were all trapped in the 5th level secret realm, they wouldn't hesitate to spend a little money to buy a strategy. Sword of Heaven's Gate sent a trumpet announcement, and immediately several people followed suit. They were all wealthy players who had been trapped in the 5th level secret realm for a long time. For them, the 50 copper coins required for each challenge in the secret realm were nothing, but constantly entering and failing made it easy for people to collapse. Godslayer just spent 100,000 gold coins to bid for the Golden Wolf King's greatsword. I'm in a good mood.
Does anyone have a strategy for clearing the 5th level secret realm? Contact me.
As long as the strategy is useful, I'll pay 10,000 gold coins.
King's Fury, you want to buy a strategy for clearing the 5th level secret realm for only 10,000 gold coins?
I'll offer 20,000 gold coins, on the condition that this strategy is not easily shared with others.
A showdown.
Judging from the situation, King's Fury was going to confront Godslayer, clearly still upset about not winning the Golden Wolf King's Greatsword. By midnight that night, almost all players had reached the 5th level, and 90% of the players who reached the 5th level had already experienced the frustration of the 5th level secret realm. Some players couldn't even get the first step right and ran out of their few copper and silver coins. However, one advantage was that although there was no experience gained from defeating monsters in the secret realm after reaching the 5th level, copper coins and the like would still drop, so players wouldn't be left without the 50 copper coins needed to challenge the secret realm. The world channel was filled with wailing, with everyone complaining that the 5th level secret realm was too difficult and impossible to pass. If the 5th level secret realm was already like this, then what about the 10th level, the 15th level? Wouldn't those secret realms be even harder? However, there were still players who tested and provided the answer to the first step. The first step was definitely to walk on the middle stone platform, but the next step was unknown. No matter whether they went left, right, forward, or sideways, they would all fail and be teleported out of the secret realm. Normal players would never think that they could jump back to the shore and then directly jump to the second row on the far left. Otherwise, in the previous life, there wouldn't have been so many players stuck in this 5th level secret realm for 2 or 3 days without leveling up. At this time, Yean had already reached the territory of level 9 monsters, and his level had also reached level 9. It wouldn't be long before he reached level 10. Level 5 of the secret realm checkpoint, so when Yean reaches level 10, he will challenge the level 10 secret realm checkpoint. His plan is to wait until he clears the level 10 secret realm checkpoint and then release the strategy for the level 5 secret realm checkpoint. This way, at least he can be ahead by 1 secret realm checkpoint. If possible, he hopes that these players can level up faster because in the future, they will be crucial in fighting these monsters. Bloodthirsty Poisonous Snake, level 9, HP 2000, defense 30, attack 100, passive skill, Snake Fang. Introduction: beware of their venomous fangs. Being attacked will result in a 100% chance of being poisoned. The level 9 monster is the Bloodthirsty Poisonous Snake, which brings some trouble to Yean's leveling up. After being attacked by the Bloodthirsty Poisonous Snake, he will be in a 5-second poison state, causing 10 points of damage per second, ignoring defense. Although the Bloodthirsty Poisonous Snake dies from counter damage after attacking Yean once, the poison state does not disappear. Yean now has 640 HP and 73 defense. The damage caused by the Bloodthirsty Poisonous Snake is only a little over 20 points, but the poison will cause him 50 points of damage, adding up to over 70 points of damage. Without a priest, even if Yean keeps using red potions, he has to stop and recover his HP after dealing with about 10 bloodthirsty poisonous snakes. This is not a solution. After defeating one bloodthirsty poisonous snake, Yean's HP is almost depleted, so he can only step aside and slowly recover his HP. This is only the early stage of the game. After leaving the newbie village, the various negative statuses attached to the monsters will increase. Without a priest to heal and dispel negative statuses, his leveling efficiency cannot be fully demonstrated. It is even possible that after finally leveling up, if he doesn't control his HP well, he may accidentally die and lose levels. Yean entered an ID, Moonlight Frost, and chose to add as a friend. In the previous life, he had no connection with Moonlight Frost. After all, at that time, he was just an unknown shield warrior who often wiped out in a wild team while doing dungeons. On the other hand, Moonlight Frost was a member of the Phoenix Dance Guild and had a hidden priest class, the God of Life. It is said that she alone can easily heal a team of 50 players, and her wide-range group healing skills are very powerful. At that time, she was a pillar player of the Phoenix Dance Guild, but now, she should not have joined the guild yet. So Yean thought, can he dig this corner in advance? With Moonlight Frost healing him, he would have a very good guarantee for leveling up or soloing bosses in the future. After a minute, the friend request he sent was rejected. Yean didn't feel surprised, as this was expected. After all, no one would casually add a stranger as a friend. He added a note and sent another friend request to Moonlight Frost. Soon, the friend request was accepted. Moonlight Frost, do you really know how to clear the level 5 secret realm checkpoint? Wine riding the wind, haven't you seen my level? Moonlight Frost, you are level 9, how did you do it? After adding each other as friends, they can see each other's levels. At this time, Moon like Frost, like most players, is at level 5 and has been educated by the level 5 secret realm checkpoint.
Yean riding the wind, you don't need to worry about how I did it. How about we make a deal? Moon like Frost, a deal? Do you want to sell me the strategy for clearing the checkpoint? No problem, name your price, as long as it's acceptable to me. Yean riding the wind, I don't want your money.
I can tell you the strategy for clearing the checkpoint for free, not only for the level 5 secret realm checkpoint, but also for the level 10, 15, and 20 secret realm checkpoints in the future.
The condition is that you become my bound priest and level up with me, Moon like Frost. But your profession is a shield guard, so we can level up together? Yean on the wind, yes, just the two of us. My current level is enough to prove my strength.
After careful consideration, Moon like Frost replied, it's possible, but we are not in the same newbie village right now.
If we want to team up and level up together, we should leave the newbie village after reaching level 15, right?
Yean on the wind, tell me which newbie village you're in, and I'll teleport over.
Moon like Frost, newbie village 88888. Are you really planning to teleport here? It costs 5,000 gold coins.
Yean on the wind, the number is quite auspicious.
Wait for me in the newbie village, I'll be there soon.
Yean left the leveling area and headed towards the newbie village. With nearly 100,000 gold coins in his backpack, 5,000 gold coins didn't mean much.
The game Wild Journey is quite user-friendly. If you want to stay in the same newbie village as your friend, you can pay 5,000 gold coins to teleport there.
However, most players wouldn't choose such an expensive teleportation. In terms of real money, teleporting once would cost around 200,000 to 300,000 renminbi. Yean planned to teleport over to level up together with Moon like Frost. Otherwise, even if she knew the strategy for the secret realm level, other players would still be stuck and unable to level up.
A priest couldn't level up alone.
Arriving at a teleportation array next to the newbie village's resurrection point, Yean walked in and selected to teleport to newbie village 88888. This teleportation requires a payment of 5,000 gold coins.
Are you sure? The system asked. Confirmed. Yean didn't hesitate at all.
After arriving at newbie village 88888, Yean scanned the crowd and quickly spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Although they had no interaction in their previous lives, it didn't stop Yean from admiring Moon like Frost. She was considered a goddess in the eyes of many male players. However, later on, someone on the forum leaked Moon like Frost's real-life photo, revealing her stunning appearance and flawless figure. But Moon like Frost was very angry about this and quit the game directly, becoming a regret. As for what happened to Moon like Frost when virtual and reality overlapped, Yean had no idea. After all, he was busy trying to escape at that time and had no mood to pay attention to others. Yean directly sent a team invitation to Moon like Frost. After joining the team, Moon like Frost came to Yean's side. Her face was covered with a white veil, a disguise provided by the game Wild Journey. Besides the veil, there were also masks available for purchase for just 1 copper coin.
I didn't expect you to really come.
5,000 gold coins, according to the current gold coin prices on the consignment platform, it's worth 250,000 renminbi. Moon like Frost's voice was very pleasant, like a yellow oriole singing in a valley. Yean nodded and said, follow me, I'll show you the walkthrough video for the level 5 secret realm. Once you clear it, I'll help you level up. Moon like Frost followed behind Yean and arrived at an empty space with few players. Yean directly shared the walkthrough video he had recorded earlier and said, it's actually quite simple. Just follow this sequence and jump over these black and white stone platforms. It looks like an inverted Z. The Guardian Lord on the other side only has 1 drop of blood, so it dies with just 1 touch. After carefully watching Yean's recorded walkthrough video, Moon like Frost couldn't help but widen her eyes and said, you actually figured out such a strange way to clear the level.
You're truly amazing. Remember it and go clear the level.
I'll wait for you outside, Yean said. Moon like Frost nodded, directly left the team, and went to challenge the level 5 secret realm at the village chief's place. Even with the walkthrough provided by Yean, Moon like Frost still took 3 attempts to clear it because there were a total of 81 stone platforms inside, making it easy to make mistakes. I have already cleared the 5th level of the secret realm.
Are we going to level up directly next?
Yu Ruxiang returned to Yean's team and asked, have you learned all your healing skills? In the early stages, players can buy some basic skill books from the skill store, mainly for transitional use. The prices are not expensive, ranging from a few copper coins to a few silver coins. In addition to the fixed class skills, players can have up to 15 skills, not including the skill detection. So after learning these basic skills for transitional use, when you obtain more useful skills in the future, you will need to forget these basic skills.
Yean didn't buy them because he didn't need them. The basic skills sold in the store that are suitable for shield guards are all attack skills, which he doesn't need the most. I haven't learned the skill to remove abnormal states. If needed, I'll go buy a skill book to learn it, Yu Ruxiang said. That skill is very important, go learn it. Yu Ruxiang didn't hesitate and immediately ran to the store to buy a skill book called Dispel, which can remove negative states from the target. Follow me. Yi Fan led Yu Ruxiang to the leveling area for level 10 monsters. Yu Ruxiang is currently only level 5, and level 10 monsters can provide a lot of experience. Lava Lizard, level 10, HP 2200, defense 35, attack 120, passive skill, Scorching Lava. Introduction: these are a group of lizards from volcanic areas. Approaching them will cause damage. When Yi Fan came to this leveling area before, just getting close to these lava lizards would cause him to lose 10 HP per second. They were burning with flames, so even if they didn't attack, they would continue to lose HP. He originally thought that this damage would be returned to the lava lizards 100-fold, but unfortunately it didn't. It was different from the poisoning effect of the bloodthirsty snake. Be careful and stay away from these lava lizards. Don't attack them actively, Yi Fan advised, then walk towards the lava lizards. Yu Ruxiang's skills were not bad, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to heal the whole team by herself in the previous life. With Yu Ruxiang joining, Yi Fan no longer had any worries. He taunted one lava lizard and attacked another, killing 2 lava lizards at once. Since these lava lizards were very dense, Yi Fan would accidentally suffer multiple burns. -10, -42, -10, -10, -39. -4,200, -3,900. The 2 lava lizards were instantly killed by the counter damage and dropped dozens of silver coins. After level 10, wild monsters hardly dropped copper coins anymore. Gust of Wind. Yu Ruxiang timely used her healing skill on Yi Fan, restoring his lost HP. After picking up the silver coins, Yi Fan continued to search for the next target. Yu Ruxiang was very curious about how Yi Fan was able to kill those 2 monsters in an instant. She saw the huge damage of 3 to 4,000, but if Yi Fan didn't say it himself, she didn't plan to ask. Everyone has their own secrets, and she just needed to do her healing job well. With Yi Fan efficiently killing monsters, Yu Ruxiang quickly leveled up. When she reached over half of level 7's experience, a white light appeared on Yi Fan's body, successfully leveling up to level 10. I'm going to do the level 10 Secret Realm quest. It's already late, do you want to log off and rest? Yi Fan said. No need, I'm in a semi-sleep state when playing games anyway. I'll wait for you outside, Yu Ruxiang said. Yi Fan nodded, and with Yu Ruxiang, he returned to the newbie village and left the team. Village Chief, I'm already level 10. I want to challenge the level 10 Secret Realm. Oh, the old village chief, leaning on his cane, glanced at Yi Fan and nodded. Not bad, your leveling speed is really beyond my expectations. It costs 1 silver coin to enter the secret realm. Are you sure you want to go now? This sentence is exactly the same as what the village chief said when Yi Fan was at level 5, raising the price from 50 copper coins to 1 silver coin. It seems the different newbie villages have the same newbie village chief. In the game, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. Confirmed, Yi Fan said. Immediately, 1 silver coin disappeared from Yi Fan's backpack, and the scene changed. He had already arrived at the 10th level Secret Realm checkpoint. The scenery of this checkpoint was completely different from the 5th level Secret Realm checkpoint. It was very dim and cold all around, with a swamp that could sink at any moment underfoot, dead trees with only branches and no leaves, and a blood moon hanging in the sky. The environment looked somewhat eerie, especially the silence all around, without any sound. Perhaps because the moon was blood-colored, a touch of crimson could be seen on the withered branches. After entering the 10th level Secret Realm checkpoint, Yi Fan did not immediately take action because the swamp was full of dangers. Not only would sinking into the swamp result in a failure to pass, but the venomous insects and snakes lurking in the swamp would also hinder progress. There are 2 methods to pass the 10th level Secret Realm checkpoint. The first is to pass through the swamp before losing all health points, but this is extremely difficult and only wealthy priests can do it. Other professions, even if they don't sink into the swamp, will be worn down by various venomous insects and snakes along the way. Moreover, the withered trees cannot be touched as they are highly poisonous. If touched, health points will be reduced to 0 and the player will be teleported out of the secret realm. The second method is to wait, like Yi Fan is doing now. After entering the secret realm, stand still and wait for the change in moon color. Blood color is actually red, and the color changes follow the sequence of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The color changes approximately every 5 minutes.
Once the pattern is understood, this 10th level secret realm is actually easier than the 5th level secret realm, but it just takes a bit more time. When the time was almost up and the moon was about to change color, Yean activated the video recording function. When the moon changed from red to orange, there was a 2-second vacuum period. During this vacuum period, the entire secret realm would be plunged into darkness and nothing could be seen. These 2 seconds were crucial because during this time, the venomous insects and snakes lurking in the swamp would not attack or sink. Players could take advantage of these 2 seconds to move forward about 4 meters. In the game, players can move 2 meters in 1 second. Of course, professions with higher agility can move a bit further. The length of the swamp is about 100 meters, so advancing 4 meters at a time requires about 25 alternating moon color periods. Yean calculated that it would take about 2 hours to pass, so he sent a message to Xian, asking her to do some newbie village quests first. There are many simple quests that can be completed in the newbie village, which can earn some experience, copper coins, and red and blue potions. Generally speaking, in the early stages of the game, there are too many players, so the experience gained from these quests is not much slower than grinding monsters. It's just that Yean drew the talent of 100-fold counterattack and didn't care about these quests. It's definitely more efficient to grind monsters beyond level 5. Shua, in newbie village number 89757, Slaughter God, once again emerged from the 5th level secret realm, his face looking a bit ugly. He had already entered this 5th level secret realm 98 times, all ending in failure, and his mentality was exploding. This was the first time a game had made him feel so frustrated. He had spent a lot of money, but couldn't even pass a 5th level secret realm checkpoint. If he couldn't pass this 5th level secret realm checkpoint, he wouldn't be able to continue leveling up. The Golden Wolf King Greatsword, he bought for 100,000 gold coins, could only be equipped at level 10. The feeling of being unable to use something, just being able to look at it, was like a cat scratching in his heart, making it itchy and unbearable. How can I pass this damn checkpoint? He wanted to use gold coins to buy a walkthrough, and even posted a few announcements offering to negotiate any price. As a result, apart from some players who wanted to take advantage, there was no actual walkthrough. The forum was already filled with criticism, with almost everyone blaming Yean Game Company, from the boss to the security guard. Everyone was being criticized. Why is the level 5 secret level set so difficult? Do we still want to play in the future? Yean Game Company, please give us an official explanation. Do you want us to be stuck at level 5? This game is garbage, they don't even give us a clue. How are we supposed to progress? I spent 5,000 to buy the game equipment, and this is the kind of gaming experience I get? I want a refund. Who is the player who first cleared level 5 of the secret level? Why don't they want to share the walkthrough? Other players can't level up. What's the point of you leveling up so fast if you can't find a team for the next level? I really suspect that the player who first cleared the level is a plant from the game company. The whales in the game are spamming announcements to let him name his price, but he still refuses to give any clues. If I find out who that player is, I will hunt them down until they quit the game. At the headquarters of Yean Game Company, the staff responsible for monitoring the game situation were also helpless. They didn't even have the authority to find out who was the first to clear the level, let alone provide an explanation to the players on the forum. Should we negotiate with Yean God? The difficulty of this first level 5 secret level is a bit excessive. It's useless. Unless there is a major bug in the game, we have no way to make Yean God make changes or reduce the difficulty. What should we do? If we continue like this, the players' complaints will only grow, especially those who have spent a lot of money in the game. Isn't it too much to keep them stuck at level 5? Let's post an official announcement on the forum, urging the player who first cleared the level to share the walkthrough. If that doesn't work, we can only let the players figure it out themselves. That's all we can do. Should we promise some rewards? No, but we can suggest that they publish a paid walkthrough. That way, they can also earn a considerable income. If they publish a walkthrough, remember to pin it at the top after verification. So, in the middle of the night, an official post suddenly appeared on the forum. Official, to the player who first cleared level 5 of the secret level, we hope you can share the walkthrough. We suggest that you create a paid walkthrough post. If the walkthrough is genuine and effective, we will highlight and pin the post. The official forum of the game Desolate Path has the function to post paid walkthroughs, but the condition is that it cannot be clickbait. If the walkthrough intentionally uses a title to attract players to pay and watch, not only will they not receive any money, but their forum account will also be banned. This account is tied to the game device, so after being banned, they can still play the game, but they can no longer post or reply on the forum. Shortly after the staff of Yean Game Company posted this announcement, thousands of comments appeared below.
These players were already fed up with the level 5 secret level and decided to stay on the forum. If someone posted a walkthrough, they could try it out immediately. When Yean successfully cleared level 10 of the secret level, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. During this time, Yu Ruxiang had been doing gathering tasks in the newbie village. Although the experience given was not much, it was better than nothing. Did you clear it? Seeing Yean coming out, Yu Ruxiang approached him and asked. Yean nodded and said, the secret level took some time, but if you're a priest, you should be able to clear it faster. If the priest enters the 10th level secret realm, he can first advance a short distance and wait until the damage from the poisonous insects and snakes in the middle and later stages of the swamp becomes too high to bear. Then he can use the method used by Yean to pass through. However, in doing so, there is a risk of getting trapped in the swamp and failing to clear the level. Yu Ruxiang nodded, not asking too much about this issue, and said, have you seen the content on the forum? The person they are looking for is you, right? What happened on the forum? Yean asked while opening the in-game forum. The official is calling for you to release a walkthrough. The forum is filled with complaints from those players. After looking at the content on the forum, Yean couldn't help but laugh. If no player had cleared the level, they might not be so angry. But unfortunately, there was a player who cleared the level shortly after the game started, while they were stuck at the 5th level secret realm, failing every attempt. This kind of thing would have made the previous Yean angry as well. I'll go offline and have breakfast. You should eat something too. Let's level up together at 7 o'clock, Yean said. Okay, Yu Ruxiang agreed with a nod. Yean chose to go offline in place, took a shower in the bathroom, and left the rented room with his phone. He went to a steamed bun shop outside the residential area and ordered 10 small steamed buns and a bowl of soy milk. July was the season when the weather gradually became hot. Yean's rented room was simple, without air conditioning, only a small electric fan with weak wind power. However, he already had over 10,000 in savings, so it wouldn't be a problem to move to a place with air conditioning. But he hadn't planned to do so yet, mainly because he didn't have enough money, and he intended to keep those gold coins for now. After returning to the game later, he planned to release a walkthrough video of the 5th level secret realm. If he set it as a paid video, it should bring in a considerable income. Of course, this wouldn't earn money from all players. One player who watched it might spread the word to a few or even dozens of players. Some players might even record a video following the methods in the walkthrough video and share it for free on the forum, claiming it as an original free walkthrough. Yean had seen these things in his previous life, but in this life, he naturally had a way to deal with them. After finishing breakfast, Yean paid and returned to his rented room. He put on the starry ring and re-entered the game, only to find that Yu Ruxiang was still in the game, either having come back after going offline for breakfast or never having gone offline at all. But now he needed to release the walkthrough video first, so he didn't have time to care about Yu Ruxiang's situation. After all, he needed to make money as soon as possible and find a new place to live. Yean first made some simple edits to his video, using a casual method, just adding a mosaic effect to himself. Not just covering his ID with a mosaic, but the entire person, making it impossible to distinguish his ID, profession, or gender. The processed video showed only a moving mosaic on the stone platform, but fortunately, this didn't affect the complete viewing of the walkthrough process. Afterwards, Yean logged into the game forum and registered an account with the ID Strategy Master. After registering, he directly followed the steps to publish a paid walkthrough post and uploaded the walkthrough video. When setting the price for the paid walkthrough video, Yean priced it at 1 yuan. For just 1 yuan, players could watch the complete walkthrough video, which was simply a conscience price. This was a decision made by Yean after careful consideration. The number of Chinese players in the game Desolate Path was terrifying, with at least 400 million players. Even if only 1% of these players were willing to spend 1 yuan to watch the walkthrough video, it would still bring in 4 million in revenue. Things like game guides are not necessarily more profitable with higher prices. Higher prices will only make players feel justified in getting the guides for free. Before the final release, Yean added a sentence as a bottom line. Requirement. As long as this guide video reaches over 5 million views, I will release a guide for the level 10 secret realm when most players reach around level 10. This sets a limit for those players, essentially telling them that if the guide video doesn't even reach 5 million views, they don't know how long it will take for the next guide video to be released. After posting the video guide, Yean directly left the forum and invited Yu Ruxiang to join the team. Didn't you go offline to eat? Yean casually asked. Yu Ruxiang followed behind Yean and nodded gently, saying, I bought a game pod with nutrient supplements. I can stay online for half a month.
The game pods sold by Yean Game Company inject nutrients into the body to sustain players' physical endurance for long periods of time without going offline. Although it can last up to 15 days without going offline, most people can't resist going offline for that long. They usually choose to go offline every 2 or 3 days to take a shower and exercise. However, the most amazing thing about this game Wild Path is that the body is in a semi-sleep state during the game, similar to normal sleep and rest, which gives many working and student players the opportunity to experience the game at night. Let's go, continue leveling up, and get you to level 10 as soon as possible. After you clear the level 10 secret realm, we can go to higher level monster areas to level up. Why did you choose me? Yu Ruxiang suddenly asked. What? Yi Fan stopped and turned to ask. Yu Ruxiang thought for a moment and said, I'm just curious. When you suddenly added me as a friend, I thought you were selling guides, but you weren't. Not only did you tell me the guide for free, but you also spent 5,000 gold coins to come to the newbie village where I am and level up with me. But we shouldn't have met before, in both the game and reality. This is what Yu Ruxiang is puzzled about. She can resist her curiosity and not ask why Yi Fan is so powerful, but she can't help but want to clarify this matter. Yi Fan also didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't tell Yu Ruxiang, I actually came back to life, and you will later switch to a hidden class that is very powerful, so I found you in advance. Such nonsense, anyone with a slightly normal mind wouldn't believe it. Don't ask, it's fate. Yi Fan could only answer in such a vague way. Yu Ruxiang glanced at Yi Fan, nodded, and didn't continue to ask. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She really is a considerate little girl. Returning to the territory of the level 10 monster Lava Lizard, the two cooperated with each other and began to level up at an astonishing speed. Yean Game Company headquarters. How is it? Did that guide master pay-to-play guide have any effect? The head of the staff asked. Shortly after Yi Fan posted the thread, these staff members discovered it immediately and immediately sent someone to test whether this guide was truly effective. They should be the most humble game staff, with no authority other than paying attention to some developments in the game. And like ordinary players, they have to personally test this guide before they can know if it's real or not. I tested it, and I successfully cleared the level 5 secret realm. The staff member responsible for testing came back immediately after completing the test and said, immediately highlight and pin this pay-to-play guide thread. Remember to keep an eye on the situation in the forum. If someone releases the guide for free, ban and delete the post directly. The head of the staff said. Will this cause dissatisfaction among the players? Someone weakly asked. The overall person in charge frowned and said coldly, unsatisfied? Do you still not understand the situation on the forum from yesterday until today? If the video views of this paid strategy are not up to 5 million, do you think this strategy master will still release strategies for level 10 secret levels? The staff members shrank their necks and immediately began to work according to the requirements of the overall person in charge. At this time, the strategy post that Yi Fan had just released was only about 10 minutes old, but the number of views had already exceeded 30,000, and the comments below were all unanimously positive. For only 1 yuan, to get such a detailed walkthrough strategy, besides the somewhat hasty mosaic production, what else could make people dissatisfied? Comments on the strategy post. This strategy master is really amazing. He can actually come up with such bizarre methods to clear the level. I am convinced. The strategy master has a conscience. He only charges 1 yuan for such a crucial strategy, and only requires 5 million views. Just selling the strategy to a few local tyrants in the game would earn him more than this. I want to apologize to him. I scolded him before, but now I realize I was wrong to blame him. Look at how carefully he made the mosaic. He must have been busy making mosaics before. Positive review, definitely a positive review. Although there is no accompanying explanation, you can tell that the strategy master put a lot of effort into making this video. It's clear at a glance. Although I admire the approach of this strategy master, I am still a little worried that if his identity is exposed in the future, he will be targeted by the local tyrants. After all, they spent a lot of money on broadcasting announcements through the loudspeakers last night. It took 3 hours for Yi Fan to finally bring Yu Ruxiang to level 10, but he himself had not reached level 11 yet. With one more person sharing the experience gained from killing a wild monster was almost halved. However, with Yu Ruxiang constantly cooperating to restore Yi Fan's health, the actual leveling speed was not much different. This is the strategy for the level 10 secret level. Yi Fan briefly edited the recorded video, cutting out the waiting time. I can advance about 30 meters after entering the secret level. You are a priest, so you can restore your own health, but be careful. If you get stuck in the swamp, it will be considered a challenge failure. So, try a few times in the early stages, advance 30 meters first, and then follow my method to safely pass through. While Yu Ruxiang was watching Yifan's walkthrough video, Yifan patiently explained, the time for the moon's color to change is about 5 minutes, with a 2-second vacuum period. Those 2 seconds are the opportunity to move forward. After watching Yifan's walkthrough video once, along with Yifan's explanation, Yu Ruxiang quickly understood the complete strategy for clearing this secret level. I understand, I'll go challenge it first. Yu Ruxiang nodded. Well, if it doesn't work out, come with me to clear it. It will take at most 2 hours. After Yu Ruxiang went to challenge the level 10 secret level, Yifan opened the forum in the game. It was shocking to see. In just 3 hours, the paid strategy video he uploaded had been viewed over 2 million times. For each view, he could earn 1 yuan, so over 2 million views meant over 2 million yuan. This money is really easy to earn. Yifan couldn't help but smile. The main reason was that his paid strategy post had been featured and pinned by the forum, so almost every player who entered the forum could see this very prominent strategy post. However, even though this strategy only required 1 yuan to watch in its entirety, there were still many posts asking for free access on the forum. This was unavoidable. The forum moderators could delete and ban those posts that directly disclosed free strategies, but there were too many players who wanted to get things for free, and they couldn't ban them all. Yifan took a look at the backstage of the forum. He could already withdraw 2.3 million. He chose to withdraw directly and then went offline after saying goodbye to Yu Ruxiang, who had just entered the 10th level secret realm. Less than 10 minutes after going offline, the 2.3 million he withdrew was credited to his account. With the over 10,000 he earned from selling gold coins before, he could now be considered a small local tyrant with 1 million worth of assets. Yifan packed up some important things in his rented house, of course, the most important one being the starry ring. Then he went directly to the landlord to terminate the lease and prepare to find a new place to live. Xiaofeng, why are you terminating the lease when you were living so well? Is there any financial difficulty? How about I lower the rent for you? The landlord was an old lady whose children were all working outside and rarely had time to come back. In the past, Yifan used to help the landlord with some chores, so the landlord had a good impression of him and naturally didn't want him to terminate the lease like this. Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but I plan to find a new place to live. Yifan smiled and said, you don't need to refund the deposit and I'll return the key to you. How can that be? The landlord scolded and tremblingly walked into the house, taking out the 300 yuan deposit that Yifan had given her. You're still young, there will be many places where you'll need money in the future. Earn more money and spend more time with your parents at home. Yifan's expression didn't show any trace of emotion, but he quickly returned to normal and took the 300 yuan, saying, thank you, auntie, I'll be leaving now. If you want to rent a house here in the future, remember to come find auntie, I can lower the rent for you. Okay. Yifan waved and left. After leaving the community, Yifan hailed a taxi and said directly after getting in, go to Shanshui Manor. Shanshui Manor? That's a villa area. It's my first time picking up a customer going to Shanshui Manor, the taxi driver said with a smile. Those who can afford to live in Shanshui Manor generally wouldn't choose to take a taxi. To own a villa in Shanshui Manor, one's assets would have to be at least 50 million. Yifan definitely couldn't afford a villa with his current amount of money, but he could afford to rent one. There are currently 2 villas available for rent in Shanshui Manor, which is not a secret in the city. However, the annual rent of around 500,000 yuan deters many people. The rent for 2 years could buy a decent apartment in the city, which is much better than living in a villa in Shanshui Manor for 2 years. The reason why Yifan chose to go to Shanshui Manor is because it has excellent geographical advantages and will be a good base in the future. Even if he rents for 5 years, the price is only around 2 million yuan. It's definitely worth it to occupy such a good stronghold for 2 million yuan. The taxi stopped outside Shanshui Manor, and Yifan paid and got out of the car. The gate of Shanshui Manor looked very grand. It could be considered a scenic spot, with beautiful mountains and water. Instead of going in directly, Yifan went to the nearby notice board and called the real estate agency's number left on it. Hello, this is Hongye Real Estate Agency. May I help you? It was a woman's voice. I want to rent a house in Shanshui Manor. Yifan said directly. Time was pressing, and he needed to settle the house matter as soon as possible. If he delayed for too long, the levels of those players would catch up to him. Shanshui Manor? Okay, sir. When do you plan to come and see the house? Right now, immediately. I'm at the entrance of Shanshui Manor. Please come within 10 minutes, or I'll find another real estate agency. Yifan urged. Okay, please wait. I'll be right there. Yifan hung up the phone directly. After about 5 minutes, a woman in her 30s wearing professional attire and light makeup walked gracefully in high heels.
Excuse me, are you the one who wants to rent a villa in Shanxue Manor? The woman asked.
Yifan nodded. It's me, let's go, take me to see the house.
Hello, my name is Sun Yue, what should I call you?
Sun Yue reached out her hand and said,
Yifan.
Yifan shook her hand and let go immediately. Please hurry, I'm in a hurry.
Okay, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Sun Yue walked ahead, leading Yifan into the Shanxue Manor. The security at Shanxue Manor was very tight. Without Sun Yue, even if Yifan argued with the security guards, he wouldn't be able to get in. It effectively protected the privacy that wealthy people desired, and outsiders were absolutely not allowed to enter. There were a total of 18 villas, and the ones available for rent were Villa number 5 and Villa number 18. Mr. Chen, have you decided which villa to rent before coming here?
Currently, there are 2 villas available for rent, Villa number 5 and Villa number 18.
Sun Yue asked as they walked.
Tell me why they chose to rent out the villas. The owner of Villa number 5 moved abroad with their whole family, so the villa became vacant. Currently, they have asked our Hongya real estate agency to help with the rental.
As for Villa number 18, Sun Yue hesitated. Is it because the number 18 doesn't sound good?
Yifan guessed. After all, some people would associate the number 18 with the 18 layers of hell and consider it unlucky. That is one factor, and another is that Villa number 18 is too close to the foot of the mountain. It's a bit remote.
Let's go see Villa number 18, Yifan said.
Being close to the foot of the mountain suited him, as he wasn't superstitious about these things anyway. Sun Yue directly led Yifan to the front door of Villa number 18. This villa had been unoccupied for a year or two. Although someone took care of it, it still had a desolate and lonely look.
Go in and take a look. The villa is cleaned once a week, so if you like it, you can move in right away. Sun Yue opened the door to the villa's courtyard and said.
Yifan was quite satisfied with this place. Next to the villa was a clear mountain stream, and not far away were green mountains.
It could be said to be an excellent place to live.
With Sun Yue's introduction, Yifan became familiar with the interior of the entire villa. The villa had 2 floors, totaling 600 square meters, not including the front yard. The first floor had a hall and a kitchen, and the second floor had 4 rooms. The furniture and appliances were all complete, ready for move-in.
What about the rent? Yifan asked.
Sun Yue said, it's 400,000 yuan per year, only available for yearly rental. If you rent for 3 years or more at once, there will be a discount.
What about the rent for Villa number 5?
Villa number 5 is slightly more expensive, 500,000 yuan per year, also available for yearly rental.
Yifan thought for a moment and said, let's rent Villa number 18 for 5 years. What kind of discount can I get? Are you going to pay the rent in one lump sum? Sun Yue was surprised.
Renting for 5 years would cost nearly 2 million yuan, which was enough to buy a 100 square meter house in the city.
Yes, in one lump sum. Sun Yue pondered for a moment. The maximum discount I can offer is 10%.
If you want a bigger discount, I can apply to the company, but it may take a few days.
No need, let's go with the 10% discount.
Even without a discount, Yifan would still choose to rent it, let alone a 10% discount that saved him 200,000 yuan.
Then come with me to the company, let's sign the contract. Sun Yue was receiving such a straightforward customer for the first time, and her smile became much more sincere.
When Yifan followed Sun Yue to sign the contract, pay the rent, and receive the keys, it was already noon. It took about 2 hours, which wasn't too long. Yifan returned to Villa number 18, casually entered a room, turned on the air conditioning, ate some snacks he brought, filled his stomach, and then re-entered the game. When I returned to the game, Yu Ruxiang had already successfully cleared the 10th level of the secret realm, but it seemed that she had encountered a little trouble, for players with the prefix King had been following Yu Ruxiang wherever she went. When Yifan approached, he heard them say, Yu Ruxiang, it's your good fortune that our leader invited you to join.
Don't act so high and mighty here.
That's right, our leader specially spent 5,000 gold coins to teleport you from another newbie village just to level up with you, but you don't appreciate it? Yu Ruxiang, you better agree quickly. Our leader has been waiting for a long time. If you make our leader unhappy, don't think you can level up here. Seeing that Yu Ruxiang didn't appreciate their kind words, they had to resort to threats.
After all, the meaning of King's madness was to persuade Yu Ruxiang to join the King's guild, but they didn't specify how. Move aside.
Yu Ruxiang raised her eyebrows. These people were like annoying flies that had been bothering her for almost 10 minutes. In the game Desolate Path, players could hide their appearance, level, equipment, etc., but they couldn't hide their IDs, so Yu Ruxiang was helpless.
What's wrong?
Yifan walked over and asked.
Yu Ruxiang was his bound priest. How could he just stand by and watch her being bullied? Besides, he also wanted to test the power of hundredfold counterattack against players. It might be more interesting than fighting monsters. Where did this trash shield warrior come from? Get lost. King Yean scolded, thinking that Yifan was trying to approach Yu Ruxiang. Let's go, let's ignore these people, Yu Ruxiang said as she walked to Yifan's side. They had already cleared the 10th level of the secret realm, and the leveling area they could go to was not accessible to the 4 players from the King's Guild. The reason Yu Ruxiang didn't go to a level 10 or higher area to hide was because she was afraid they would discover that her level had already surpassed 10, which would inevitably cause bigger trouble. Oh, you know each other? Kid, the King's Guild means business. You better get lost. King Tianxia sneered. There were more than 20 members of the King's Guild in Newbie Village 88888, and they could practically walk around freely. Is the King's Guild very powerful? Yifan asked in return. Although he had been reborn, he still couldn't forget how the members of the King's Guild in his previous life snatched his platinum boss. He had joined a team that had fought the boss for over an hour, and it was almost dead, but the members of the King's Guild came and stole it. Not only did they snatch the platinum boss, but they also wiped out their 12-person team. It was extremely domineering and unreasonable. But Zhu Feng, are you new here? You don't even know our King's Guild? King Tianxia laughed. After the arrival of King's Madness, they practically ruled Newbie Village 88888, and no player in their right mind would provoke the members of the King's Guild. Why waste time talking to him? If you don't want to be killed back to level 0, get lost. The King's Guild's business is not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can meddle in. King Yean shook the dagger in his hand. He was an assassin, and even a shield warrior couldn't withstand his damage in the early stages. Yifan smiled and showed a very sunny smile. King's Madness doesn't have the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of me. What are you? The 4 members of the King's Guild were stunned for a moment after hearing Yifan's words, but then they all burst into laughter. This kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm afraid he's just an ignorant bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Haha, he even said that our guild leader doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of him. With just a normal attack from our guild leader, this kid would probably be killed instantly. Alright, let's quickly deal with this kid. The guild leader is offline for business and will be back soon. When the president comes back, if we haven't finished this matter, we will definitely get scolded. Wang Xiandian was too lazy to continue playing with this useless shield guard who didn't know any better. With a flash of his figure, he directly launched the assassin skill, Shadow Assault, towards Yifan. Shadow Assault can increase the speed of the assassin profession, as if a residual image rushes behind the target, then deals at least 1.5 times backstab damage. If a critical hit is triggered, then the damage becomes extremely terrifying. The critical hit damage of the assassin profession is as high as 250%, which means that the damage caused by a critical hit is 2.5 times that of a non-critical hit. Yifan had long been familiar with various professions, and he was well aware of the skills of assassins. Faced with Wang Xiandian's attack, he didn't even bother to defend himself. Go to hell! Wang Xiandian rushed to Yifan's back at the fastest speed, wielding the dagger in his hand and stabbing towards Yifan's neck. The dagger in his hand was a level 5 red equipment, which was dropped when Wang Xiandian was leveling up as the king. However, there weren't many assassin players in the guild, and Wang Xiandian was quite active, so Wang Xiandian directly gave this weapon to him. Red equipment is of a higher grade than purple equipment, and the bonus attributes are very considerable. This was also the reason why he dared to launch an attack in front of Yifan. He had the confidence to do so. Minus 35 damage appeared above Yifan's head, without triggering a critical hit. Wang Xiandian was not very satisfied with this damage, but something that terrified him happened. He found that his health had been cleared to 0 at some point. Minus 3,500. Wang Xiandian's health was only a little over 300 points, mainly relying on the bonus attributes of his equipment to reach such a high level, because he had allocated all his attribute points to strength and agility. How did Yun Dian get killed in one hit? What's going on? I only saw Yun Dian brother deal 35 points of damage, and then he was killed in one hit. Kid, what did you do? The incident happened suddenly, and they didn't notice the huge amount of damage that appeared when Wang Xiandian died. Faced with the questioning of these members of the King's Guild, Yifan smiled and remained silent. He didn't have the intention to explain to them. Hundredfold counter, this heaven-defying talent would sooner or later be discovered by other players, because if one observed carefully, it could be inferred from the damage. However, before it was discovered, Yifan felt that he could make better use of this hundredfold counter talent and give the King's Guild a big surprise. After resurrecting at the respawn point in the newbie village, Wang Xiandian's face looked very ugly. He was actually killed inexplicably. After death, he directly dropped a level. Originally, he was about to level up to level 7, but now, not only did his current experience reset to 0, but he also dropped back to level 5. This meant that he lost about 2 levels of experience. Wang Xiandian walked out of the respawn point and immediately ran in the direction he came from. He wanted to figure out who had killed him and how they had done it. Although his health was only a little over 300 points, there were not many players at the current level who could kill him in one hit. Yifan invited Yu Rushuang to join the team, and Yu Rushuang directly used a slow healing on Yifan. In fact, Yifan only received 35 points of damage, and this damage would be restored if he stood still for a moment. Be careful, they might attack you. Yifan sent a message to Yu Rushuang. Although his 100-fold counter talent was powerful, if these members of the King's Guild didn't attack him, he couldn't do anything to them because his current damage was too low. However, this problem would be solved once he reached level 15 and left the newbie village. Being passive was not Yifan's style. Why don't we go directly to the leveling area above level 10? After all, these members of the King's Guild can't go there. Yu Rushuang thought that Yifan was opposing the King's Guild because of her and replied with a message. Don't be afraid, when the King's Madness comes online, I'll kill him back to level 0 first. This King's Guild is not a good thing. Yifan said confidently. He not only wanted to make the King's Madness drop back to level 0, but also make him leave the newbie village of 88,888 with a face full of dirt and spend 5,000 gold coins. It was truly a deep-seated grudge from the previous life. Be careful. Yu Rushuang understood Yifan's strength and knew that the members of these King's Guilds were no match for him, especially with her healing support. Why are you still standing there? Kill this kid. King Yundian hurriedly rushed back, only to find that both sides seemed harmonious and not fighting at all, which made him furious. Yundian, how did you get killed in an instant? I didn't even react. King Tianxia asked. Yeah, how did you suddenly get killed? Did the game have a bug? They clearly saw that Yifan didn't even move while Bai Zhou Chengfeng attacked, but King Yundian attacked first and got killed after dealing damage. How the hell should I know? King Yundian's face turned ugly. He saw the 3,500 damage that appeared after his death, and he was still a bit confused. How could a player at this stage deal such high damage? Even if he drew an S-level talent that increased damage, it wouldn't be this high, unless he drew the only SSS level talent. Let's attack together and kill this trash shield warrior back to level 0. It's really unlucky, he even caused me to drop a level. King Yundian clenched his dagger and cursed as he rushed towards Yifan again. The other 3 members of the King's Guild, a warrior, a mage, and an archer, also launched their skills at Yifan. Shadow Assault, Cleave, Fireball, 2-star Arrow. The 4 skills hit Yifan. -78, -42, -29, -19, -17. 5 damage numbers appeared above Yifan's head. The archer's 2-star arrow shot 2 arrows at once, causing 2 instances of damage. -7,800, -4,200, -2,900, -1,900. For terrifying damage numbers appeared above the heads of the King's Guild members, and their health dropped to 0 instantly. King Yundian's damage triggered a critical hit this time, but before he could be happy, he had already respawned at the newbie village. What the hell is going on? The 4 of them came out of the respawn point with furrowed brows, completely confused about what had just happened. They did cause damage to Bai Zhou Chengfeng, but not only did they fail to kill him, they were all killed and sent back to the respawn point. Something's fishy. King Yundian didn't let anger cloud his judgment this time. Dying once could be a coincidence, but dying twice in a row, and all 4 of them dying together, was no longer a coincidence. They wanted to figure out what was going on, but Yifan didn't plan to give them that chance. If they found out what was happening, his plan would be ruined. So, Yifan, who had been fully healed by Yu Rushuang, went straight to the respawn point, picked up his shield, and smashed it towards King Yundian's head. -15, a pitiful amount of damage appeared above King Yundian's head. Yifan stood in front of King Yundian, smiling mischievously. He didn't intend to kill King Yundian with damage, he was just provoking him, forcing King Yundian and his group to attack him. Kid, do you know what you're doing? King Yundian said coldly. He still hadn't figured out what was going on, so he didn't dare to act rashly. -13, Yifan responded to King Yundian with another shield strike. The damage was not high, but it was infuriating. You're asking for death. King Yundian couldn't bear it anymore and stabbed at Yifan with his dagger. -28, -2,800, King Yundian had just left the respawn point, but immediately returned to it death 3 times. His level has dropped to LV3 now. If he dies 3 more times, he will directly return to level 0. Yifan also has no intention of letting go of the members of the other 3 king guilds, giving them a low but very annoying shield strike one by one, mainly because he always likes to smash their heads. The mages and archers held back and did not attack Yifan, but only the king of the world, that warrior, couldn't help but use a cleave on Yifan. -33 to 3,300. The consequence of being careless is, the king of the world dies and drops a level again, appearing at the resurrection point. Don't attack him. King Yean seemed to have figured it out and immediately shouted, if they continue like this, they will all have to return to level 0. Bang! -16. Yifan didn't care what King Yean said. When he saw him coming out, he immediately used a shield, and he had to admit that the feeling of fighting in the game was really cool, with a strong sense of impact. Damn it! King Yean's eyes were about to burst into flames, but now was not the time to act impulsively. It took them a lot of effort to level up, and if they dropped to 0, who knows how long it would take to catch up with other players. Didn't you want to kill me back to level 0? Why did you stop attacking? Yifan said with a smile. Let's go. King Yean's expression changed for a moment, and he quickly left with the other 3 team members, as if escaping from a flood and a fierce beast. At this time, Yu Ruxiang walked up to Yifan and asked, are you really planning to attack King Kwang? She had met King Kwang in real life, or to be more precise, they had only met once, but she knew King Kwang's identity in real life, and it was not wise to be enemies with him. What's wrong? It seems like you know King Kwang? Yifan sensed a hint of meaning in Yu Ruxiang's words, but it was not too surprising. In the previous life, some people speculated that the photo of Yu Ruxiang in real life was exposed by King Kwang. I met King Kwang once in real life. His identity is not simple, so, if you want to attack King Kwang, don't reveal any of your information, otherwise he might cause trouble for you in real life. Yu Ruxiang said seriously. Her game ID in Desolate Road was only revealed after her parents asked countless questions. She knew that this would bring her a lot of trouble in the game, but there was no other way. If she didn't reveal it, her family's business would be affected. In fact, it was true. On the second day of the game's launch, King Kwang came directly to her. Don't worry, even you won't know my information, let alone let King Kwang know. Yifan was not worried about this. Even if King Kwang's real-life identity was powerful, he would never be able to obtain any real-life information of players from Lingyun Game Company. Because Lingyun Game Company had no control over this, it was completely controlled by the Cloud God. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Rather than saying that Lingyun Game Company created Desolate Road, it was more accurate to say that Lingyun Game Company was just an agent. The true creator of Desolate Road was the intelligent mainframe Cloud God, but this did not prevent Lingyun Game Company from making a lot of money. Just the money from selling game devices worldwide had made Lingyun Game Company the richest company in the world, not to mention the consignment platform in the game, which collected a huge amount of fees every day. Well, as long as you don't reveal it voluntarily, King Kwang won't be able to find you. Yu Ruxiang nodded and said. She didn't have a good impression of King Kwang, so she felt a bit relieved in her heart when she heard that Yifan was going to deal with him. Let's go level up first. When King Kwang comes online, we'll go find trouble with him. Yifan walked towards the direction of the leveling area above level 10, and Yu Ruxiang quickly followed. King Yean stopped far away and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yifan didn't catch up. Did you notice anything? King Cloud Peak frowned and asked. The little shield guard that he initially looked down upon turned out to be so strange, causing him to drop 3 levels in a row. It seems like whenever we attack him, our own health points get reset to 0. King of the World spoke up, having dropped 2 levels and returned to level 4, feeling particularly angry about it. Could this be a cheat? How is it possible that we die whenever we attack him? Mage King Nameless couldn't help but speak up. Wait until the boss comes online, let's tell him about this, he should know more than us. Archer King Longbow said. As they were talking, King Mad came online. The boss is here, let's go and tell him about this. King Cloud Peak led the 3 of them towards the place where King Mad had logged off before. King Mad looked at the arrival of the 3 and couldn't help but furrow his brows, speaking in a deep voice. Haven't you finished the task I assigned to you? He had specifically instructed them before leaving to find Yu Ruxiang and bring her over, but only the 4 of them had come. Boss, we have something important to report to you. King Cloud Peak quickly walked up to King Mad's side and carefully recounted what had happened earlier. What nonsense are you talking about, dying with just 1 attack? King Mad couldn't help but want to slap King Cloud Peak when he heard his words, thinking he was talking nonsense in broad daylight. It's true, boss, we all saw it, and look at our levels. King of the World said. The one with the lowest level dropped 1 level, while the others dropped 3 levels and 2 levels respectively. If King of the World hadn't said anything, King Mad wouldn't have known that they had suddenly dropped so many levels. What have you been eating?
Dropping levels for no reason, you're all useless. They didn't know how to refute King Mad's words. Even they themselves were still confused about the sudden level drops.
Where is that trash shield guard now?
King Mad narrowed his eyes, wanting to meet this shield guard and see if he was really as strange as they said.
We didn't pay attention.
King Cloud Peak couldn't bring himself to mention their hasty retreat, otherwise they might get scolded. Go out and find him, notify me immediately when you find him, bunch of idiots.
King Mad scolded. King Cloud Peak and the others didn't dare to delay and quickly dispersed to search for Baju Chenfeng.
Yu Ruxiang didn't know that King Mad had come online yet. In order to avoid exposing her level situation in advance, she secretly blocked King Mad. Although doing so might cause some trouble for her family, she really didn't want to face King Mad. Yifan stopped leveling after killing an 11th level wild monster, Brute Rhino, with a counterattack, saying, let's go back to the newbie village. King Mad should have come online by now. Yu Ruxiang nodded and followed Yifan towards the direction of the newbie village.
By the way, you know King Mad, should we avoid him?
I'm afraid it will cause trouble for you if we meet him. Yifan suddenly remembered this and turned to ask.
It's fine, as long as you don't mind, he will at most vent his anger on you.
Yu Ruxiang chuckled lightly.
That's good, I was afraid he wouldn't dare to come trouble me.
Yifan thought for a moment and decided to put on the purple equipment, Golden Wolf King leggings, that he had previously obtained from the warehouse.
Golden Wolf King leggings, purple equipment leggings, required level to wear, 10, plus 30 constitution, plus 15 agility. When attacked, there is a 2% chance to restore 5% health, cooldown of 30 seconds.
Tradable, he had been busy leveling up before and didn't think about this piece of equipment, and currently, his need for equipment wasn't very high, so he didn't put it on immediately when he reached level 10. 30 points of constitution could provide him with 300 health points, which was considered a small treasure, and there was also a chance to restore health.
Look, that kid over there.
The king's longbow was the first to spot Yean riding the wind and immediately notified the king's world beside him. The king's world didn't hesitate and immediately initiated a voice call to the king's madman. Boss, that shield guard appeared in the newbie village, and Moonlight Frost is also there. The shield guard's ID is Yean riding the wind. After reporting, the two of them kept their distance and followed behind Yifan and Moonlight Frost, ready to continue reporting their new location. After receiving the news, the king's madman immediately led a group of brothers from the king's guild and aggressively walked towards the newbie village. When the players in the number 88,888 newbie village saw the king's madman's team, they all moved away, afraid of accidentally provoking them. Seeing such a big scene, Yifan knew without looking that the king's madman had arrived. Not to mention anything else, the king's madman was really rich and willing to spend money in the game. It was estimated that he was on par with the Yi family in Yanjing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a loyal group of guild members who had all jumped ship from other games.
It should be noted that the king's madman would often scold his subordinates.
Only money could make them willing to endure the scolding. However, he had previously lost to Hand of God in the bidding for the Golden Wolf King's greatsword, which had become a shame in his gaming career.
Yean riding the wind.
The king's madman shouted Yifan's game ID word by word, with a gnashing of teeth, as if there was some deep-seated hatred between them that was difficult to resolve. Yifan took a step forward, blocking Moonlight Frost behind him, and said, "So you're the boss those four rookies were talking about?
You don't look that impressive.
They were bragging about how awesome you are in front of me." The king's madman frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "If someone said this in front of me, their fate would definitely be to be killed and quit the game."
So you mean, I won't have any trouble saying this?
Yifan played with the shield in his hand. This broken shield was the newbie weapon the system gave him when it was still level 0, and it looked a bit bitter.
No trouble? The king's madman couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth.
"You dare to touch the woman I'm interested in, I will make you regret coming into this world. You can eat a meal messily, but you can't talk nonsense. Whether Moonlight Frost is your woman or not is hard to say, but I haven't touched her."
"You can't slander my innocence out of thin air," Yifan retorted.
Sharp-tongued, "I hope you still have the mind to play with words later." The king's madman directly lifted the long sword in his hand and rushed towards Yifan. The 10 or so lackeys that the king's madman brought with him stood still, watching the show.
It's no wonder that rich people like to pay attention to appearances.
The king's madman came with a group of people in a domineering manner, but ended up being the first one to fight, leaving his lackeys to watch the show from behind. Yifan was very curious.
Didn't the people from the king's Cloud Peak tell the king's madman about his situation? Where did he get the confidence to think he could fight alone?
However, this was exactly what Yifan wanted. If the king's madman didn't dare to make a move because of fear, then before leaving the newbie village, Yifan really wouldn't have any way to deal with the king's madman.
You resort to violence at the drop of a hat, truly worthy of being the king's madman. Yifan didn't even bother to raise his shield. Even if the king's madman used his highest damage skill, he wouldn't be able to one-shot him. The players watching from a distance couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh, as if they could already see Yifan being killed under the sword of the king's madman. This shield guard is really reckless, actually provoking the people from the king's guild. I'm afraid he won't be able to survive in the number 88,888 newbie village. He can only wait until all the people from the King's Guild leave the newbie village before he has a chance to enter the game and level up. The people from the King's Guild are too overbearing and shameless. They've stolen many of the low-health monsters from my team many times, and every time, I dare not speak up in anger. You see that shield guard still holding the newbie weapon given by the system when he just entered the game. Why would someone with no strength provoke the King's Guild? It's really foolish. Compared to us, at least this shield guard has commendable courage to challenge the King's Guild. Unfortunately, this kind of behavior is doomed to fail, not knowing any better. Thunder break! The king's madman raised his long sword high, leaped up, and fiercely slashed towards Yifan's head. This sword carried a terrifying thunderous sound, with blue electric arcs flashing on the blade. Yifan slightly dodged the sword aimed at his head, but the blade still struck his shoulder. Minus 422, a 3-digit damage number appeared above Yifan's head, which surprised him. He didn't expect the damage from the king's madman's Thunder Break skill to be so high. After all, with the Golden Wolf King leggings equipped, his physique increased by 30 points, plus 1 point of physique for each level up, and all attribute points added to physique. His defense now reached over 100 points, but it still caused 422 points of damage. Minus 42,200. An even more terrifying damage number, over 42,000, appeared above the king's madman's head. Even ordinary small bosses didn't have that much health. Without a doubt, the king's madman's health quickly dropped to 0 and he directly respawned at the newbie village. After the king's madman died, he also dropped an equipment piece, accompanied by a flashing special effect. Yifan quickly picked up the equipment from the ground and put it in his backpack. After all, there were still many members of the King's Guild around, and he couldn't let them retrieve it. Thunder Break Sword, Purple Grey Giant Sword, required level 5 to equip, strength plus 20, critical hit rate plus 15%, ignores 10% of the target's defense when attacking, with the skill, Thunder Break. Thunder Break, leaps and strikes, dealing 200% true damage, ignoring the target's defense, cooldown time of 15 minutes. This skill actually deals true damage that ignores defense, no wonder the damage is so high. After reading the attributes of the weapon dropped by the king's madman, Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. If it weren't for the low level of this weapon, it would truly be a purple-grade weapon with incredible attributes. In Desolate Path, the equipment grades from low to high are white, blue, red, purple, pink, legendary, epic, and mythological. For ordinary players, being able to gather a full set of legendary equipment in the late game is considered very good. Therefore, in the early game, purple and pink equipment are the most sought after, as legendary equipment is too rare, and epic and mythological equipment, obtaining even one piece is considered lucky. In the previous life, the epic and mythological equipment auctioned off all sold for sky-high prices. Even mythological equipment with average attributes could be sold for over 10 million gold coins because epic and mythological equipment have set effects, so there are many wealthy players pursuing them. Yifan directly stored the Thunder Break Sword, this giant sword, in his backpack. Although its level was a bit low, selling it for a few hundred or even a few thousand gold coins wouldn't be difficult. Maybe the king's madman would even want to buy it back with money later. Did I just see over 42,000 damage? Am I seeing things? This shield guard is so powerful, directly killing the king's madman and seems to have taken something dropped by the king's madman after his death. I also saw the over 42,000 damage above the king's madman's head. It's too exaggerated. Could this shield guard be cheating? How could cheating happen in the game Desolate Path? But I'm also a shield guard like him. Why is there such a big difference? The leader of the infamous King's Guild, King's Madman, was actually killed instantly. This not only caused discussions among the onlookers, but even the members of the King's Guild were confused when they saw this scene. How was the King's Fury killed in an instant? Over 40,000 damage, this is too terrifying. It's only been 2 days since the game Desolate Path started, and it's not like the previous web game where you start with a dragon-slaying knife that deals 99,999 damage in one hit. When the King's Fury walked out of the resurrection point in the newbie village, his face was gloomy and somewhat terrifying. He was actually killed in an instant. Not only did he lose a level, but even the decent purple equipment, the Thundering Sword, dropped. The most crucial thing is that he doesn't know how he died. He only used the skill Thundering Break that came with the weapon after toasting with wine,
and his health was instantly reduced to 0. He rushed back to the scene as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the one who killed him, Ba Jiu Changfeng, hadn't left yet. He wouldn't give up until he retrieved the dropped weapon. At that time, this little top-quality purple longsword was bought by him for 10,000 gold coins on the consignment platform, to make up for his regret of not winning the bid for the Golden Wolf King greatsword.
Kid, hand over the equipment, otherwise, think about the consequences yourself. The King's Fury shouted sternly. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. King's Fury, why do you talk like a child? Didn't you say before that you would make me regret coming to this world? If I can regret coming to this world, then what do I have to worry about? I've seen the attributes of that purple equipment, it's quite top quality. If you want it, I'll give you a discount, 5,000 gold coins, how about it? Not only did he pick up the equipment dropped by the King's Fury, but he also wanted him to spend 5,000 gold coins to buy it back. This is something that probably only Yi Fan could do in the newbie village number 88888. The King's Fury was furious, took out a level 5 blue longsword and put it on, and dropped the thundering sword. He didn't have any replacement equipment for a while. You're asking for death. The King's Fury looked at his dozen or so subordinates and ordered, everyone attack together and kill this Ba Jiu Changfeng. I want to see how extraordinary he really is. At this time, the onlookers had already started recording videos. It would be a pity not to record such an exciting scene. The previous scene of the King's Fury attacking Ba Jiu Changfeng had also been recorded by several players and uploaded to the forum. For a while, a dozen players launched their skills towards Yi Fan, intending to kill him with skill damage. The King's Fury himself also rushed up, not to kill Yi Fan, but to resolve his hatred. Faced with this lineup, Yi Fan became a bit more serious. Fortunately, he had put on the Golden Wolf King leggings from the warehouse earlier, otherwise, he might have been killed by the damage from so many players. Yu Ruoxiang stepped back a bit to avoid being affected by those skills, ready to heal Yi Fan at any time. -11, -15, -29, -22, -35. A bunch of damage numbers appeared above Yi Fan's head, densely packed. Yi Fan's health was rapidly decreasing, but Yu Ruoxiang quickly restored his health. Because these players from the King's Guild only had one chance to attack. With Yi Fan's defense of over 100 points, the damage from these people seemed somewhat insignificant. Each player who caused damage to Yi Fan received 100 times the counter damage and returned to the newbie village's resurrection point one by one. This included the King's Fury, who dealt 48 points of damage to Yi Fan with a slash, and then his head directly showed -4,800 damage, immediately reducing his health to 0 and returning to the resurrection point. This scene completely shocked all the onlookers. They didn't know how to describe this scene, they just felt like a group of moths flying into the fire, seeking their own destruction. Moreover, the players from those King's Guilds were taking 4-digit damage, which was completely unimaginable in the early stages of the game. After all, King's Madness used a skill that ignored defense against Yi Fan, causing a real damage of 422 points. Except for the two confused priests, King's Madness and the dozen or so underlings he brought all went back to the resurrection point. Various equipment dropped on the ground, about 7 or 8 pieces. Yi Fan walked over and picked them all up. Even if the attributes of these equipment were not great, it didn't matter. He would sell them cheaply to the NPC shop later, at least not letting the players from the King's Guild pick them up again. Let's go, let's block the resurrection point, Yi Fan said to Yu Ruoxiang. Not letting King's Madness drop levels to the point of doubting life, that would be a testament to his strong mental resilience. The onlookers followed Yi Fan not far behind. Most of the onlookers felt relieved that the dominant King's Guild suffered such a big loss. If it weren't for their lack of strength and fear of retaliation afterwards, they would have loved to personally teach those people from the King's Guild a lesson. Boss, what's going on? My HP was inexplicably reduced to 0, isn't that strange? Yes, my HP dropped to 0 in an instant, not gradually. How was this one-shot damage caused? Who is this wine riding the wind? What's his background? It's really hard to accept. Could it be a bug in the game? The resurrection point in the newbie village was bustling for the first time. Suddenly, more than a dozen players resurrected. Those players who were unaware became curious, but when they saw that they were members of the King's Guild, their curiosity vanished. They even quickened their pace to avoid trouble. Quiet down, everyone. King's Madness was in a terrible mood. He was very unlucky. He even dropped his only purple equipment, a level 7 sword. He dropped back to level 5 in an instant. Anyone in his shoes would not be in a good mood. Do any of you know what's going on? What about King's Cloud Peak? King's Cloud Peak, who had dropped 2 levels, silently walked over. He didn't want to attack Wine riding the wind, but when King's Madness spoke, he didn't dare to defy him. As a result, he dropped another level. He was really unlucky. He even dropped the red dagger that King's Madness had given him. It was a huge loss. "Boss, we told you before, the sky is strange," King's Cloud Peak whispered. "What? Are you blaming me for not listening to you?" King's Madness snorted coldly. No, boss, that's not what I meant. But this guy is indeed strange. Whenever we attack him, we die instantly. Could it be, does he have equipment that reflects damage?" King's Cloud Peak glanced at King's Madness. Reflect damage? After hearing King's Cloud Peak's words, King's Madness felt that there was some truth to it. Other games did have equipment that reflected damage, so it wouldn't be strange if there were such equipment in Wild Path. However, the effect of reflecting damage couldn't be this powerful, right? Those equipment that reflected 10 to 20% damage were already incredibly strong. But Yean riding the wind's situation was clearly not the same. Could he really have such incredibly powerful equipment? King's Madness's eyes lit up. If he could get such powerful equipment, who in the game would be his opponent? It's not surprising that King's Madness didn't think about the only SSS level talent. In his understanding, anyone who could draw an SSS level talent wouldn't play as a shield guard. Even if a player spent 100 million to draw an S-level talent, they wouldn't play as a shield guard. After all, playing as a shield guard didn't require any S-level or higher talents. In this kind of habitual thinking, King's Madness naturally believed that Yean riding the wind had an incredibly powerful piece of equipment. Other players in the King's Guild saw the expression on King's Madness's face and knew that he had set his sights on the equipment on wind riding Yean's body. "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" Yean leisurely walked to the resurrection point in the newbie village and looked at King's Madness and the others chatting there, unable to help but tease. Wind riding Yean. King's Madness looked at Yean with less resentment in his eyes and instead showed a hint of fanaticism, as if Yean was a beautiful woman without clothes. Yean was disgusted by King's Madness's gaze and couldn't help but shudder, wondering if King's Madness had been hit and gone crazy. "I'm telling you, can you stop looking at me like that? I'm not interested in men," Yean said with disdain. "Wind riding Yean, I want to make a trade with you." King's Madness decided to be polite first. After all, if Yean really had such amazing equipment, it would be too costly for the players of the King's Guild to try to kill Yean to obtain that equipment. If possible, he would rather spend a large sum of money to buy that equipment. After all, in Wild Road, it is difficult to catch up if you fall behind in game levels. "It's good that you figured it out." Yean smiled and took out the thundering sword. "I'll sell you this top-grade weapon for 5,000 gold coins. You're making a big profit. First, sell the thundering sword back to King's Madness, and then kill him to make the thundering sword drop." Yean started to calculate crazily in his mind. This is simply a good way to get rich. In order to leave a good impression on Yean and ensure that the subsequent transaction can be successfully completed, King's Madness directly sent a trade invitation to Yean and bought back the thundering sword for 5,000 gold coins. "You're really generous, King's Madness." Yean was delighted. This money was too easy to earn. "Wind riding Yean, I want." "You're thinking too much." Before King's Madness finished speaking, Yean directly raised his shield and smashed it on King's Madness's head. -11, who said we were brothers? Yean looked disgusted, as if being called brothers with King's Madness was a very embarrassing thing. In fact, it was true. In the previous life, anyone who had any relationship with the King's Guild was treated like a rat crossing the street, very unwelcome. "Wind riding Yean, I just wanted to talk to you about a trade." King's Madness suppressed his anger. The damage Yean caused to him was minimal, but this behavior was full of provocation. "A trade? Hasn't it already been completed?" Yean was curious about what King's Madness was up to. "You should have a piece of equipment with amazing attributes on you, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to kill all of us in an instant. Name your price, I want to buy it," King's Madness said. "King's Madness, do you really think I'm a child? If I sell that equipment, won't you guys kill me until I quit the game?" Yean never expected that King's Madness would associate the previous incident with the equipment's attributes. But this gave Yean a good excuse, so he immediately went along with it. If King's Madness knew that it was the effect of the SSS level talent that Yean drew, he would definitely not have the intention to oppose Yean, because that would be completely boring. But if it was an equipment, the significance would be completely different, because equipment has a chance to drop when a player dies, and as long as the equipment's attributes are powerful enough, it is worth taking risks for them. "Wind riding Yean, I can guarantee that as long as you sell me that equipment, the members of the King's Guild will never trouble you in Wild Road in the future. If you're willing, you can even join the King's Guild when you establish your own guild, and I'll make you a Hall Master." King's Madness extended an olive branch, and Yean's words made him even more determined in his own thoughts. Yean must have a piece of equipment with amazing attributes.
Your guarantee, King's Madness, to be honest, is worthless to me. Yi Fan doesn't give any face to the King's Madness. He hopes to provoke the King's Madness and make him lose a few levels in a moment of impulse. If he's lucky, the Thundering Sword might drop again. Toast to the wind, don't refuse the wine or you'll be punished with more wine.
Do you really think that having that equipment will keep you safe in the game? Have you ever thought that after leaving the newbie village, all the members of the King's Guild will gather together and thousands of players will come after you? Can you handle that? The King's Madness started threatening, using coercion when persuasion failed.
This was his usual tactic.
Think carefully.
It's not wise to make enemies with the King's Guild, and besides, I'm not taking your equipment for free.
Name your price, as long as it's not outrageous, I can accept it.
If the King's Madness said these words to other players, they would definitely waver. Not only could they establish a relationship with the King's Guild, but they could also have a fortune that could last for generations. There was no need to consider this matter at all. But now, the King's Madness was saying these words to Yi Fan, which was like playing the lute to a cow. Not to mention that Yi Fan didn't have the godly equipment that the King's Madness imagined. Even if he did, he wouldn't sell it to the King's Madness.
1 trillion, do you have it? Yi Fan teased. Looks like there's nothing to talk about? The King's Madness wasn't a fool.
He immediately knew that Yi Fan was deliberately humiliating him.
Yu Ruxiang,
it's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do to your family. The King's Madness looked towards Yu Ruxiang, who was not far away, and threatened. With Yu Ruxiang healing Yi Fan, they couldn't possibly kill him with damage. Yu Ruxiang's healing skills could easily restore Yi Fan's lost health. After hearing this, Yu Ruxiang frowned and looked at Yi Fan.
It's fine, just stay away. With these people, they can't do anything to me. Yi Fan understood Yu Ruxiang's dilemma and waved his hand.
Although Yi Fan was only at level 10, with the 30 points of constitution from the Golden Wolf King's leggings, his current constitution was 100 points, which translated to 1,000 health points. In addition to his defense of over 100 points, except for the King's Madness Thundering Sword's accompanying skill, Thundering Break, which posed a significant threat to Yi Fan, the other players couldn't do much damage to him.
Be careful.
Yu Ruxiang whispered and secretly used a skill, Rain Shower, to increase Yi Fan's maximum health by 10%. The duration was 10 minutes. This small action naturally didn't escape the King's Madness eyes, but he didn't have time to care about it now. As long as Yu Ruxiang didn't interfere for a while, he couldn't be bothered with these trivial matters.
Toast to the wind, it's not too late to regret now. You should understand that. Even though our King's Guild members can't do anything to you in the newbie village, what about after leaving the newbie village? The King's Madness made a final effort. He didn't want to risk losing levels unless absolutely necessary.
And he knew that even without Yu Ruxiang healing Yi Fan, their hope of killing him was slim, let alone the chance of dropping his items.
It's just a piece of equipment, why be so stubborn? I can give you a fortune that you can't spend in a lifetime. Isn't that more practical than a piece of equipment? The King's Madness really couldn't understand why Yi Fan would refuse. 99% of players faced with this choice wouldn't hesitate at all. Having a fortune that could last a lifetime, wouldn't it make life more comfortable? You make a valid point. Yi Fan couldn't help but nod.
King Crazy saw the situation and felt delighted, thinking that there was a turning point in the situation. He continued, as long as the attributes of that equipment satisfy me, I will definitely satisfy you. Not only can I give you endless wealth, but also luxury cars and mansions. Very tempting, but I refuse. Yi Fan shook his head. What did you say? King Crazy was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Yi Fan went up and delivered a shield strike to King Crazy's head. -10. I hate it when people ask me what I said as if they were deaf.
Wasn't what I said clear enough?
After saying that, he raised his shield and delivered another shield strike.
-11. You. King Crazy was so angry that he trembled all over, roaring, attack him, keep respawning and continue attacking even if you die, even if you drop to level 0. This location was right next to the respawn point in the newbie village. After they died, they could immediately respawn and rejoin the battle.
In theory, as long as Yi Fan stood here like a fool and didn't leave, there was a possibility of wearing him down. Yi Fan was certainly not a fool and knew that it was disadvantageous for him to stay here.
However, he had no intention of leaving.
At least, he didn't want to leave before King Crazy and his gang dropped to level 0. Under King Crazy's command, the players from the King Guild attacked Yi Fan with determination. Even the 2 priests who rushed back from a distance launched 2 normal attacks at Yi Fan, but they couldn't break through his defense and only caused 1 point of mandatory damage.
-29, -19, -1, -33, -27.
Another round of damage appeared above Yi Fan's head. As expected, except for the 2 priest players,
the rest of the players returned to the respawn point once again. Thunder Break. King Crazy knew he couldn't just stand by. Among these people, only he could deal 3-digit damage. If he didn't participate in the battle, they wouldn't be able to kill Yifan no matter what. Minus 399 perhaps because King Crazy had dropped a level, the damage caused by Thunder Break was dozens of points lower than before. But this didn't change the outcome. Minus 39,900 a damage as high as 39,000 appeared above King Crazy's head, sending him back to the respawn point directly. What a pity, Thunder Sword didn't drop. Yifan sighed and used a bottle of low-level red potion and a bottle of medium-level red potion to slowly restore his lost health. Minus 25, minus 23, minus 15. The King Guild players who respawned once again launched an attack on Yifan. This was King Crazy's tactic, using a sea of people strategy until Yifan's health was depleted. Without a priest to heal him, the recovery from the low-level and medium-level red potions was limited. The low-level red potion could only increase health by 50 points at a time, and the medium-level red potion could only increase health by 100 points at a time. However, the use of red potions had a cooldown time, and they could only be used once every 30 seconds. After leaving the respawn point, King Crazy didn't hesitate at all and immediately rushed towards Yifan, launching another skill, Flame Slash. When using Flame Slash, the blade seemed to be engulfed in flames, making it look very cool. Thunder Break had a cooldown time of 15 minutes, so King Crazy had to settle for Flame Slash. In any case, he had to reduce Yifan's health. Unfortunately, the damage caused by Flame Slash was much lower compared to Thunder Break. This was due to Yifan already being at level 10, with the suppression of levels, and he had allocated all his attribute points to physique, resulting in high defense. Minus 99, minus 9,900. The skill Flame Slash used by King Crazy didn't even cause 3-digit damage, as if he was tickling Yifan. Meanwhile, King Crazy had already dropped to level 4 and couldn't even equip the level 5 Thunder Sword. Even so, King Mad is still unwilling to give up, just as he said at the beginning, even if he falls to level 0, he will continue to launch attacks. Yifan's worries were completely unnecessary. The damage caused by the decrease in the levels of these players was too low, especially after King Mad was unable to use Thunder Break. The pressure decreased sharply. King Mad was also furious and didn't even bother to put the level 5 purple equipment sword Thunder Sword in the warehouse. As a result, he dropped 2 levels and let Yifan pick up the cheap loot. Your persistence moves me, Yifan said, looking at his remaining 1/3 of his health, unable to help but sigh. At this time, except for King Mad himself, the other members of the King's Guild had all dropped to level 0. Those players who dropped to level 0 still did not give up their attacks because King Mad had not called for a stop. Even though their attacks now only caused a little damage, they couldn't break through Yifan's defense. King Mad, do you regret it? Yifan asked calmly. After these players dropped below level 4, they could hardly cause any damage to Yifan. Dropping to level 0 meant complete defeat. So even though Yifan only had 1/4 of his health left, it was still an insurmountable barrier for these players in the King's Guild. I really regret not launching a siege against you from the beginning. King Mad walked up to Yifan with a stick in his hand. His equipment could not be worn due to insufficient level, so without a weapon, the system would give the player a stick, which had no attributes. Minus 1 to 100. King Mad raised the stick and hit Yifan, causing a small amount of damage to him, but he himself lost 100 points. Even so, he still swung the second stick and hit Yifan. It was unclear whether he wanted to slowly wear down Yifan with this little damage or simply wanted to vent. If King Mad hadn't been arrogant from the beginning and directly called on the dozen or so guild members under him to attack together, there might have been a chance to kill Yifan with damage. Of course, the premise was not allowing Yu Ruxiang to heal, but now it was useless to say these things. King Mad and most of the members of the King's Guild in this newbie village had already been defeated and dropped to level 0. It was too difficult to catch up. Unless most players were trapped in the level 10 secret realm, they might still have a chance to catch up. But Yifan clearly wouldn't give them that opportunity. You win. King Mad, who dropped to level 0, respawned at the resurrection point. He didn't explode in anger but appeared very calm, unlike the usual King Mad. But you only win for now. After leaving the newbie village at level 15, you will understand what awaits you, Yifan grinned and said. Are you trying to say that my current situation is the calm before the storm? Sorry, I only live in the present. I don't have time to think about what happens after leaving the newbie village. But what I want to tell you is that you will understand what awaits you next. King Mad couldn't help but frown after hearing Yifan's words. What do you mean? It's simple. In newbie village number 88888, don't even think about leveling up, Yifan said arrogantly. This is called treating others as they treat you.
The members of the King's Guild previously casually snatched the low-health monsters of other players, and now it's time for the members of the King's Guild to experience that feeling. Now that King Mad has dropped to level 0, does he think he can level up through grinding? Sorry, Yean is the first one to refuse in newbie village number 88888. He will force King Mad to spend another 5,000 gold coins and leave in frustration. Do you think you can do it alone? King Mad said in a deep voice. Just annoying you alone is simple enough. If you don't believe it, you can try. Yean is very confident. Anyway, with their current injuries, it is impossible to instantly kill monsters. At most, they will sacrifice some leveling time and accompany King Mad in the low-level leveling area to see who can outlast the other. King Mad's face changed constantly. He needs to quickly level up, otherwise he will fall behind other players. The impulsive decision led to the current situation, and King Mad wished to tear Yean into pieces. I really underestimated you. King Mad snorted coldly, deciding not to take this risk anymore and walked towards the teleportation array to spend 5,000 gold coins to level up in another newbie village. Wait! Yean shouted. King Mad had already entered the teleportation array, but had not activated the teleportation yet. He had a gloomy expression on his face. Our matter won't end so easily. That's not what I meant. What I meant is, you definitely need a good weapon for leveling, right? Coincidentally, I have a suitable weapon for you, the Thundering Sword, with great attributes. It's only 5,000 gold coins. Think about it. Yean started promoting again. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. After hearing Yean's words, King Mad actually walked out of the teleportation array and sent a trade invitation to Yean. Yean smiled and put up the Thundering Sword, while King Mad put in 5,000 gold coins. After the successful trade, King Mad didn't look back and walked into the teleportation array, heading to another newbie village. Rich people's money is easy to earn. Yean grinned and earned 10,000 gold coins in less than an hour, a profitable deal no matter how you look at it. Then he looked at the other members of the King's Guild with an unfriendly expression. The members of the King's Guild couldn't help but shrink their necks, standing still, not leaving or staying. Forget it, you guys don't have much money. I don't want to waste time with you. Hurry up and leave. Yean waved his hand and said. After hearing Yean's words, these people felt like they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly left. I have a different view of you now, Yeruxiang said as she walked over. Did you have a different view of me before? Yean glanced at Yeruxiang, feeling somewhat emotional. This woman is really calm. Isn't she afraid that King Mad will vent his anger on her family? Yes, before I thought you were just a reckless person who had some adventures and couldn't help but show off. At least, that's what I thought when you came to find me, Yeruxiang said honestly. And now? Yean asked casually, throwing all the junk equipment he obtained from the members of the King's Guild into the NPC's shop, each piece priced at around 20 copper coins, very cheap. The main reason is that even if these junk equipment were put up for sale on the consignment platform, they wouldn't sell for much, and it would be a hassle. Now, I think you're like a bold person. I don't mean to belittle you, but I feel that you make decisions decisively, unlike some people who hesitate. Yeruxiang commented. Yean couldn't help but nod. Sounds good. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue leveling up. Our levels are about to be caught up by other players. Yeruxiang nodded without saying much. At this time, the game forum was already buzzing with several uploaded videos. Several videos appeared consecutively on the Desolate Path game forum, instantly attracting the attention of many players. If it were ordinary videos, people wouldn't react so strongly, but these videos clearly exceeded their understanding. The 4-digit red damage numbers stimulated their eyes. Especially the first video, where King Mad suffered a 5-digit damage, over 42,000. This astonishing damage would be enough to kill King Mad even if he had 10 lives. Trouble game staff to come out and explain. What is this, drinking wine with the wind? Is this the damage that a player can cause? Isn't Desolate Path advertised as having no bugs or cheats? Then what is this? Even in the late game, it's difficult for players to cause such high single target damage, right? I'm dumbfounded, but seeing that it's the King's Guild that got messed with, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, serves them right. I heard that, drinking wine with the wind, has an equipment with an incredible attribute, which is why it can cause such high damage. King's Mad wants to buy it and let drinking wine with the wind name their price, but it seems they couldn't agree, so they started fighting. An equipment with incredible attributes? Wow, if someone could get their hands on that, they would be invincible in Desolate Path, right? Luckily it wasn't sold to King's Mad, otherwise, with the way the King's Guild behaves, us ordinary players would suffer in the future. This damage is too terrifying. A shield warrior directly took on more than 10 players from the King's Guild, but knowing the King's Guild, they definitely won't let this matter go. The forum was discussing this matter very hotly. King's Mad had previously made a lot of announcements in the game, and many players temporarily changed their names to become members of the King's Guild, so the King's Guild's reputation in many newbie villages was not good. This also led to a lot of praise on the forum. Yifan was also affected to a considerable extent, the most prominent being the sudden appearance of hundreds of friend requests. After watching the video, everyone was curious about Yifan. Helplessly, Yifan set to reject all friend requests, otherwise, the notification sound for friend requests would drive him crazy. Of course, there were also many friend requests from Yurushue, but Yurushue, like Yifan, set to reject all friend requests. Now you're famous. Yurushue took a moment to look at the forum and said to Yifan. Yifan had long expected this. After all, in the newbie village, with so many players, there would definitely be people recording videos. Maybe later there will be announcements on the loudspeakers wanting to buy my equipment. Yifan smiled and said. As soon as he finished speaking, his words came true. One sword opens the heavenly gate, drinking wine with the wind, if possible, add me as a friend, let's talk. Mysterious secrets of the universe, King's Mad, can't afford the price, I can, if, drinking wine with the wind, sees this, private message me, I guarantee the price will satisfy you. Slaughterer, drinking wine with the wind, if you're willing, private message me, let me see the attributes of that equipment, I can definitely offer a higher price than, King's Mad, and I can protect your safety in the game. King's Mad, you idiots, don't mention me in the loudspeaker. Yifan rejected all friend requests, so they could only use the loudspeaker announcements to get Yifan's attention. Now, with 3 people spreading the rumors, everyone believed that Yifan had an equipment with incredible attributes. Yifan naturally didn't mind, nor did he explain. They could think whatever they wanted, and those who came to trouble him should be prepared for death and level loss. Fortunately, apart from Yifan and Yurushue, there were no other players above level 10 in the leveling area, otherwise, there might be players taking risks and trying their luck with Yifan. Let's not worry about them, let's focus on leveling up and try to reach level 15 by tomorrow. Yifan entered the level 12 monster area, preparing to level up here. Frosty Saber-Tooth Tiger, level 12, HP 2800, defense 40, attack 150, passive skill, Frosty Domain. Introduction, don't even try to get close to them, they will make you feel bone-chilling cold. The passive skill of the level 12 monster, Frost Saber-Tooth Tiger, is similar to that of the level 10 monster, Lava Lizard. When approached, it will receive damage from ice attributes and cannot reflect the damage. There are also some similar attributes in future equipment, but they have a limited range of influence and low damage. As long as it's not thousands of players surrounding Yifan, the damage caused by these equipment can be completely ignored. After all, if there were really thousands of players wearing such equipment surrounding Yifan, at least more than 90% of the players would not be able to get close, so it wouldn't have this effect. Taunt. -7 Yifan is still the same as before, taunting a Frost Saber-Tooth Tiger and attacking another Frost Saber-Tooth Tiger, dealing with 2 monsters at once. He needs the skill book of a shield guard, and there is a very useful skill book for him, Invincible Against All, which is a group taunt skill used by shield guards, and this skill is also useful for players. If Invincible Against All is used on a target player or players within range, they will lose control of themselves and attack the one who released the skill involuntarily. If Yifan had this skill before, the opportunity for King's Fury to choose him wouldn't even exist, but fortunately, the final outcome is not much different. Unfortunately, whenever Yifan has free time, he will search on the consignment platform, but he has never found the skill book, Invincible Against All. The chance of obtaining it by himself through monster drops is too low. -68, -63 to 6,800, -6,300 after the 2 Frost Saber-Tooth Tigers died from counter damage. A white light lit up on Yifan's body, and he successfully reached level 11. Yifan walked to the side and opened the game forum to take a look. He found that those players were still fiercely discussing those videos, and even asking the game officials for an explanation. Naturally, the game officials couldn't give any explanation, and if they really investigated, this was the SSS level talent that Yifan drew, and there was no violation. Yifan clicked on the paid strategy video he had previously posted. The number of views exceeded his expectations, with over 12 million views, far exceeding the 5 million views he mentioned. 1 yuan per view, this means over 12 million yuan. Yifan opened the backstage and took a look. He had already withdrawn over 2 million yuan before, so he could now withdraw over 10 million. After choosing to withdraw, Yifan told Yu Rushuang and logged out directly. Yifan wanted to order a game pod so that he could have a better gaming experience in the future.
After logging out, Yean got up from the bed, picked up his phone, and ordered the highest priced game pod on the official website of Wild Journey, the Supreme Game Pod priced at 5 million yuan. It is said that the nutrient solution in the Supreme Game Pod can be used by players for 10 years, and the materials used to make it are the latest in technology. Players lying inside will feel especially comfortable. Afterwards, Yean also called a delivery service company to help him buy some daily necessities. Although the villa in Shanxue Manor is fully furnished, there is no reserve of supplies, and Yean needs to buy them himself. It would take about 2 days for the game pod to be delivered, so during these 2 days, Yean would have to log out to eat and maintain his energy. Since it was an urgent order, Yean also added extra money for delivery within half an hour. So, after about 20 minutes, someone from the delivery service company called him. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I have arrived at the entrance of Shanxue Manor, but the security guards won't let me in." "Okay, wait there, I'll come out and get it." Yean hung up the phone, left the villa, and walked towards the entrance of Shanxue Manor. He mainly purchased some purified water, biscuits, instant noodles, and some toiletries. There are not many shops near Shanxue Manor, and he didn't want to go too far to make the purchases. With the assistance of the security guards, Yean successfully brought these things back to the villa. He stuffed all the food into the refrigerator and looked at the empty villa, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Should I hire a cook to come back?" Eating these instant foods or relying on nutrient solutions can indeed sustain vitality, but if this continues for a long time, it will still have a certain impact on the body. The main reason Yean bought the game warehouse was that he might encounter some time-consuming and laborious copies in the future, and he might not be able to go offline for 1 or 2 days. But now he doesn't have time to arrange this, so he'll talk about it later. After eating a bucket of instant noodles and drinking a bottle of purified water, Yean returned to his room and re-entered the game. Yu Ruxiang was still waiting in place. Yean didn't understand Yu Ruxiang's family background, but he felt that she rarely spoke and rarely went offline. It seemed like she was avoiding something, staying in the game every day. "Let's go, let's level up," Yean greeted. Yu Ruxiang nodded and walked to Yean's side to prepare to heal him. After level 10, the leveling speed was relatively slow. Even with the efficient combination of Yean and Yu Ruxiang, it would take more than an hour to level up. If it were another leveling team, it would be impossible to level up without at least 3 hours. However, this was mainly due to the restrictions of the newbie village. After leaving the newbie village, they could challenge team instances. Team instances had boss monsters, and clearing them could provide a large amount of experience, which would greatly speed up the leveling process. Ordinary people couldn't even encounter any bosses in the newbie village, but Yean finally encountered one, but because he was killed instantly, he didn't gain any experience and even lost a level. 3 hours later, a white light lit up on Yean's body, and he reached level 13, while Yu Ruxiang also reached level 12. At this time, some players had already reached level 10, and most of them had reached level 9. The slower ones were at least level 8. Of course, Wang Ziquan and the others were still struggling to level up at level 5 or 6, and the previous level drop had a significant impact. "There's already a walkthrough for the level 10 secret realm on the forum," Yu Ruxiang said. "So fast?" Yean was surprised. He was still thinking of making some money with the walkthrough for the level 10 secret realm, but the walkthrough came out so quickly? However, when he saw the walkthrough on the forum, he couldn't help but smile. It didn't have much impact on him to publish the walkthrough later. The person who posted the walkthrough video should be a wealthy priest. In the video, the damage caused by those poisonous insects and snakes to the priest was only 20 or 30 points. The defense was high, and the priest only needed to occasionally use a self-healing skill. In this case, as long as they didn't get trapped in the swamp, the difficulty of clearing the level was not high. However, this didn't mean that it was a qualified walkthrough. Not all players were wealthy priests, and this walkthrough was only useful for those wealthy priests. 20 or 30 points of damage may not seem high, but if there is no healing skill, most wealthy players would not be able to clear the level and wouldn't be able to withstand the dense damage in the middle and later stages. Yean checked the comments on this walkthrough post and felt relieved when he saw that there were curses everywhere. "Are you kidding me? You call this a walkthrough? Do you have any misunderstanding about the word walkthrough? Damn it, I wasted another silver coin. Please don't use this kind of garbage to deceive people next time. If I had so much money to buy equipment, I would be faster than you. Why hasn't this misleading post been deleted? Why hasn't the master of walkthroughs released a walkthrough video for the level 10 secret realm? He has already reached the required 5 million views. Is this it? You still have the nerve to call yourself the queen of walkthroughs? I really want to spray you with a mouthful of salt soda. I've already failed the challenge 10 times. I feel like this level is even more disgusting than the 5th level,
mainly because the environment is too gloomy. After taking a few glances, Yifan exited the forum without rushing to release a strategy video for the level 10 secret realm. After all, his current level was only 13, so if he were to release it now, he wouldn't be able to widen the level gap. The fact that those wealthy priests had cleared it didn't have much impact. Even if they could level up solo, their efficiency was pitifully low, and they wouldn't be able to catch up. Yifan and Yu Ruxiang entered the wild monster area of level 15 together. Ghost Vine Flower, level 15, HP 3500, Defense 35, Attack 200, Skill, Hypnotic Pollen. Introduction: if you are contaminated by their pollen, you will enter a state of confusion, so be careful. Level 15 wild monsters were of the plant type, with low defense but decent HP and attack. The most crucial thing was the skill of these monsters, which was truly disgusting. Once a player entered a state of confusion, they might attack their own teammates. The wisest choice was to continue leveling up in the level 14 wild area until reaching level 15, avoiding this, Ghost Vine Flower. The reason why Yifan chose to level up in the wild area of the Yi Ghost Vine Flower was mainly because it dropped skill books, with the highest drop rate among all the monsters in the newbie village. He couldn't remember which board player had summarized this strategy, but he heard that the player had stayed in the newbie village for a month, coming to farm the Yi Ghost Vine Flower every day and obtain 7 or 8 skill books, earning a lot of money. Skill books with good attributes were worth much more than equipment because once you outgrew the level, you would have to replace the equipment, but powerful skills could be used continuously. However, for Yifan, the Yi Ghost Vine Flower was relatively easy to deal with. It just wasted some time when entering a state of confusion. The stem of the Yi Ghost Vine Flower was covered with dense thorns, and the shape of the flowers was similar to ordinary chrysanthemums. Their method of attack was to shoot out small thorns in all directions when being attacked. The skill, Hypnotic Pollen, only caused confusion and no damage. Stay away from me later. When I enter a state of confusion, use your Dispel skill on me when it's off cooldown, and the same goes for Slow Healing. Use it when it's ready, Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang. In fact, Yifan was completely unnecessary. Yu Ruxiang's control over priest skills was much stronger than Yifan had imagined. Yu Ruxiang nodded and said softly, understood. Immediately, she cast Rainfall on Yifan, increasing his maximum HP by 10%. Yifan entered the territory of the Ghost Vine Flower and took a deep breath. The small thorn attacks of the Ghost Vine Flower had a characteristic: they would attack other Ghost Vine Flowers, causing them to release small thorns in all directions. So, after attacking one Ghost Vine Flower, it was easy to trigger a chain reaction, causing several or even dozens of Ghost Vine Flowers to release small thorns consecutively. Taunt. Yifan used the skill on a nearby Ghost Vine Flower. Swish, swish, swish. This Ghost Vine Flower immediately reacted, swaying its stem and shooting small thorns in all directions. -89, -102, -93. Each small thorn caused considerable damage, but only 3 thorns from one round of Ghost Vine Flower attacks would have a damaging effect, while the rest wouldn't count as damage even if they hit a player. Otherwise, a large number of small thorns would directly kill the players who came here to level up. -8,900. The Ghost Vine Flower withstood the damage and immediately withered, dropping a few silver coins and a bottle of antidote. Using the antidote could remove the confusion caused by the Ghost Vine Flower's Hypnotic Pollen, which was quite considerate. Soon, the first Ghost Vine Flower's thorn attack triggered the attacks of other Ghost Vine Flowers, and many Ghost Vine Flowers directly used the Hypnotic Pollen skill, sprinkling pale yellow pollen around themselves. -97, -79, -93. Yifan continued to be injured by the small thorns shot out by other Ghost Vine Flowers. Yu Ruxiang was focused and attentive, timing her healing perfectly and not wasting any healing power. You have entered a state of confusion. Yifan accidentally came into contact with some hallucination pollen and immediately received a notification from the system. During the state of confusion, Yifan could not control his actions unless he used an exceptional antidote or had a priest use the Dispel skill. Dispel. As soon as Yu Ruxiang saw it, she used the Dispel skill on Yifan. During the state of confusion, several question marks would appear above the player's head, making it easy to identify. Swish, swish, swish. Small thorns continued to fly towards Yifan from a distance, causing damage. This made Yifan feel quite comfortable, mocking the Ghost Vine Flowers. Now, there were already 7 or 8 Ghost Vine Flowers that had been killed by counterattacks. However, now there was hallucination pollen everywhere. As soon as Yifan stepped inside, he would enter a state of confusion and could only temporarily give up the scattered silver coins and exceptional antidotes in the distance. Taunt. Seeing that the attack of the Ghost Vine Flowers weakened, Yifan activated the skill again. It would be great if he had the Shield Guard's skill book, Invincible against 10,000, as the Ghost Vine flowers were relatively concentrated. He could walk into the flower pile and release Invincible against 10,000, instantly counterattacking and killing at least a dozen Ghost Vine flowers. However, that would be quite dangerous for Yifan. If he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to withstand the damage, and Yu Rushan might not be able to keep up with the healing.
-88, -89.
Using this method, the two of them leisurely leveled up here. After an hour, Yifan reached level 14, while Yu Rushan reached level 13 more than 10 minutes ago. The attack method of the Ghost Vine flowers increased their leveling efficiency. During this time, the forum started to argue again. The reason was simple: most players had already reached level 10, but the strategy guide for the level 10 secret realm had not been released yet. Except for a few wealthy priests who forcefully cleared the level 10 secret realm, other players couldn't clear it, and the environment of the level 10 secret realm made them shudder, so they didn't dare to challenge it too many times. Where is the strategy master? Could it be that he hasn't cleared it yet? Damn it, I even watched the level 5 secret realm strategy video 5 times to support him. Who is this strategy master? I bet he just got lucky to clear the level 5 secret realm. Come out with the strategy guide for the level 10 secret realm. We can continue to pay to watch it. It's not that we don't want to support you. Could it be that you don't know how to clear level 10? I guess this strategy master wants to raise the price, but he doesn't want to say it directly. He can only delay it like this. When the price for the paid version goes up, no one will bother to argue. The forum was filled with discussions, but Yifan didn't have time for that now. The difference between posting an hour earlier or later wasn't significant, and besides, it would take them about 2 hours to clear that level even with the strategy. Swish! A flash of light appeared, and Yifan's eyes lit up. Finally, something dropped. The drop rate in the game Desolate Path was pitiful. Some wild monsters only dropped low-quality white and blue equipment, and the chance of getting purple equipment was probably 1 in 10,000. Yifan couldn't help but think that if he had gotten 100 times drop rate at the beginning, he might have been doing much better now. However, a talent like 100 times drop rate would greatly affect the game balance. It was unlikely that such a talent would be included in the SSS level talents. The 100 times counterattack only affected Yifan himself and didn't have much impact on the overall game. But with 100 times drop rate, a large number of top-quality equipment would be produced, and the appearance of these equipment would affect the balance between different servers. After all, if one server had too many top-quality equipment, the other servers wouldn't stand a chance. Yifan immediately went over to pick up the dropped item and found that it was an equipment, which was a pity because it wasn't a skill book. Ghost Vine Bracelet, purple equipment, requires level 15 to wear, intelligence plus 20, reduces all skill cooldowns by 5%. When attacked, there is a 2% chance to confuse the opponent for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. It turned out to be a purple bracelet that can reduce skill cooldowns. 5% cooldown reduction may not seem like much, but when combined with other equipment, it becomes quite good. Yifan remembered that in his previous life, Yi Luyun from the Yi family in Yanjing had obtained an SS level talent that reduced skill cooldowns by 50%. When combined, it was very practical. After all, in Desolate Path, there weren't many equipment that could reduce all skill cooldowns. Yifan directly traded the Ghost Vine bracelet to Yu Rushuang and said, "You should wear it for now. This attribute will also be useful for you. When you no longer need it in the future, I will sell it." He remembered that in his previous life, Yi Luyun had collected any equipment that could reduce skill cooldowns and sold them for prices ranging from tens of thousands to millions of gold coins, depending on the equipment's attributes. This bracelet also added 20 points of intelligence, making it a good piece of equipment. It wouldn't be difficult to sell it to Yi Luyun for tens of thousands of gold coins. Yu Rushuang didn't refuse and accepted it directly. She would wear the Ghost Vine bracelet when she reached level 15, reducing her skill cooldowns by 5% and making it easier for her to use healing skills. Ghost in the Night, Master of Strategies, quickly release a guide for clearing level 10 secret realms. Otherwise, if I find out who you are, be prepared to be hunted down until you quit the game. Suddenly, a trumpet announcement appeared in the game. Yifan couldn't help but smile when he saw it. The one who sent this announcement was the Yi Ghost in the Night, later known as the strongest assassin. If it was him, he had the qualifications to say such things. However, he couldn't say that to Yifan. If he wanted to hunt down Yifan, he would probably be the one quitting the game in the end. Have most people reached level 10? Yifan asked Yu Rushuang. Yu Rushuang nodded. In her spare time from healing, she could also check the forum for updates, so Yifan asked her to pay attention and inform him if the official appeared. Of course, Yifan also knew that the official didn't have much power.
The main reason was to mix in and get a free promotion. Only then could his paid guides benefit more. Yes, and there are already many people cursing you on the forum, Yerushwang said. Cursing me? Yi Fan opened the forum and indeed, there were many posts cursing the Master of Strategies, and the more vicious the curses, the higher the number of likes. It's true, there are some people speaking up for you, but their posts and comments were deleted due to being attacked. Yerushwang revealed the truth. They are really a group of irritable people. Yi Fan directly opened a post with the title, I am the Master of Strategies, if you have the guts, come and curse me here. The content was, there are so many people cursing me, I'm in a bad mood. I originally wanted to upload a guide for clearing level 10 secret realms, but seeing all this, I don't feel like it anymore. I'll come back in an hour. If the situation is still the same, then figure it out yourselves. After posting, Yi Fan closed the forum directly. He couldn't spoil these people. If he did, they would take advantage of it. Let's continue leveling. I'll check again in an hour, Yi Fan said to Yerushwang. But before they could start, several trumpet announcements appeared in the game. Ghost in the night, such arrogance, Master of Strategies, if you have the guts, don't post. One sword opens the heavenly gate, who the hell do you think you are, you trash ghost? Believe it or not, I'll cut you with one sword, King's Madness. That Master of Strategy doesn't know anything about clearing strategies, he's just showing off on the forum. Let's keep insulting him and not give him any face. Who doesn't want the Master of Strategy to release a walkthrough for the level 10 secret dungeon? That's definitely King's Madness. He's been grinding levels like crazy and finally made it back to level 7, but there's still a long way to go to level 10. If the walkthrough for the level 10 secret dungeon is released, it will be even harder for him to catch up. He's got quite the temper. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh and open the forum again, adding a paragraph to his own post. Because of Ghost in the Night and King's Madness, I've decided to postpone the release of the walkthrough for the level 10 secret dungeon. You guys can choose to kill one of them and I'll immediately release the walkthrough. It's a bit difficult to kill Ghost in the Night. They say he has a talent for 5 times critical damage, and his class is an assassin with extremely high burst damage. And even if he's outnumbered, he can use the assassin skill stealth to enter a stealth state and escape. But King's Madness is different. He's only just reached level 7 and doesn't have the same powerful escape methods as Ghost in the Night. If players target him, unless he chooses to log out, he'll definitely be killed back to level 0. These players may not dare to go against the King's Guild alone, but if they join forces, they won't care about the King's Guild at all. As long as enough players participate, King's Madness won't be able to hold them accountable because he won't be able to remember which players have attacked him. Damn! King's Madness couldn't help but curse when he saw this message. He had only made a simple announcement. How did it cause trouble? He had already noticed players pointing and whispering not far away. They could come and attack him at any moment. Master of Strategy, you're ruthless. King's Madness chose to log out right where he was. Although this slowed down his leveling progress, it was still better than dropping back to level 0 again. When Ghost in the Night saw this, he sneered. These players actually thought they could kill him back to level 0, it was simply wishful thinking. His damage was enough to overwhelm even a regular shield bearer once he landed a critical hit. Other assassins needed a full set of skills to take down a target, but he could do it with just 1 or 2 skills. Master of Strategy? That's interesting. I hope I never find out who you are. Otherwise, your gaming experience will become extremely unpleasant. Ghost in the Night muttered to himself after instantly killing a warrior who foolishly came to pick a fight with him. The forum moderator seems to have deleted all the posts insulting you. Yerushwang informed Yi Fan promptly after seeing the changes on the forum. Now they decide to delete them? Where were they earlier? Never mind, let's both level up to 15 first and let them wait. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively and continued gaining experience in the territory of the Ghost Vine Flower. Ding! Another flash of light appeared, immediately catching Yi Fan's attention. It hadn't even been half an hour since the last piece of equipment, the Ghost Vine Flower bracelet, dropped. My luck is starting to improve. Yi Fan quickly walked over and picked up the item. Lone Wolf Tactics, usable by assassins. Increases damage by 30% for 30 seconds after using a skill, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Tradable. Seeing the attributes of this skill book, Yi Fan thought of one person, Ghost in the Night. This Lone Wolf Tactics would be like giving wings to a tiger for Ghost in the Night, making his burst damage even more terrifying. How many assassins would actually team up? No one wants to bring them along for dungeon runs, and even priests won't take them on assassination missions. Women only slow down their dagger strikes. Yi Fan opened the consignment platform and auctioned off the book Fighting Alone at a starting price of 50,000 gold coins. To be honest, this price is a bit high, but for the early stages of the game, apart from a few wealthy assassins like the Ghost in the Night,
the improvement in skill attributes is not significant. Even for assassins who spend a little money, a set of skills before reaching level 15 only causes about 300 points of damage at most. Increasing it by 30% would only increase the damage by about 90 points, and the duration is only 30 seconds, which is not worth it. But Yean is making money from wealthy assassins. Besides, this kind of skill book will eventually be available again in the future. It is not wise to hide it and prevent the Ghost in the Night from having this skill book. Instead of becoming less valuable in the future, it's better to sell it now. Even if the Ghost in the Night's burst damage is high, it is impossible to instantly kill Yean. The 2-second absolute barrier will make the Ghost in the Night feel the malice of the world. After putting it up for sale, Yean continued to stay in the leveling area of the level 15 Ghost Mine Flower with Yu Ruxiang. It has been proven that the probability of skill books dropping here is indeed higher than in other places, but the chance of accurately dropping the invincible skill book that the shield warrior can use is like finding a needle in a haystack. Dreams are always necessary. What if it really drops? Boss, the players in the newbie village are looking for you everywhere. Even some of our King's Guild brothers have had bad luck. Please don't go online. After a member of the King's Guild left the game, he immediately reported the news to the king. Are these players crazy? Aren't they afraid of trouble from the King's Guild in the future? King was a bit annoyed. He was already behind in level and couldn't dare to go online to level up. It was really frustrating. They are saying that as long as enough players participate, our King's Guild won't be able to trouble them in the future. There are over 10,000 players in the newbie village now, and at least half of them have joined. Damn it! King almost couldn't help but smash his phone. What about the Ghost in the Night? How is he doing? Boss, do you want to hear the truth? I have a little insider information, but it may not be true. Hurry up and tell me. Stop beating around the bush. King shouted. I heard that many players went to the newbie village where the Ghost in the Night is, but almost all of them were killed by the Ghost in the Night. When he encountered some difficult opponents, he used his invisibility skill to escape. So until now, the Ghost in the Night hasn't dropped a single level. Damn it! Upon hearing this news, King was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was the only one going offline for refuge, while the Ghost in the Night didn't care at all. Boss, I'll go back to the game first. If there's any latest news, I'll immediately go offline to inform you. Go ahead, tell them not to provoke the players in the newbie village for now, so as not to provoke greater anger. Understood, boss. I will definitely inform them. After hanging up the phone, King went to the floor-to-ceiling window of the luxury seaview room, looked at the blue sea, and lit a cigarette. Just a single sentence from the Master of Strategies made it difficult for him in the newbie village, to the point where he didn't dare to go online. He just posted a bulletin in the game. He thought he was being clever, but ended up suffering for no reason. Of course, he had no idea that the Master of Strategies was actually raise a glass with the wind. Otherwise, he wouldn't find it strange at all. Do I have to wait for the Master of Strategies to release the walkthrough for the level 10 secret realm before I can go online and continue leveling up? He couldn't help but ask himself. If it weren't for the fact that Desolate Path only allowed one account per ID, he would have wanted to buy another gaming device and create a new character to play again. In order to recreate the character, he must delete the existing profession and wait for a month before being able to recreate. This time is too long. Solo battle? In the beginner village with relatively few players, Ghost in the Night saw a skill book being auctioned on the consignment platform with a starting price of 50,000. Increases skill damage by 30% for 30 seconds. Looking at the attributes of this solo battle skill book, Ghost in the Night was tempted. For him, the 30% increase in skill damage was very significant, especially in the case of critical hits. However, the starting price of 50,000 gold coins made him hesitate. He was considering whether to wait for the person selling this skill book to lower the price. After all, in the early stages of the game, not many players had over 50,000 gold coins in their backpacks. Due to a previous increase in the price of gold coins, the current price of gold coins stabilized at around 50 yuan per coin. 50,000 gold coins would be approximately 2.5 million renminbi. The auction rules stated that each bid must be at least 5% higher than the starting price. Even if no one competed for this solo battle skill book, Ghost in the Night would still have to spend 52,500 gold coins. If someone made a bid at the last moment, Ghost in the Night might not be able to win this solo battle skill book. Although these skill books were not unique, he didn't know when he would encounter the next one. After thinking about it, he decided to play it safe and immediately opened the gold coin section of the consignment platform to start buying a large amount of gold coins. It was just over 50,000 gold coins, and this amount of money wouldn't hurt him. With the money he spent on top-of-the-line gaming equipment and extracting S-level talents,
he already had nearly 300 million, so 2 million was just a drop in the bucket. However, Ghost in the Night's plan quickly fell through as he wasn't the only one eyeing this solo battle skill book. After bidding over 30,000 gold coins, he looked back and found that the auction price had already reached 52,500 gold coins. Someone had already made a bid. This meant that he couldn't get this skill book at the lowest price anymore. If he was unlucky, there might be a round of bidding at the end of the auction. Why did you give me over 50,000 gold coins and ask me to bid on that skill book? In the territory of the level 15 monster, Ghost Vine Flower, Moonlight Frost couldn't help but ask after doing what Yifan had suggested. If they ended up winning the auction, they would also lose the transaction fee. On the consignment platform, items that were listed by oneself didn't have the bidding privilege to prevent malicious price increases, but others could help raise the price. Let's take a gamble. Keep an eye on it when you have time. Maybe we can make some extra money, Yifan said. He was also taking a certain risk by doing this. If Moonlight Frost ran away with over 50,000 gold coins, he would end up empty-handed. However, based on his knowledge from his previous life, Moonlight Frost seemed to be a wealthy woman, so she shouldn't run away with 50,000 gold coins. As for why he chose this method, it was because if he set the price too high from the beginning, players interested in this skill book might not even consider it. Maximizing profits required a gradual approach. Although this approach was prone to failure, even if he didn't handle the bidding well and ended up winning it himself, he would only lose 1% of the transaction fee at most, which Yifan could accept. You're so cunning. Moonlight Frost couldn't help but laugh softly. She realized that she still couldn't see through Yifan, his tricks were too deep. King's Peak, Master Strategist, our guild leader King of Kings said that as long as you retract your comments about him on the forum, he is willing to give you 50,000 gold coins, or directly transfer 2 million privately. This announcement on the public channel immediately sparked a lot of discussion among players. I heard that King Crazy was so scared that he logged off directly and still doesn't dare to play the game. I saw the news on the forum. 2/3 of the players in the newbie village, where King Crazy is located at number 76543, are looking for him everywhere. How could King Crazy dare to go online? 2 million, if it were me, I would agree. It could buy a nice house. King Crazy is really pitiful. He was targeted by Raise a Glass to the Wind and dropped back to level 0 before. Now he's facing this kind of situation. It's really an unlucky year for him. You guys still have the heart to think about King Crazy? The players in the King's Guild are a bunch of uneducated people. Haven't you been taught? Yifan saw this announcement but ignored it. Private transfer was a method that even King Crazy couldn't think of. If he really gave in, Yifan felt that it wouldn't be long before King Crazy would come looking for him in real life. However, he didn't plan to delay for too long. At the latest, when he reached level 15 himself, he would release the walkthrough for the level 10 secret realm. If he waited any longer, other players might figure out the walkthrough. After all, the rules of the level 10 secret realm were relatively easy to discover compared to the level 5 secret realm. It took Yifan a full 2 hours to reach level 15 from level 14, and Yu Ruxiang had already gained about half of the experience to reach level 14. After Yifan reached level 15, he wouldn't gain any experience if he didn't clear the level 15 secret realm, so all the experience would go to Yu Ruxiang. Another half hour passed, and Yu Ruxiang successfully reached level 15 as well. I'll go and release the walkthrough for the level 10 secret realm first, and then I'll make the walkthrough for the level 15 secret realm, Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang. He edited the video he had recorded before, removing a lot of waiting time, and also pixelated his entire body. Then he opened the in-game forum and directly uploaded the video for paid viewing, still 1 yuan as usual. In order to prevent those players from not understanding, Yifan also added some textual explanations. After all, when the moon's colors alternated, the video was all dark, and if you didn't observe carefully, you wouldn't even notice that the person in the video had moved 4 meters forward during the process of entering the darkness. Return to the newbie village, Yifan said. The level 15 secret realm was the last secret realm in the newbie village, and relatively speaking, it was a bit more difficult than the previous two. As soon as he entered the newbie village, 3 or 4 damages appeared on Yifan's head. -15, -27, -8. Some players saw the ID Raise a Glass to the Wind appearing in the newbie village and couldn't resist the temptation of getting rich overnight, so they launched an attack on Yifan. Without surprise, these players were instantly killed by the damage that was returned to them 100-fold. Quick, Raise a Glass to the Wind has appeared. As long as that equipment drops, we'll make a fortune. Even King Crazy has been so miserable. Where do you guys get the confidence to mess with Raise a Glass to the Wind? You're just a bunch of inexperienced players. What do you know? King Crazy is just a few people. If all the players in our newbie village join forces, aren't we raise a glass to the wind's opponents? You delusional fools, the master strategist has already released the walkthrough for the level 10 secret realm. I'm going to clear it and continue leveling up. You guys can continue. Quick, go and tell everyone to focus fire on the priest next to raise a glass to the wind, otherwise we won't be able to kill raise a glass to the wind. Yifan's arrival caused quite a stir in the newbie village of number 88888, and many players showed greedy eyes. Even though more than a dozen players had voluntarily attacked Yifan and died, they still couldn't see the reality. You should go back to the leveling area above level 10 first. It's still relatively safe there. Yifan thought for a moment and said, if I let Yu Rushang stay in the newbie village, she will definitely be targeted by these players who have been blinded by wealth. Alright, let me know when you're ready to come out, and I'll meet you near the newbie village. Yu Rushang didn't refuse because she was already being attacked and needed to constantly restore her health to barely survive. After Yu Rushang finished speaking, she immediately ran towards the leveling area for players above level 10. Fortunately, these newbie village players were scattered like loose sand, otherwise Yifan would have a headache. Yifan didn't take any risks and immediately went to the side of the village chief and said, Village chief, I'm already level 15, I want to challenge the level 15 secret realm. Oh? The old village chief, leaning on his cane, glanced at Yifan and nodded, not bad, your leveling speed is really beyond my expectations. Entering the secret realm requires 50 silver coins, are you sure you want to go now? It only costs 1 silver coin to challenge a level 10 secret realm, but it costs 50 silver coins for a level 15 secret realm, which is quite expensive. Confirmed. Yifan immediately said. Some players, risking the danger of losing levels, also wanted to cause a negligible amount of damage to Yifan. With their efforts, Yifan's health dropped to less than half. However, after saying the word confirmed, Yifan entered the level 15 secret realm, leaving the newbie village players who had finally gathered together empty-handed. Where is he? Wasn't he supposed to stay in the newbie village? It seems that Ba Jiu Changfeng went to challenge the level 10 secret realm. Should we wait here? Damn it, I attacked Ba Jiu Changfeng twice, and each attack caused me to lose a level. The price is too high. I won't play with you guys anymore. I need to quickly raise my level. The equipment on Ba Jiu Changfeng is too amazing. Let's organize and sell it together when it drops. I think you guys are going crazy for money. I finally reached level 10, so I won't get involved. Village chief, I'm level 10, I want to challenge the level 10 secret realm. If you want to join my team to deal with Ba Jiu Changfeng, wait until he leaves the level 10 secret realm, and then we can use the highest damage skill to kill him. Didn't you guys see the strategy posted by the master strategist on the forum? It takes 2 hours to clear the level 10 secret realm. Isn't it a waste of time to wait? When a player said this, they all felt that it made sense. It would be a waste to wait for 2 hours for nothing, so they might as well clear the level 10 secret realm first. As a result, some level 10 players chose to enter the level 10 secret realm. The level 15 secret realm is like a level-based challenge with 8 small levels, each with a small boss. The key to clearing the levels is to solve these small bosses in different ways. These small bosses only have 10,000 health points, which seems like not much, but in reality, they cannot be directly killed by attacking. Players' attacks can only cause a small amount of damage. What's fatal is that these small bosses regenerate 1% of their health every 30 seconds, so slowly grinding them down with attacks is definitely not feasible. Even Yifan's 100-fold counterattack couldn't do anything about it because these small bosses didn't attack, so there was no counterattack. Each small boss level has a time limit of 5 minutes, and if it exceeds the time limit, the challenge is considered a failure. Yifan looked at the first level's small boss, which was a brown-haired horse, lowering its head to eat grass on the grassland. If you look closely, you can see 5 red dots on the horse's body, each about the size of a 1 yuan coin. This is something that many players easily overlook because these 5 red dots in the brown hair are not very noticeable, and these 5 red dots are the places that players need to attack when they pass the level. As long as the attack order is correct, the first small level will be passed directly. Yifan stood still and recalled for a while, but didn't remember much. After all, there was already a walkthrough for the 15th level secret realm at that time, and he directly followed the walkthrough to pass it, so the impression was not very deep. It seems to be 531, 3521. Yifan stood still and said a bunch of numbers. The only thing he remembered clearly was that he had to attack 10 times in order to pass, and the 5 red dots were arranged in order on the horse's abdomen. The numbers he mentioned were the order in which the red dots needed to be attacked, but he wasn't very sure. Yifan walked to the side of the brown horse, without using a shield, and directly punched the 5th red dot in the order. -1 damage number appeared on the horse's head.
Then Yifan continued to attack the third of these red dots in order. The frustrating thing about this level was that even if you got 9 attacks right, if one of them was wrong, you couldn't pass. Moreover, when you made a mistake in the attack order, the system didn't give any hints, and you could only test for yourself which step went wrong. Yifan tried attacking 10 times according to his own guess for the first time, but obviously didn't pass.
There were still over 3 minutes left before the 5-minute clearance time.
As long as the time hadn't run out, players wouldn't be teleported out of the secret realm even if they attacked incorrectly. This was a small advantage, as you could try multiple times within this time. Yifan opened the video recording and he needed to try a few more times as quickly as possible.
Maybe he would get it right one of those times. If he didn't record the video, he might not remember the order of attacking the red dots.
In the first 5 minutes of the challenge, Yifan tried 6 different orders of attacking the red dots, but all ended in failure.
I want to challenge the 15th level secret realm again.
After being teleported out, Yifan immediately found the village chief and chose to challenge again.
He was so fast that the players waiting in the newbie village didn't react in time. I just saw Ba Jiu Chang Feng. A player said uncertainly. Are you hallucinating? How could Ba Jiu Chang Feng appear without 2 hours? It must have been an illusion. It hasn't been 2 hours, so how could Ba Jiu Chang Feng possibly appear?
Returning to the 15th level secret realm, Yifan didn't waste any time and continued to try.
Yunshin is really heartless.
You have to attack correctly 10 times to pass the first level.
Yifan couldn't help but complain. That's right, it's not even human.
Even though he had cleared it in the previous life, the current Yifan could only rely on half-remembered memories and half-luck.
Who would bother to remember these things?
If it had a pattern like the 5th level secret realm, Yifan might still be able to remember, but this thing had no pattern at all. 531-3523, Yifan muttered while trying, and finally, when the clearance time was about to reach 0.
Ding! The first level has been successfully passed. Finally got it right.
Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, but he had already forgotten the order of his last attack, so he could only find out by watching the recorded video. In the second level, the surrounding green grass disappeared, replaced by a vast white snowfield. The mini-boss of this level was a snowman.
The snowman's body didn't move, but its eyes did.
Yifan walked to the side of the snowman and directly punched it on the head. -1. Although the snowman seemed fragile, it didn't change at all after being hit by Yifan's punch. After punching, Yifan stood still and waited for the snowman's eyes to close before punching it on the head again. -1 for Yifan. The second level was much easier than the first level. The reason being that the snowman in the second level could be defeated with just 3 punches. When the snowman opened its eyes again, Yifan delivered a third punch to its head. Boom! The entire snowman shattered and disappeared, becoming a part of the vast snowy field.
Ding! Second level successfully passed. After clearing the second level, the snowy field disappeared, and the surroundings became misty, as if in a fairyland.
It felt like walking on clouds, very soft.
The mini-boss of this level was a cloud.
If one were to punch the cloud, it would feel like punching cotton.
As for how to pass this level, Yifan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional.
The person who came up with this method in the previous life must have been a foodie.
How could a normal person think of eating this cloud?
Yifan walked to the side of the cloud and smiled. The cloud looked about the size of a basin and really resembled cotton candy. There was no feeling when it entered the mouth, as if biting into air, but the cloud clearly lost a corner. After a dozen bites, the cloud completely disappeared, and then the system's prompt sounded.
Ding!
Third level successfully passed. Yifan smoothly passed the next 5 levels because they were not as complicated as the first level. Excluding the time wasted on the first level, Yifan cleared the 15-level secret realm in just half an hour. Wait for me at the edge of the newbie village.
Yifan sent a message to Yu Ruxiang.
Okay. Yu Ruxiang immediately replied. Yifan knew without thinking that there must be a group of players waiting in the newbie village, hoping to catch him off guard. As soon as he went out, he would definitely be subjected to various attacks. There might even be some control skills waiting for him. If he was controlled in the newbie village, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks from so many players. Even if he triggered the absolute barrier, it would only provide him with 2 seconds of invincibility. It would be much better if there was a priest present, as even if he was controlled, there would be a skill to remove the control. He was afraid that Yu Ruxian would be killed by those players when she came over. I'm at a place on the edge of the newbie village, coordinates 457, 643. There aren't many players here. Do you need me to go into the newbie village? Yu Ruxiang sent a message.
No need, just wait there.
Yifan replied. In the instant he left the 15-level secret realm, Yifan immediately ran towards the outskirts of the newbie village. He had allocated all his attribute points to physique, so his agility was not high, and he couldn't run very fast.
Look, Bajio Changfeng is here. Damn, he came out so quickly. Many people have already entered to challenge the 10-level secret realm. We don't have enough people.
Quick, stop Bajio Changfeng, don't let him escape.
Does anyone know the imprisonment spell? Use it to control him. If we don't catch up soon, we won't be able to catch him. Let's go.
After running a short distance, Yifan only suffered a few sporadic injuries, and these injuries triggered the healing effect of his purple equipment leggings, which had a 2% chance to restore 5% of his health when attacked. So his health was still full. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but turn around and look back, then he stood still. About 30 players caught up with him, while the rest of the players stayed far away, watching the scene unfold.
Some passing players didn't even have the intention to attack Yifan and even quickened their pace.
It seems that there are more rational players, Yifan muttered to himself. He thought there would be at least 1,000 players waiting for him outside, but there were only a few.
It was completely a case of much ado about nothing. Raise a glass and ride the wind.
If you understand the principle that the guilty party is the one who possesses the treasure, then hand over that piece of equipment quickly.
Do you understand?
One assassin rushed forward, thinking that Yifan was scared because he didn't run away.
He spoke in this manner. Do you dare to attack me?
Yifan didn't pay him any attention and casually sent a message to Yu Ruxiang, asking her to come over.
Why don't you just enjoy being a mediocre player? Why can't you accept the idea of attacking me? Raise a glass and ride the wind, don't be too happy too soon.
If it weren't for many of us challenging the level 10 secret realm, you would have died several times by now.
The assassin player spoke with a fierce tone.
Soon, the rest of the players caught up, and when they saw that Yifan didn't run away, they started to look at each other.
Should they fight or not?
These few players were not worth considering. After all, they couldn't cause several hundred points of damage like King Crazy before. At most, they could only cause tens of points of damage. Yifan's level was at least 5 levels higher than theirs, so he didn't need to fear these few players.
Why haven't you attacked yet? Isn't it just losing a few levels upon death?
Take a risk for the sake of getting rich.
Yifan couldn't help but laugh and even took a few steps towards them.
Raise a glass and ride the wind, hand over the equipment quickly, and we can consider letting you go. As soon as this person finished speaking, he was given a disdainful look by the players around him. It was already this late and he was still saying such brainless words, completely clueless about the situation.
Are we fighting or not? If we're not, then I'll leave.
Yifan patiently asked. Yu Ruxiang, who was outside the newbie village, had also arrived by Yifan's side at this time.
Seeing this situation, these players immediately lost interest.
They didn't dare to attack Yifan alone, let alone with the addition of a priest. Even if they killed the priest first, it wouldn't make a difference. In the end, they still wouldn't be able to kill Yifan.
Let's go.
Several of those players directly gave up, shook their heads, and left.
Raise a glass and ride the wind, you won't be so lucky next time we meet. The assassin waved the dagger in his hand and left with a cold snort. What happened? Yu Ruxiang asked. She looked at Yifan's health, which was full, and it seemed that there hadn't been a battle. These people wanted to pick a fight with me with only about 30 players, but they backed down. Yifan said as he edited the video of clearing the level 15 secret realm and handed it to Yu Ruxiang, saying, "This is the strategy for clearing the level, starting with the first level." While Yu Ruxiang watched the video and listened to Yifan's explanation, she quickly understood the strategies for clearing all the levels. Then I'll go challenge the level 15 secret realm first, Yu Ruxiang said after fully understanding. I have to leave the newbie village first. After you clear it, come directly to the main city to find me. Okay. After Yu Ruxiang entered the level 15 secret realm, Yifan came to the village chief and said, "Village chief, I'm already level 15 and have cleared the secret realm. I want to leave the newbie village." Yifan had been thinking about the reward for being the first to leave the newbie village. He heard that the reward was a unique title for the entire server, and it even had attributes. Oh, the old village chief, leaning on his cane, looked at Yifan and nodded. "Not bad, your leveling speed really surprised me. You're truly promising. Are you sure you want to leave the newbie village now?" "Confirmed." Yifan nodded. After making the choice to leave the newbie village, he was enveloped in a white light and disappeared from the spot after 5 seconds. Ding! You are the first player to leave the newbie village on the entire server. The system will make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to reveal your ID? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yifan shook his head and said, "No, don't reveal it. Although many players had already noticed his secret, he still didn't want everyone to know that he was the first player to leave the newbie village. Otherwise, it is easy to associate him with the master of strategies on the forum. With his speed in releasing strategies, it is easy to cause dissatisfaction among many players. In terms of his current strength, causing a disturbance in the entire server, well, it's not exactly the entire server, at most it's the entire Huaxia region. It wouldn't be wise to provoke the anger of all the players in the region. Now making a server-wide announcement, player XXXX from the Huaxia region is the first to leave the newbie village, rewarded with 1000 gold coins, 500 prestige points, the title of Unrivaled, and the opening of the level ranking list. All players in the Huaxia region receive a 10% experience bonus and a 10% drop rate bonus for the next 24 hours. Now making a server-wide announcement. The consecutive 3 server-wide announcements not only shocked the players in the Huaxia region, but even the players in the foreign regions were also shocked. It must be said that the players in the foreign regions are currently living in a difficult situation. If it weren't for a foreign player bringing back the strategy for clearing the level 5 secret realm from the Huaxia region's game forum, they would still be stuck at level 5. But now, most of them have just reached level 10 and are still eagerly waiting for the strategy to clear the level 10 secret realm. Is this still the same game they are playing? Damn, amazing. It must be the master of strategies on the forum, right? Besides him, I can't think of anyone else who can level up so quickly. This leveling speed is too fast, right? I haven't even challenged the level 10 secret realm yet, and someone has already left the newbie village? The gap is too big. Stop complaining and quickly take advantage of this 10% experience bonus to level up. By the way, how effective is the 10% drop rate bonus? Just thinking that only players in the Huaxia region can enjoy this bonus, I feel especially happy. Okay, I won't say anymore, I'm going to farm for rare equipment. Ding! You are currently ranked first on the level ranking list. Do you want to display your ID? No. Yifan didn't rush to look at the level ranking list, but instead looked at the title Unrivaled. Unrivaled, title, strength plus 10%, intelligence plus 10%, constitution plus 10%, spirit plus 10%, agility plus 10%, drop rate plus 10%. Introduction. The player who is the first to leave the newbie village in the entire server can obtain this title. Non-tradable. Seeing the attributes of this title, only 2 words remained in Yifan's mind: invincible. All 6 attributes increased by 10%, this effect can be described as heaven-defying. After all, as the level increases, there will be more and more attributes, and the effect of the title will also become better. Finally, there is a 10% increase in drop rate. In the game Wild Path, Yifan felt that this 10% increase in drop rate was extremely useful. Coupled with the 10% drop rate increase currently enjoyed by players in the Huaxia region, he would have a 20% increase in drop rate in the next 24 hours. If he didn't have to change jobs later, Yifan would want to leave the city now and find some monsters to test the power of this 20% drop rate increase. After that, he glanced at the level ranking list, first place, XXXX, level 15, profession, XXX. Second place, XXXX, level 15, profession, XXX. Third place, Violent Priest, level 12, profession, Priest. Fourth place, Fu Yaoer, level 11, profession, Priest. Fifth place, XXXX, level 11, profession, XXX. Sixth place, Ghost in the Night, level 10, profession, Assassin. Seventh place, Godslayer, level 10, profession, Warrior. Eighth place, One Sword Opens Heaven's Gate, level 10, profession, Warrior. Ninth place, Dancing Linglong, level 10, profession, Archer. 10th place, XXXX, level 10, profession, XXX. Yifan feels that the 3rd to 5th places are probably players who are rich priests because it hasn't been 2 hours since he released the strategy for the level 10 secret realm, and most players should still be challenging the level 10 secret realm, so it's impossible to surpass level 10. The 1st and 2nd places are undoubtedly him and Yu Ruxiang. As for the ranking after that, Yifan doesn't know how it was determined. Everyone is at level 10, but the order is unknown. However, this situation of players at the same level will only exist for now. After all, everyone is stuck at around level 10, and it won't be long before the levels start to diverge. Why are there 2 level 15 players on the ranking list? Is there another player about to leave the newbie village soon? They won't even reveal their game ID, hiding their identity. Such a good opportunity, why not show themselves and let everyone get to know them? It seems that there is more than one player who has reached level 15. It looks like the 2nd level 15 player is trapped in the level 15 secret realm. It's a pity, just one step away. What a pity. It looks like they leveled up together. It probably won't be long before this level 15 player also leaves the newbie village. At this moment, Yifan appeared in a teleportation array in the main city. After leaving the newbie village, almost everyone would be teleported to nearby places like this. Taking advantage of the fact that Yu Ruxiang had not yet left the newbie village, Yifan headed towards the mentor's hall to quickly complete the hidden profession quest. Yifan had been thinking about this hidden profession for a long time because it was very compatible with the talent 100-fold counterattack. As long as he could trigger the quest for that hidden profession, Yifan could clear it even with his eyes closed. In the previous life, he only briefly looked at the strategy for the hidden profession quest, but because of the uniqueness of the hidden profession, even if he looked at the strategy, he couldn't change to that profession. The mentor's hall was located on a bustling street, where NPCs from the game were constantly coming and going. However, once most players arrived, the street would be crowded with all kinds of players. Yifan entered the relatively luxurious mentor's hall and approached a mentor who was dozing off, saying, "Wake up, it's time to work." The shield guardian mentor opened one eye and glanced at Yifan, then snorted and closed his eyes again, saying, "Don't you have any respect for your teacher? No manners at all. Just wait, I'm busy and can't help you change professions right now." "I can wait, but I'm afraid Hongxiu won't be able to." Yifan uttered the 4 crucial words that triggered the quest, Hongxiu. "What?" The shield guardian mentor's eyes widened suddenly. He stood up and walked 2 steps forward, standing in front of Yifan. "Did you just say?" Seeing the excited look on the shield guardian mentor's face, Yifan knew that he had successfully triggered the quest for his hidden profession. "I can help you rescue Hongxiu," Yifan said. "Really?" The shield guardian mentor immediately grabbed Yifan's arms, but quickly let go and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I got too excited for a moment." "Can you really rescue Hongxiu?" "Of course, I will bring her safely to you." Ding! The shield guardian mentor has assigned you a quest to rescue the trapped Hongxiu. The successful completion of the quest will reward you with the hidden profession, Blood Dragon Guard, transfer scroll. Time limit, 5 days. Do you accept? "I accept," Yifan immediately said. Ding! Quest accepted successfully. Countdown starts now, 119 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Ding! The shield guardian mentor's favorability towards you +10. After accepting the quest for the hidden profession, Yifan left the mentor's hall. In the previous life, the shield guardian who transferred to the Blood Dragon Guard profession only obtained the password by chance. However, after receiving this quest, he was trapped in that map for 3 full days before successfully passing it, because the shield guardian's damage was too low and the boss in the map had 100,000 health points. Fortunately, the boss's damage was not high and it didn't regenerate health, allowing him to slowly wear it down. Yifan arrived at the entrance of the dungeon challenge. At this time, a dungeon called Rescue Hongxiu had appeared, which could only be challenged solo and cost 5 gold coins per attempt. After deducting 5 gold coins from his inventory, he entered the dungeon. The dungeon was filled with the sight of broken walls and ruins, and the target of the rescue, Hongxiu, was tied up in a corner, with an extremely ugly monster next to her. It was completely bald and had the shape of a lizard, but with a head and a pair of hands and feet similar to a human. Blood Dragon Guard in distress, level 15, HP 100,000, defense 20, attack 50. Introduction. The once glorious Blood Dragon Guard has suffered heavy damage and can no longer recover to its peak. It used to be the most loyal guard under the Blood Dragon. Using the investigation technique to check the monster's attributes, Yifan directly removed all his equipment and weapons. However, even so, the monster's defense is still too high. Judging from its 50 points of attack, it is probably difficult to cause more than a little damage to it. After thinking about it, Yifan left the instance and returned to the mentor's hall, where he spent 10 gold coins to reset all the attribute points previously allocated. After resetting the attribute points, Yifan, who was not wearing any equipment, only had 25 points of physique. The initial 10 points of physique plus 1 point of physique for each level up. He only had 250 HP and 25 defense. The Blood Dragon Guard in distress could easily break through his defense, but it couldn't be killed instantly. On the way back to challenge the instance, a system announcement came across the entire region. Now making a region-wide announcement, player XXXX is the second to leave the newbie village, rewarded with 300 gold coins and 100 prestige points. Now making a region-wide announcement. I have arrived at the main city. Yu Ruxiang sent a message to Yifan. You go ahead and do the job change quest. Yifan replied to the message. Okay. The difference in rewards between the first and second players to leave the newbie village was too big. Fortunately, Yu Ruxiang was brought along by Yifan. If it were another player, this one-step difference would be infuriating. I wonder if Yu Ruxiang can successfully change jobs to the hidden class God of Life in this life. After re-entering the Rescue Red Sleeve Girl instance, Fan directly used the taunt skill on the monster. Roar! The Blood Dragon Guard roared in anger and immediately charged towards Fan. -30 to 3000. Even so, Fan only suffered 30 points of damage. No wonder in the previous life, that Shield Guard could wear down this Blood Dragon Guard. This damage couldn't break through the defense of an ordinary Shield Guard at all. -29 to 2900. The Blood Dragon Guard continued to attack Fan, causing him to suffer around 3000 points of damage each time. Fan put on several pieces of equipment with unfavorable attributes because he couldn't withstand this damage with his current HP. He also needed to continuously use low-level red potions and medium-level red potions to restore his HP, -19 to 1900. After increasing his defense and HP by 1 point, the damage caused by the Blood Dragon Guard was greatly reduced. 5 minutes later, the Blood Dragon Guard let out a howl of despair as its 100,000 HP was cleared by Fan's 100-fold counter. As Fan expected, the monsters in this special mission instance were very poor, not even dropping a single copper coin. He approached the Red Sleeve Girl and untied the rope on her. "Thank you for rescuing me." The Red Sleeve Girl's eyes turned red. "Don't mention it, I was also entrusted by someone. Are you willing to go see him with me?" "Of course, both you and him are my saviors." Fan took the Red Sleeve Girl out of the instance and headed to the Mentor's hall. "Mentor, I brought the Red Sleeve Girl to you," Fan said to the Shield Guard Mentor in front of him. The Shield Guard Mentor's gaze fell on the Red Sleeve Girl behind Fan, and he murmured, "Red Sleeve. You are Brother Fong?" The Red Sleeve Girl exclaimed in surprise. What followed was a long-awaited reunion, a heart-wrenching confession, and an awkward plot of destiny that bound them together for 3 lifetimes. "By the way, Brother Fong, thank you for helping me rescue the Red Sleeve Girl. If you ever need my help in the future, just ask. As long as I can help, I won't refuse." Only then did the Shield Guard Mentor remember Fan, who was waiting on the side. Ding! Rescue Red Sleeve Girl quest completed. Obtained the hidden class Blood Dragon Guard job change scroll. A scroll for the job transfer to Blood Dragon Guard appeared in Fan's backpack, but it cannot be traded. After using it, he can directly change jobs. After using the Blood Dragon Guard scroll, a white light appeared on Fan's body, successfully changing his job to the hidden class Blood Dragon Guard. The characteristic of the hidden class Blood Dragon Guard is that it has 2 different development paths. One is to allocate all attribute points to strength, and the other is to allocate all attribute points to constitution. Blood Dragon Guard, 1 point of strength equals 30 HP, 5 attack. 1 point of constitution equals 30 HP, 5 defense. For Fan, he only needs to allocate all attribute points to strength in the future. In ordinary classes, 1 point of strength only adds 3 attack without increasing HP, but the hidden class Blood Dragon Guard not only increases attack more than ordinary classes but also increases HP. Allocating all points to strength will not increase defense, but it will enhance the power of 100-fold counterattack. However, in that case, he needs to improve his equipment, otherwise, his defense will be too low. In addition, after changing to the Blood Dragon Guard job, Fan also obtained 2 job skills. One is the active skill Blood Dragon Roar and the other is the passive skill Unrestrained Movement. Blood Dragon Roar, after use, strength increases by 15%, constitution increases by 15%, agility decreases by 30%, lasts for 5 minutes, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Unrestrained Movement, passive, automatically triggered when HP drops to 30%, reduces the duration of control effects by 80%. These 2 skills are very useful for Fan. The enhancement effect of the active skill Blood Dragon Roar is very significant. 15%. Increase in strength and 15% increase in constitution means a 15% increase in total HP limit and a decent increase in defense for the Blood Dragon Guard class. Compared to that, the negative effect of a 30% decrease in agility is insignificant because Blood Dragon Guard is not a class that relies on speed. The passive skill Unrestrained Movement is also very useful. When HP drops to 30%, the duration of control effects is reduced by 80%. According to Fan's impression, the longest control skill in Wild Journey should be the Ice Mage's Extreme Ice Freeze, which lasts for about 10 seconds. Reducing control time by 80% means being able to break free from control in 2 seconds. However, overall, there are still shortcomings. It only triggers when there is 30% HP left, which is very dangerous, and 2 seconds of control time may be fatal. Fan took off a few pieces of junk equipment from his body, then allocated all attribute points to strength, and then looked at his attribute panel. Player, Drink Win Title, Unrivaled Level, 15 Experience, 0/10,000 Job, Blood Dragon Guard HP, 3750, 1 Constitution equals 30 HP, 1 Strength equals 30 HP, MP, 250, 1 Spirit equals 10 MP, Physical Attack, 500, 1 strength equals 5 physical attack, magic attack, 75, 1 intelligence equals 3 magic attack, defense, 125, 1 constitution equals 5 defense, attack/move speed, 25, 1 agility equals 1 attack/move speed, casting speed, 25, 1 spirit equals 1 casting speed, strength, 100, intelligence, 25, constitution, 25, spirit, 25, agility, 25, critical hit, 0 luck, 5, fixed, prestige, 700 attribute points, 0 talent, 100-fold counterattack, skills, taunt, absolute barrier, blood dragon roar, unrestrained movement, detection art. Even Yifan couldn't help but gasp at this amount of HP. Without wearing equipment or the unrivaled title, he already had nearly 4,000 HP. Moreover, every time Yifan levels up in the future, he will gain 1 point of constitution and 6 points of strength, which translates to an additional 210 HP. Actually, strictly speaking, it's more than that, because the title of Unparalleled can still be upgraded, with a 10% increase in strength and constitution. So, when he levels up, his health can increase by 231 points. 1 constitution equals 30 health, 10% increase equals 3 points. 6 strength equals 180 health, 10% increase equals 18 points. I wonder if the attributes of the equipment can be increased. Yifan couldn't help but mutter to himself. He directly put on the Unparalleled title and chose to hide the title appearance, so other players couldn't see the Unparalleled title. Strength, 100 plus 10, Intelligence, 25 plus 2, Constitution, 25 plus 2, Spirit, 25 plus 2, Agility, 25 plus 2. This is the improvement of the 5 attributes after wearing the Unparalleled title. The decimal points for Intelligence, Constitution, Spirit, and Agility are omitted. Yifan put on the purple equipment Golden Wolf King leg guards, which directly increased his constitution by 30 points. But after putting it on, what he saw was Constitution, 55 plus 2. The additional attributes of the equipment did not receive the improvement effect of the Unparalleled title. This made Yifan somewhat regretful. Blood Dragon Roar. This skill can increase strength and constitution by 15%. Yifan wanted to try if this skill could increase the attributes of the equipment. Strength, 100 plus 25, Intelligence, 25 plus 6, Constitution, 55 plus 6, Spirit, 25 plus 6, Agility, 25 plus 6. Indeed, the skill Blood Dragon Roar can only increase the basic attributes, and the additional attributes of the equipment will not be improved. In this way, the gap is still significant. After all, if the attributes of the equipment could be improved, these 2 improvements would be very powerful. It seems like I have received a special job change task. It may take some time to complete. Yu Ruxiang sent a message to Yifan. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief after seeing it. It seems that Yu Ruxiang has already received the task of the hidden job god of life. He was worried that leaving the newbie village early would prevent her from receiving this hidden job task. It's okay, completing the task is important. Yifan replied. Okay, I'll find you after completing the task. Yifan closed the chat dialog box, put on a few pieces of junk equipment, and walked towards the leveling area outside the city. His current health can withstand the attacks of many wild monsters, much better than when he was in the newbie village. And now the drop rate in the entire area has increased, so it is best to kill monsters as much as possible within the 24-hour duration. On the other hand, after Yifan posted the level 10 secret level on the forum, no players in the newbie village bothered to mess with King of Kings. As soon as King of Kings received the notification, he immediately went online and started madly killing monsters to level up. Just as King of Kings reached level 8, he saw the system-wide announcement. Although he didn't know who was the first to leave the newbie village, King of Kings was very satisfied with the 10% experience bonus, as it would allow him to level up quickly. In order to increase the efficiency of leveling up, members of the King's Guild in the newbie village were helping King of Kings weaken the monsters, and then King of Kings would deliver the final blow to harvest the experience. Since King of Kings was not in a team, he alone enjoyed the experience of those weakened monsters, and the speed of gaining experience was very fast. Of course, those members didn't lose out either. After all, King of Kings had plenty of money, and each member who helped weaken the monsters would receive a benefit of 100 gold coins. At the current gold price, that's $5,000. Many members of the King's Guild who were not in the newbie village wished they could teleport over to help, but the teleportation fee of 5,000 gold coins directly dispelled their thoughts. Boss, come over quickly. A mini-boss has respawned over here. King's Madness was immersed in leveling up, and upon receiving the news, he immediately felt delighted and hurriedly asked, where? Bosses not only provide a large amount of experience, but also drop some good equipment with decent attributes. King's Madness was instantly tempted. He didn't care about the equipment, but he needed a lot of experience. Coordinates 415, 673. It's a silver-level boss, the bloodthirsty venomous king snake. Follow me. King's Madness immediately called out to the members of the surrounding King's Guild. He must defeat this silver-level boss. Bloodthirsty venomous king snake, silver-level boss, level 15, 30,000 HP, 200 defense, 250 attack, skill, venomous mist. Description: a bloodthirsty venomous king snake that evolved from an ordinary bloodthirsty snake. Be careful of the poisonous mist it releases in all directions, as it is extremely dangerous when touched. King's Madness arrived with his subordinates and immediately used detection to check the attributes of this silver-level boss. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. With 30,000 HP, high defense, high attack, and a ranged skill, the silver-level boss was not easy to deal with. However, there were 26 members from the King's Guild in the number 76543 newbie village, plus himself, making a total of 27. There was still a chance to take it down. Listen to my arrangements. King's Madness said loudly. The 26 of you will form a team. Shield warriors and fighters, charge forward and push directly. It is crucial to note that if the boss uses the skill Venomous Mist, you must retreat immediately to avoid being killed instantly. Mages and archers, pay attention to your positions. Don't get too close to the boss and maintain a safe range for output. Priests, make sure to heal the HP of the shield warriors and fighters. This place is quite far from the newbie village respawn point, and it would be a waste of time to run back after death. Otherwise, we might be wiped out. After killing this silver-level boss, each person will receive 100 gold coins. Those who die and lose a level will receive an additional 100 gold coins. But listen carefully, if I find anyone intentionally making mistakes to gain an extra 100 gold coins, think about the consequences. Do you all understand? King's Madness scanned the 26 players with his gaze. Understood, the 26 players replied in unison. Good. One more thing, when the boss's HP is almost depleted, stop attacking and let me deliver the final blow. If anyone accidentally steals my final kill, be prepared to quit the game. King's Madness looked at the silver-level boss, bloodthirsty venomous king snake, and ordered, mages and archers, find your positions for output. Shield warriors and fighters, charge forward now. Stay focused. With King's Madness's command, 3 shield warriors and 6 fighters immediately rushed towards the bloodthirsty venomous king snake. Hiss! After entering the attack range of the bloodthirsty venomous king snake, it immediately spat out a snake venom and made a hissing warning sound. Taunt! One of the shield warriors immediately used the taunt skill to grab the aggro of the bloodthirsty venomous king snake. The bloodthirsty venomous king snake revealed its sharp fangs and bit towards the shield warrior. Attack! King's Madness gave the order and immediately walked towards the bloodthirsty venomous king snake. He had to attack together in order to have a chance of killing this silver-level boss. When the HP of the bloodthirsty venomous king snake dropped to the range where it could be killed, King's Madness would use the skill Thundering Sword with the additional skill Thundering Break to ignore defense and deal a large amount of damage. Hiss hiss. The 3 shield warriors took turns using the taunt skill, firmly holding the aggro of the bloodthirsty venomous king snake, creating an excellent environment for the fighters as well as the ranged mages and archers to output their damage. There are 2 wandering assassins nearby. When their skills are ready, they will go up and attack, then move around the area. If other players come, they will drive them away. -45, -32, -19, -88. The venomous Blood King Snake's head is constantly emitting damage. Although the damage is not high, it accumulates to become a terrifying amount. When the venomous Blood King Snake's health drops to half, it suddenly swings its tail and raises its head, emitting a terrifying hissing sound. Retreat! King's Fury immediately commands upon seeing this situation. The shield guards and warriors immediately retreat a short distance, not daring to retreat too far at once, otherwise, the venomous Blood King Snake will quickly regenerate health. The mages and archers continue to attack to prevent the venomous Blood King Snake from leaving the battle and regenerating health. 5 seconds later, a layer of black mist emanates from the venomous Blood King Snake, slowly spreading outwards. This is the venomous Blood King Snake's skill, Toxic Mist Spreading. King's Fury, the shield guards, and warriors continue to retreat, not daring to touch the spreading toxic mist. Fortunately, the mist does not spread quickly, so they can retreat calmly. Priest, heal me. One shield guard accidentally touches a trace of the toxic mist and immediately starts taking damage. -200, -200, -200. The priest doesn't react in time, and the shield guard's health is completely depleted, returning to the respawn point in the beginner village. After being exposed to the toxic mist, they take 200 points of damage per second. This shield guard cannot withstand this damage. Don't make any more mistakes. King's Fury says sternly.
20 seconds later, the toxic mist slowly disappears, and the shield guards and warriors immediately move forward to continue attacking the venomous Blood King snake. Without the toxic mist spreading situation, the venomous Blood King snake's attacks can only deal a maximum of a little over 100 to 200 damage to the shield guards.
The three priests can easily restore their health.
Hold on, at this rate, we won't take much longer to defeat this silver boss. King's Fury attacks and commands at the same time. Assassins, don't come over, pay attention to the surroundings.
If any ignorant players want to join in, kill them directly.
The venomous Blood King snake's health continues to decrease. With only about 10% of its health remaining, its head suddenly rises without any warning, and the toxic mist spreads directly from its body to the surroundings.
Retreat! King's Fury reacts quickly, shouting loudly and immediately retreating to avoid the toxic mist. However, the remaining shield guards and warriors are not so lucky.
As long as they are exposed to even a trace of the toxic mist, they continuously take 200 damage.
The three priests in the distance frantically heal, but neither the shield guards nor the warriors survive.
They are all wiped out by the continuous high damage from the toxic mist. Mages and archers, continue to attack, pay attention to your health, stop when it's almost time.
King's Fury remains calm and continues to arrange.
Although all the warriors and shield guards were killed by the toxic mist when the venomous Blood King snake had only 10% of its health remaining, in the end, it still died under King's Fury's Thunderous Break skill. 553, Thunder Break, ignores the target's defense, and King Mad directly inflicts over 500 points of high damage. After the bloodthirsty poison King Snake was killed, 2 flashes appeared, and 2 white lights also appeared on King Mad. The experience of the level 15 silver boss, Bloodthirsty Poison King Snake, directly raised King Mad from level 8 to level 10. If it weren't for the restriction of the level 10 secret realm, he might have gained even more experience.
Comfortable. King Mad couldn't help but grin.
Finally, he raised his level. Considering that as long as he seized the time after clearing the level 10 secret realm, keeping up with the levels of those players would not be a problem at all. Everyone did well, and I promise that the gold coins won't be lacking. The shield guard and warrior will receive an additional 100 gold coins because of their level loss.
Let me see what equipment dropped. If the attributes are good, there will be rewards for everyone.
King Mad's words made the members of the King's Guild very excited. This was only the early stage of the game, and there would be even more benefits to follow King Mad. They had already made up their minds that as long as King Mad needed them, they would follow him all the way. Just as King Mad was about to pick up the 2 shiny items on the ground, the 2 shiny items suddenly disappeared. This was not because the time for picking them up had expired and they refreshed.
He couldn't help but squint his eyes and noticed a ripple in the air. It's the assassin's stealth.
King Mad immediately roared, "Surround this area and don't let this ignorant kid escape." The assassin's skill, stealth, could last for 15 seconds without launching an attack, but this, stealth, was not completely invisible. For example, King Mad had just noticed something abnormal. In the stealth state, if the assassin remained still, no one would notice, but if they moved, a ripple would appear in the air, making it easy for players with sharp eyes to spot them. The members of the King's Guild quickly dispersed and guarded different directions, waiting for the assassin's stealth to end before making their move. 15 seconds was not enough time to activate stealth, come over here, snatch the dropped items, and leave. Soon, a figure slowly appeared on an open space. An assassin with the ID, Thief Also Has a Way, stopped and looked at King Mad with a wry smile, saying, "Hello, everyone. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you steal my things right under my nose?" King Mad's face didn't look good. He actually dared to steal something in front of him. He really didn't know the severity of the situation. Thief Also Has a Way pretended to be innocent and said, "What things? I just happened to pass by. I didn't take anything. Don't play dumb with me. I'll give you 2 choices now. Either hand over the items, and I won't bother with you anymore, or we'll kill you back to level 0, and from now on, the King's Guild will put you on the hit list. Every time we see you, we'll kill you." King Mad's face eased slightly. He had just killed the silver boss and reached level 10. This was something worth celebrating. There was no need to let a small matter affect his mood. "How can you accuse me like this? I didn't take anything." Thief Also Has a Way sighed and said, "Since that's the case, the members of the King's Guild will also be on my hit list. Every time I see them, I'll kill them." "You're really an ignorant fool. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Attack." King Mad couldn't be bothered to waste time with him and directly gave the order to attack. "Want to kill me?" Thief Also Has a Way grinned, took a few steps back, and shouted, "King Mad, let's wait and see." After speaking, he used the Just Cool Down stealth skill and disappeared from the spot once again. Spread out and pay attention to the surroundings.
Don't let this kid escape. King Mad shouted loudly. Unfortunately, these ripples that appear in the air cannot be detected if they are not close. After 15 seconds, the duration of the stealth skill has been exhausted, but there is no trace of Dao Yu, the thief, nearby. This bastard. The king angrily cursed. Spread out and find him. If you discover his whereabouts, immediately inform me. I don't believe that anyone would dare to target the king's guild. After successfully achieving his goal, Dao Yu did not stay and immediately returned to the beginner's village. He searched for the old village chief, and after some communication, he directly entered the level 10 secret realm. After entering the level 10 secret realm, he did not move, as he had already watched strategy videos on the forum. During this waiting time, he began to examine the 2 items he had obtained. Blade of Poisoning, a purple dagger, requires level 15 to equip, attack plus 60, agility plus 10, critical hit rate plus 20%. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to poison the target, causing 20 points of damage per second for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Can be traded, invincible, usable by the shield guard profession, increases defense by 10% for 5 seconds when used, can attract the hatred of all targets within a 10m×10m radius around oneself, can also be used on a single target, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Can be traded. After reading the attributes of these 2 items, Dao Yu couldn't help but frown. The attributes of the Blade of Poisoning were not bad, so he planned to keep it for himself and use it when he reached level 15. But as for this skill book, why is it a shield guard's skill book? Based on his experience playing other games, Dao Yu knew that tank equipment and skill books were generally the cheapest because fewer people played those roles, followed by support equipment and skill books. He checked the consignment platform but couldn't find the price of the invincible skill book. After thinking for a moment, he listed it for auction with a starting price of 1,000 gold coins, muttering to himself, I hope to encounter a shield guard with a lot of foolish money. I was too hasty. If I had known it was just these 2 things, I wouldn't have risked stealing from the king's guild. For Dao Yu, if he could sell the shield guard's skill book invincible for 1,000 gold coins, it would still be considered a profit, as 1,000 gold coins was equivalent to about 50,000 renminbi. Besides, his profession was an assassin, so it would be quite difficult for the members of the king's guild to target him in the future. Maybe he could even cause some trouble for the king's guild. Minus 420 now. Yifan's normal attacks can already deal over 400 points of damage. Minus 87 to 8,700 with the equipped items. Yifan's defense was close to 200 points, but the level 17 monster colorful phantom butterfly could still inflict nearly 100 points of damage on him. When he was in the beginner's village, the damage from the ghost vine flower was also around 100 points, but at that time, Yifan didn't have such high defense. Colorful Phantom Butterfly, level 17, HP 4200, defense 150, attack 180, skill Colorful Windspin. Introduction. It is said that with a flap of its wings, it can create a hurricane tens of thousands of kilometers away. The system adapts the damage reduction based on the player's defense, so even though Yifan's defense has surpassed the attack of the Colorful Phantom Butterfly, he still only reduces about half of the damage. Of course, if Yifan allocated all his attribute points to physique, he might only receive a dozen or single-digit points of damage. One Colorful Phantom Butterfly can provide around 150 experience points. Yifan currently needs 10,000 experience points to level up, so he can level up by eliminating about 70 Colorful Phantom Butterflies. Taunt. Minus 408 with the equipped items, Yifan has nearly 5,000 HP. In this place, he doesn't need to worry about anything. Even if Yuru Shuang hasn't finished her task yet, he still chooses to deal with 2 colorful phantom butterflies at once. 93, minus 86 to 9,300, minus 8,600, colorful illusion butterfly, attacked Yifan and was instantly killed by 100 times the counter damage, without even the chance to use the skill, colorful windstorm. However, the economic benefits here are not bad, as each colorful illusion butterfly drops more than 30 silver coins upon death. When his health reached its lowest point, Yifan walked to the side to recover his health and took the opportunity to open the game forum to see what was happening. He found that the paid strategy video he posted for the level 10 secret realm had already accumulated over 18 million views. Setting a low price does have its advantages. If the price was 10 yuan, Yifan thought that the number of views might not have reached over 18 million, as players are all very shrewd. He directly withdrew the 18 million from the backend and planned to withdraw the rest later when he released the level 15 secret realm. After reading some posts on the forum for a while, he found that there were several popular threads related to him. Discussion: does the equipment on Bajiu Chengfeng really have a game-breaking attribute? This was the most intense discussion thread, with over 100,000 replies. Out of boredom,
Yifan clicked on it and found the discussion inside to be very interesting. Why do you all think that Bajio Changfeng has a game-breaking attribute on his equipment?
Did he admit it? What, he admitted it. But did you see it? Do you think that Bajio Changfeng might be the player who obtained the Starry Ring? What if he drew an SSS level talent instead of equipment? I think there's a 90% chance it's equipment. Just ask yourselves, if you were the one who drew an SSS level talent, would you play as a shield warrior? If it's a counter damage talent, playing as a shield warrior seems reasonable, but if it were me, I wouldn't play as a shield warrior. Even with a counter damage talent, wouldn't it be better to play as a DPS class with both attack and counter damage? Is there really a counter damage talent? For those of you who drew S level to C level talents, has anyone drawn a counter damage talent? Even just 1% of counter damage? No? In conclusion, it must be game-breaking equipment. Can game-breaking equipment really appear in the newbie village? Previously, a pink equipment greatsword appeared on the consignment platform and was sold for a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins, but its attributes were just average. With the drop rate in this game, why would anyone expect game-breaking equipment? About 30% of players believed that Yifan possessed game-breaking equipment with a counter-damage attribute, especially since members of the King's Guild leaked information, claiming that Bajio Changfeng admitted it himself. Another 30% of players believed that Yifan obtained the Starry Ring and drew an SSS-level counter-damage talent, and that the King's Guild was deceived by Bajio Changfeng. As for the remaining players, they believed that Bajio Changfeng was using cheats and demanded strict punishment from the game officials. Some even directly reported him in the game, but all reports were rejected. True or false, false or true. Yifan couldn't help but laugh. Even if he were to announce through the loudspeaker that he drew an SSS-level talent with 100 times counter damage, he estimated that over half of the players would still believe he had game-breaking equipment. Unless Yifan shared his data panel with other players and let them see it with their own eyes, they might only then believe that he truly had an SSS-level talent. As for this matter, Yifan couldn't be bothered to explain. There were still many posts on the forum gathering players to condemn Bajio Changfeng, and there were quite a few responses, although most were likely just trash-talking players. Just like what happened in the newbie village before, the initial momentum was so great, but in the end, only around 30 players pursued it. Who would be willing to take the risk of death and level loss for a 1 in 10,000 chance? Maybe this probability is still high, and they also have their own thoughts, thinking that even if the equipment on Raise a Glass to the Wind explodes, they won't get a share. After leaving the forum, Yifan opened the consignment platform and habitually searched for the skill book Invincible Against 10,000. After all, this skill book Invincible Against 10,000 is very useful to him, so it would be best to buy it as soon as possible. It's actually available. Seeing the Invincible Against 10,000 skill book being auctioned, Yifan was surprised. He didn't have much hope originally, after all. Except for him and Yu Ruxiang, the other players were still in the beginner village, and the probability of skill books dropping in the beginner village was really low. The starting price is 1,000 gold coins. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but grin. This price was simply too good for him, almost like getting it for free. Originally, in Yifan's preliminary budget, any price below 50,000 gold coins for the Invincible Against 10,000 skill book was acceptable. For him, this skill book was very practical. But looking at the remaining time for the auction, it should have just been listed, so Yifan didn't rush to bid. When the remaining time for the auction was almost up, he would bid again and directly win it. The wealthy shield guards were not very common in the game Desolate Path, so the competition should be small. He figured that around 10,000 gold coins should be enough. If he was lucky and no one else competed, as long as he raised the price once, he could win it for 1,050 gold coins. If he could really win it for 1,050 gold coins, it would be like picking up a bargain. After noting the last hour of the auction for the Invincible Against 10,000 skill book, Yifan looked at the Assassin skill book Solo Battle that he had listed for auction. There were still about 6 hours left for the auction of Solo Battle, but the bidding price had already exceeded 60,000 gold coins, which surprised him. He had originally planned to raise the price and trick the ghosts in the night, but now it seemed that there were other Assassin players bidding as well. Of course, this was what Yifan subconsciously thought, that the ghosts in the night would be interested in this skill book. If not, it wouldn't matter, as long as he could sell it at a high price. After browsing the consignment platform, he didn't find anything else worth buying. The 10% drop rate increase still had some effect, as there were many newly listed red and purple equipment on the consignment platform. After his health was fully restored, Yifan closed the consignment platform and re-entered the territory of Colorful Butterfly. He didn't know how long it would take for Yu Ruxiang to complete the job change task, so he could only level up and pass the time here.
When Yu Ruxiang completed the job change, he wanted to try the level 20 monster territory, where not only was the experience given more, but also level 20 equipment would drop. Level 20 equipment was different from level 5, 10, and 15 equipment, of course, referring to the purple grade equipment. There was no difference between white, blue, and red grade equipment. After level 20, the rare equipment dropped would not show its attributes, and it needed to be appraised by an equipment appraiser at the main city's equipment appraisal shop to know the attributes. For level 20 and above rare equipment of the same level and grade, the appraised attributes would be different. And after appraising these equipment, they could be fused together. When two purple grade equipment were fused, only purple grade equipment would be produced, but the attributes of the two pieces of purple grade equipment might be inherited together. In simple terms, when appraising purple grade equipment, there could be 2 to 3 attributes at most, but if two pieces of purple grade equipment with different attributes were fused, the newly produced purple grade equipment had a chance to have 4 to 5 attributes. This way of crafting equipment was something that wealthy players liked to do, but no matter which piece was chosen, at least one piece of equipment would be lost. After all, for ordinary players, even a slightly inferior purple equipment can be sold for a good amount of money on the consignment platform. The real big spenders, on the other hand, would fuse epic and legendary grade equipment. Of course, this can only be done at least a year after the game's public beta. Even if a few epic or legendary grade equipment pieces appear in the early stages, it wouldn't be enough for the big spenders to invest in. Ding! A white light shone on Yifan's body, successfully reaching level 16. With the 10% increase in drop rate and the 10% increase from the title, Yifan picked up a backpack full of white and blue equipment, but not a single red equipment. After equipping some decent blue equipment, Yifan planned to return to the main city to clean up these junk items. Just as Yifan took a few steps, he suddenly saw a different rainbow butterfly in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he found that the color of this rainbow butterfly was different, although its size was similar to other rainbow butterflies. Yifan directly used detection art on it. 7-colored magic wing butterfly, golden level boss, level 20, HP 500,000, defense 700, attack 1200, skill magic wing poison powder, passive skill deadly butterfly dance. Introduction: evolved from the rainbow butterfly, the 7-colored magic wing butterfly has highly toxic powder on its wings. Don't get contaminated by it. Don't provoke it easily, it's very dangerous. After reading the attributes of the 7-colored magic wing butterfly, Yifan didn't rush forward. Instead, he took several steps back. He wasn't particularly surprised by its 500,000 HP. Different bosses definitely had varying amounts of HP. Among all level 20 golden level bosses, this level 20 golden boss 7-colored magic wing butterfly had relatively high attributes. Moreover, with an attack of 1200, it would probably deal over 1,000 damage to Yifan each time, while he could only deal around 100,000 damage back, which was not enough to instantly kill this golden level boss. Deadly Butterfly Dance, passive skill: when HP drops below 30%, the 7-colored magic wing butterfly will dance gracefully, recovering 5% HP per second for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. This passive skill Deadly Butterfly Dance was the reason why Yifan didn't dare to try it alone. The boss itself would slowly regenerate HP, and with such a large recovery from the passive skill, without a priest, Yifan wouldn't be able to recover his lost HP, nor could he use his talent of reflecting 100 times the damage to kill this 7-colored magic wing butterfly. However, when encountering a golden level boss, there was no reason to let it go. Yifan immediately sent a message to Yu Ruxiang, asking about the progress of her mission. Yu Ruxiang, how much longer until you complete your mission? Yu Ruxiang quickly replied, it will take about half an hour. Why? I encountered a golden level boss that I can't handle alone. I need your help. Then, should I leave the instance first and come help you? Yu Ruxiang asked. No need, come after you complete the mission. Yifan directly refused. The golden level boss wouldn't respawn so quickly, even if no one challenged it. It would at least stay in one place for several days. Yifan had been leveling up in this area all along and hadn't encountered the 7-colored magic wing butterfly before. It should have just respawned recently, so half an hour wouldn't make a difference. If Yu Ruxiang came out early and caused the class transfer mission to fail, it would be a pity. Alright, I'll complete the class transfer mission as soon as possible and come find you. Yu Ruxiang replied. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Yifan decided to head towards the main city first. After all, he couldn't challenge this boss for the time being. He would clean up the junk equipment in his backpack first. Those players hadn't even left the newbie village yet, so no one would go and snatch this golden level boss. Moreover, this level 20 golden boss, even a 100-person team, would probably take several hours to defeat. If the damage is not enough, it will fall into a cycle of the boss constantly regenerating health. After returning to the main city and selling all the equipment in his backpack at a cheap price, Yean also bought a lot of detoxification potions. He didn't know if these detoxification potions would be effective against the colorful magic wing butterflies' magic wing poison powder, but he still bought some to try. The priest's dispel skill can only dispel negative effects such as confusion, decreased attack power, and slowing down, but it cannot detoxify. After preparing, Yean returned to the territory of the colorful illusion butterfly. Now, he only needed to wait for Yu Ruxiang to complete the job change quest, and then he could challenge the colorful magic wing butterfly. You bunch of idiots, have you found that thief also has a way yet? Inside the 76543 novice village, after receiving a message from his subordinates in the level 10 secret realm, King Mad couldn't help but curse angrily. Just a small assassin, could he really cause trouble? Boss, we've searched almost the entire novice village, but we couldn't find any trace of. That kid thief also has a way. Either he went to a leveling area above level 10, or he's inside the level 10 secret realm. The members of the King's Guild analyzed seriously. Hearing what his subordinates said, King Mad calmed down and said, forget it, those of you who have the level should clear the level 10 secret realm first. Those who don't have the level should hurry up and level up. Don't waste time on that kid for now. We'll talk about it after leaving the novice village. Understood. In the past, King Mad was basically always successful in other games, everything went smoothly, and he didn't encounter any frustrating situations. For him, playing games was just for fun, and spending money didn't matter. But after entering the game Desolate Path, he felt that everything was going wrong and that he was being targeted. First, he lost the auction for the Golden Wolf King's greatsword to casually slaughtering gods. Then, he was brought back to level 0 by Raise a Glass to the Wind's mysterious means. After finally joining forces with his subordinates to kill the bloodthirsty Poison King Snake and return to level 10, before he could even be happy, he didn't even get a good look at the 2 shining items that dropped before they were stolen by an unknown little assassin named Thief Also Has a Way. Ding! Thief Also Has a Way has requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? While King Mad was worrying, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Thief Also Has a Way. This kid actually dares to add me as a friend. King Mad directly chose to agree. He wanted to see what tricks this kid was up to. Currently, there weren't many players from the King's Guild in the 76543 novice village. Once they left the novice village, he would make this thief pay a painful price for stealing. King Mad. After accepting the friend request, Thief Also Has a Way directly sent a voice invitation to King Mad. Kid, you've got some guts. You dare to take the initiative to add me as a friend. You should be inside the level 10 secret realm now, right? After adding him as a friend, King Mad saw Thief Also Has a Way's level. No wonder he couldn't find this kid anywhere. He had been hiding inside the secret realm. Heh, King Mad, I've come to talk to you. Thief Also Has a Way chuckled. You can start preparing to quit the game now. King Mad said coldly. Losing to casually slaughtering gods and being defeated by Raise a Glass to the Wind, he could still reluctantly accept these two. After all, it was a difference in strength. But having his equipment stolen by a small assassin, he couldn't swallow this anger. Don't be like that, King Mad. We don't have any deep-seated grudges between us. You're so rich, you definitely won't care about 2 pieces of junk. How about this? I'll tell you about one of them. It's a skill book for a shield warrior, very cheap, starting price is only 1,000 gold coins. If you want it, you can buy it. Thief Also Has a Way revealed his purpose this time. He saw that the shield warrior's skill book had been on the auction for an hour without any movement, so he thought about adding King Mad as a friend and asking if he had any intention to bid. If the King of Madness is willing to bid back, then both sides will be happy. Of course, this is just what Dao Yu thinks. Do you think I'm a fool? The King of Madness's face turned black. He suddenly remembered that he had been tricked by Dao Yu before. He picked up the thundering sword that he dropped when he died and then sold it back to him for 5,000 gold coins, twice. How could it be? That skill book is quite useful. The shield guards in your King's Guild will definitely need it. Why don't you go take a look first? If you think the price is too high, I can lower it a little bit. What skill book? The King of Madness asked. If it's really useful, it's not a waste to spend some money to buy it back. He will settle the score with this guy later. Invincible against all, used by shield guards, the effect is pretty good. It's definitely worth the 1,000 gold coins, a great value. Dao Yu aggressively promoted, afraid that the King of Madness wouldn't be interested. The King of Madness opened the consignment platform and glanced at the attributes of the skill book Invincible Against All. His brows furrowed. Group taunt, it seems that it can also be used on players. The King of Madness couldn't help but mutter. He was familiar with the shield guard's taunt skill, which attracts the hatred of monsters, but the description of this invincible against all is to attract the hatred of targets. In Wild Road, the target can be a monster or an enemy player. As long as they can deal damage, they can be considered targets. Yes, King of Madness, this attribute is really good, and there's also a 10% defense bonus. Such an excellent skill book, shouldn't we arrange one for the pillar of your King's Guild, the Shield Guard? This starting price is only 1,000 gold coins. If you want it, don't waste this opportunity. If someone else bids and takes it away, it would be a pity. Dao Yu's words didn't have much impact on the King of Madness, but he thought of someone, Bijou Changfeng. If Bijou Changfeng gets this invincible against all skill book, with his godly equipment and the taunting function of this skill, even if he doesn't attack him, he will be affected by this invincible against all skill and launch an attack that will cause him to be counterattacked to death. He absolutely cannot let Bijou Changfeng get this invincible against all. You immediately take down this skill book. I'll trade with you in person. I'll offer 5,000 gold coins. The King of Madness immediately said to Dao Yu. When an item on the auction is not bid on, it can be taken down, but once someone bids, it cannot be taken down. 5,000 gold coins? In-person trade? Dao Yu couldn't help but laugh 3 times. King of Madness, your methods are too clumsy. Isn't trading with you in person just walking into a trap? This kind of trick is only good for fooling children. I'm not joking with you. In-person trade, 5,000 gold coins. After the trade is completed, all grudges between us will be settled, and the members of the King's Guild will not bother you anymore. The King of Madness kept his eyes on the consignment platform, afraid that someone would bid in the next second and he wouldn't be able to take it down. Because of this, he forgot to move forward in the level 10 secret realm when the moon's color changed. Although there will be more invincible against all skill books in the future, at least doing this can prevent Bijou Changfeng from getting this skill for a while. Stop messing around, King of Madness. If you want it, just bid directly. I won't do such a foolish thing as trading with you in person. It's just a matter of waiting a few more hours. What's the rush? Dao Yu directly rejected the King of Madness's proposal. Although Dao Yu didn't know what the King of Madness was up to, he would never accept an in-person trade, even if the King of Madness offered a tempting price of 5,000 gold coins. You take down the invincible against all skill book first, and then we can negotiate the trading method slowly. The King's Madness retreated and sought the next best thing to say. Don't worry, the words spoken by the King's Madness will not be easily retracted. As long as you are willing to engage in a private transaction, without going through the consignment platform, I will not shortchange you of 5,000 gold coins. After hearing the King's Madness words, Dao Yu, in his heart, muttered, could it be that this invincible skill book is worth a lot of money? Thinking of this, he immediately took down the invincible skill book from the consignment platform. Since no one is currently bidding, it can be taken down. After taking it down, he relisted it with a starting price of 5,000 gold coins. Since the King's Madness is willing to privately spend 5,000 gold coins for the transaction, it proves that the value of this skill book should be more than 5,000 gold coins. Thank you, King's Madness. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have realized that this skill book is so valuable. I have already modified the bidding starting price. If you want it, you can go to the consignment platform to bid. A private face-to-face transaction is impossible. Dao Yu grinned, feeling like he had made a big profit. The King's Madness was initially happy to see the invincible skill book taken down, but soon after, he saw it being relisted with a starting price of 5,000 gold coins, which almost made him spit out blood. You are really clever. The King's Madness gritted his teeth. Don't praise me, I'll get conceited. I originally wanted to let you bid for it at a lower price, but who would have thought you would kindly remind me to raise the price? Let's not chat for now. If there's a chance in the future, I'll thank you in person. After speaking, Dao Yu abruptly ended the voice call and also blocked the King's Madness. He acted swiftly and decisively. This is probably what they call burning bridges and killing the donkey, heartless. You ungrateful brat. The King's Madness coldly snorted. He had acted too impatiently and it backfired. He glanced at the over 60,000 gold coins in his backpack and opened the consignment platform, preparing to accumulate more gold coins, just in case. In any case, this invincible skill book must not fall into someone else's hands, regardless of whether or not Zhou Chenfeng will bid for it. I have completed the job change quest. Where are you? After about half an hour, Yu Ru Shuang sent a message to Yifan. Yifan directly invited Yu Ru Shuang to join the team and replied, leave the main city, go to the level 17 monster area of the 5-colored illusion butterfly. The level 20 golden level boss, 7-colored magic winged butterfly, is still roaming not far away and has not respawned. In less than 2 minutes, Yu Ru Shuang arrived by Yifan's side. After checking the attributes of the 7-colored magic winged butterfly, she asked in confusion, 500,000 HP.
Can the two of us handle it? Yes, have you changed to the hidden class? Yi Fan asked.
Yu Shuang nodded and said, yes, I changed to the hidden class of the priest, god of life. The healing skills have a powerful recovery effect.
Good, just restore my HP later. Dealing with this 7-colored magic winged butterfly shouldn't be a problem.
Yi Fan walked towards the 7-colored magic winged butterfly, feeling a bit excited. This is the first level 20 golden boss, and with a 20% drop rate bonus, he wonders if it will bring him some surprises.
Your HP.
Yu Shuang only noticed Yi Fan's over 5,000 HP previously. Yi Fan's HP was only a little over 1,000, so this increase is a bit terrifying.
I got lucky.
I also changed to a hidden class, so dealing with this 7-colored magic winged butterfly is a piece of cake.
Yi Fan said.
Generally speaking, besides adding points to physique, shield warriors will try to choose equipment with high defense attributes, followed by HP.
This is because many healing skills of priests have fixed values, and having high HP and low defense will make the priest exhausted from healing.
But the hidden god of the profession, Moonfrost, does not have such limitations because most of her healing skills are based on a percentage of the target's health. She can instantly restore 80% of the target's health with a single skill, effectively bringing them back to full health.
Rainfall technique.
Moonfrost first applied a buff to Yi Fan, increasing his maximum health by 10%.
Blood Dragon Roar. Taunt.
Yi Fan used 2 consecutive skills, immediately drawing the hatred of the rainbow magic winged butterfly. Minus 950 to 95,000, nearly 1,000 damage appeared above Yi Fan's head, even with a 15% increase in defense from Blood Dragon Roar.
When he was still in the beginner's village, the Golden Gale Wolf
King only dealt him a little over 900 damage, and at that time, he had no defense at all. The moment he took 950 damage, a green number immediately appeared above his head, and his health instantly returned to full. Moonfrost's healing skills were perfectly timed.
888-888-00888. The rainbow magic winged butterfly continued to attack Yi Fan,
but his health would immediately be restored to full, while its 500,000 health rapidly decreased.
Magic wing poison powder.
After receiving 2 consecutive high amounts of reflected damage, the rainbow magic winged butterfly frantically flapped its wings and used a skill. The colorful powder on its wings immediately swept towards Yi Fan with the gust of wind.
Minus 500, minus 500, minus 500.
After being contaminated by the poison powder, Yi Fan's head began to continuously show damage of 500 each time. He used the detoxification potion from his backpack, but found that it had no effect.
Minus 50,000, minus 50,000, minus 50,000.
The talent, 100-fold counter, came into effect, reflecting all the damage from the poison back with a 100-fold value.
Plus 200, plus 200, plus 200.
Seeing this, Moonfrost used a skill to continuously heal Yi Fan. Although it could only restore 200 health points at a time, the healing duration exceeded the duration of the poison damage. The poison lasted for about 5 seconds, causing a total of around 2,500 damage, but the healing lasted for about 10 seconds, restoring 2,000 health points. The health of the rainbow magic winged butterfly immediately dropped below 30%, and it began to flutter its wings and dance.
Deadly Butterfly Dance. This is the rainbow magic winged butterfly's passive skill. In the next 10 seconds, it will rapidly restore 50% of its health at a rate of 5% per second. Minus 159, minus 187, minus 189.
Taking advantage of the time when the rainbow magic winged butterfly couldn't attack, Yi Fan launched an attack against it, but this little over 100 damage posed no significant threat to the rainbow magic winged butterfly, similar to scratching an itch. The health of the rainbow magic winged butterfly recovered to over 200,000, but less than 300,000. The previous 2 consecutive attacks had already reflected around 180,000 damage, and combined with the 25,000 damage from the continuous poison for 5 seconds, it amounted to over 400,000, completely surpassing the 30% health required to trigger the passive skill, Deadly Butterfly Dance. Plus 2,500, plus 2,500, plus 2,500. The rainbow magic winged butterfly quickly began to restore its health, recovering 50% of its health in just 10 seconds. Fortunately, this passive skill has a requirement for its activation time and can only be triggered once every 10 minutes. Otherwise, Yi Fan would probably be in a lot of trouble. Yi Fan had just tried to use the skill, Taunt, on the rainbow magic winged butterfly to see if he could interrupt its healing, but obviously, it was not successful.
minus 933 to 93,300. After the duration of Deadly Butterfly Dance ended, the Rainbow Magic Winged Butterfly launched another attack against Yifan. Under the massive reflected damage, the Rainbow Magic Winged Butterfly was killed after 2 attacks, dropping its equipment in gold all over the ground. Rub. Yifan and Yurua Shuang both emitted a white light indicating their level upgrade. Yifan directly advanced from level 16 to level 18, while Yurua Shuang advanced from level 15 to level 17. The level 20 golden boss provided a large amount of experience, and after sharing the experience, both of them gained 2 levels. Yifan looked towards the location where the 7-colored demon-winged butterfly died and roughly calculated that there were 5 flashes of light. This harvest was huge. After walking over and picking up everything dropped by the 7-colored demon-winged butterfly, he began to examine each item one by one. Wind Poison Pearl, Legendary Grade Pearl. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to poison the target, causing damage equal to 1% of the total health per second for 5 seconds. It takes effect when embedded in a weapon and automatically adjusts the chance when attacking a boss. Can be traded. After reading the attributes of the first item, Yifan couldn't help but exclaim, damn. He had never seen a legendary grade pearl in his previous life, and he didn't expect it to drop from a level 20 golden boss in this life. Moreover, this attribute was quite powerful. A 20% chance to reduce the target's total health by 5% during an attack was a significant boost for high-frequency attack professions like archers. The most crucial point was that this effect had no cooldown time. In theory, as long as you were lucky enough, you could potentially defeat a boss with just 5 or 6 normal attacks. Of course, in practice, this 20% chance would be adjusted when facing a boss, but as long as there was a chance to deal percentage-based damage, this pearl would be the best choice for high-frequency attack professions like archers. Yifan didn't plan to use this powerful legendary grade pearl himself. Right now, he needed pearls that increased his strength, which would provide a greater improvement for him. With his attack speed, he didn't need this attribute against small monsters. They would be instantly killed by the 100-fold counterattack damage. As for dealing with bosses, even if the chance was reduced, it probably wouldn't trigger before being killed by the 100-fold counterattack damage. If he were to sell this pearl, Yifan didn't know how high the final transaction price would be. Archer and warrior professions had always been popular, and there were many wealthy players. This legendary grade pearl would greatly enhance their abilities. However, if he were to sell it now, it would definitely not be as valuable as selling it later. Currently, most players, including wealthy players, were using transitional weapons and wouldn't be able to embed a legendary grade pearl. Even if they bought it back, they would only be able to look at it occasionally. Once this pearl was embedded in a weapon, it couldn't be removed. It would definitely have to wait until level 50 when wealthy players obtained epic or mythical equipment before they would consider purchasing and using this legendary grade pearl. Moreover, legendary grade pearls weren't something that could be obtained just by luck. Even if it was sold later, it wouldn't depreciate. If there were suitable candidates who could become his own people, he might directly give it to them for use. After reading the attributes of the Wind Poison Pearl, Yifan looked at the next item. Rainbow wide-sleeved skirt, pink equipment top, requires level 20 to wear. Attributes? Requires identification. Can be traded. This pink equipment needed to be identified by an appraiser in the main city in order to see its attributes. Judging from the equipment name, it was probably suitable for mage or priest professions. Battle hardened, usable by warrior profession. After use, strength increases by 10%, constitution increases by 10%, and recovers 1% of health per second for 60 seconds. Cooldown time is 120 seconds. Can be traded. This was a skill book. When Yifan saw the attributes of this skill book, he wanted to curse. It was so compatible with his hidden profession, Blood Dragon Guard, and the SSS grade talent, 100-fold counterattack. Yet, it could only be used by the warrior profession. Even without the 10% increase in strength and constitution, just the attribute of recovering 1% of health per second was extremely useful for him. 60 seconds meant recovering 60% of his health. Damn it! Yifan couldn't help but curse out loud. What's wrong? Yu Ruxiang asked, puzzled. Nothing, I got angry because of a skill book. Yifan waved his hand and continued to examine the next item. 1000 arrows, usable by archers, deals 500% damage to all targets within range, cooldown time of 300 seconds. Tradable, it's an archer's skill book, a ranged skill with decent attributes, just a bit long cooldown. The last item is a shield for a shield warrior. Mysterious Iron Shield, purple grade shield, requires level 20 to equip. Attributes, needs to be appraised. Tradable, let's go back to the main city and appraise these 2 pieces of equipment, Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang. Appraise equipment? Yu Ruxiang didn't know that rare equipment above level 20 needed to be appraised to see their attributes. Yes, rare equipment above level 20 needs to be appraised. There might be a piece of equipment suitable for you, but we can't see the attributes for now, Yifan explained. After hearing Yifan's explanation, Yu Ruxiang understood. She couldn't help but feel curious, feeling like Yifan knew everything. Like those secret levels that other players couldn't pass, but Yifan could easily clear them. After arriving at the equipment appraisal shop in the main city, Yifan placed the 2 pieces of equipment on the table and said to an elderly appraiser, "Boss, please appraise the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment for me." The appraiser, who was dozing off with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and glanced at the 2 pieces of equipment on the table, then casually said, "1 gold coin for appraising purple-grade equipment, 10 gold coins for appraising pink-grade equipment." Yifan already knew this and immediately paid the 11 gold coins for the appraisal fee. After receiving the gold coins, the appraiser's right hand emitted a white light, gently brushing over the 2 pieces of equipment on the table, completing the appraisal process. Done, the appraiser said and closed his eyes again to doze off. Rainbow-sleeved skirt, pink-grade top, requires level 20 to wear, plus 500 HP, plus 500 MP, increases spell damage by 10%, increases healing effect by 10%, has a 5% chance to increase intelligence by 10% for 10 seconds when attacked, cooldown of 30 seconds. Tradable, although this is equipment suitable for mages or priests, the plus 500 HP attribute made Yifan a bit tempted. However, he still planned to give this equipment to Yu Ruxiang to use, making the most of it. Not only does it increase healing effect by 10%, but the plus 500 HP also improves Yu Ruxiang's survivability, preventing her from being killed by assassins in future battles. Mysterious Iron Shield, Purple Grade Shield, requires level 20 to equip, plus 30 Strength, plus 70 Constitution, has a 5% chance to increase self-defense by 20% for 30 seconds when attacked, cooldown of 60 seconds. Tradable, seeing the attributes of this shield, Yifan felt speechless. For an ordinary shield warrior, these attributes would be considered excellent, especially the plus 70 Constitution and the chance to increase defense by 20% when attacked. But for Yifan, the plus 70 Constitution would increase his defense by 350 points. If his defense is too high, he might not be able to break through the defense of the monsters in the wilderness when leveling up. If possible, he would like to fuse a shield that only adds strength and HP attributes, which would be the most suitable for him. Yifan sent a trade invitation to Yu Ruxiang, and after she agreed, he traded the rainbow-sleeved skirt to her. Wear it when you reach level 20, it has a significant improvement effect, Yifan casually said, as if he was giving her something insignificant. Pink-grade equipment at level 20? Yu Ruxiang looked at Yifan in surprise. "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with this equipment?" Speaking of which, the more than 50,000 gold coins that were returned from the failed auction of the Lone Battle Skill Book have not been returned to Yifan. And the attributes of this colorful wide-sleeve skirt are very good. If it is put up for auction, it will definitely be worth more than 50,000 gold coins. Converted into RMB, Yifan now has at least 5 million renminbi on Moon like Frost. Who would dare to put so much money on someone they have just met? The most unpredictable thing in the world is the human heart. If you were going to run away, you wouldn't say this. Yifan waved his hand and said, "Maybe it's a long-term plan to catch a big fish." Moon like Frost chuckled. She found that Yifan was really bold. In the game, no one knows each other. If you really want to run away, there is nowhere to go. Let's not talk about this. Keep an eye on the bidding price of the Invincible Lone Battle Skill Book. If the bidding price is below 90,000 gold coins in the last 5 minutes, raise your hand. Yifan opened the consignment platform and checked the bidding price of the Invincible Lone Battle Skill Book. It has already been bid up to 5,000 gold coins. He couldn't help but mutter, but soon he noticed something unusual. The remaining time for bidding had changed, and he immediately realized, it turns out the price has been raised and relisted for bidding. Yifan didn't care much about the minimum bid of 5,000 gold coins. His original psychological price was anything below 50,000. If it exceeded 50,000, it wouldn't be worth bidding. After all, it's not the only skill book of its kind. The Lone Battle Skill Book has already been bid up to 70,000, with about 5 hours remaining. Moon like Frost said to Yifan, "Okay, let's go level up first." Yifan took Moon like Frost to the level 20 monster territory. He was already level 18, while Moon like Frost was level 17. Both of them were hidden classes, so there was no problem choosing level 20 monsters to level up. Blazing Fire Lion, level 20, HP 6000, defense 200, attack 300, skill, Blazing Flame Burn. Introduction: they are a group of lions from a distant land, said to possess 1% of the noble bloodline of the dragon race, but unfortunately,
they are not recognized by anyone.
This blazing fire lion looks no different from an ordinary lion, except for the two antler-like things on its head, wrapped in flames. It looks quite domineering.
After Yifan walked over, he immediately attracted the attention of many blazing fire lions around him. Monsters level 20 and above would attack players who approached, so Yifan didn't need to use taunt and attack to pull the monsters. Roar! 6 blazing fire lions around him roared and quickly rushed towards Yifan, launching an attack. -168, -155, -171, -146, -159, -176 almost at the same time. 6 damage numbers appeared above Yifan's head, causing nearly 1,000 damage in one round of attacks. However, they didn't have a chance to launch a second round of attacks. The tens of thousands of damage that appeared above their heads was enough to kill them twice. Yifan picked up the dropped silver coins and 2 white pieces of equipment from the ground, and continued to venture deeper into the territory of the blazing fire lions. Moonlike Frost kept a certain distance from Yifan, calmly restoring his lost HP. If she got too close, she would attract the monster's hatred at the same time, which was more dangerous. At this time, the forum started to discuss crazily again, for no particular reason. They just noticed the levels of the top 2 mysterious players on the level ranking list. They had only left the newbie village not long ago, and they were already level 18 and 17. The speed of their leveling up was like riding a rocket. How can we play like this? These 2 players who refused to reveal their names have already opened up a gap with other players. Now, besides these 2 players, the highest level is only 14, and it's a priest. What about the rich players? You guys are so excited about level 17 and 18? Are you not considering how to quickly release the strategy for level 15 secret realm levels for the Master of Strategies? If I'm not mistaken, one of these 2 players is the Master of Strategies. I don't understand why he would release strategies just to make money. And if it's for money, why is the price only 1 yuan? At this rate, they will both be level 20, while most of us players won't even reach level 15. And if the Master of Strategies doesn't release or delays the release of the strategy for level 15 secret realm levels, the gap will only get bigger. We are all players. Why is there such a big gap? Are they beta testers? But I haven't heard of any beta testing for the game Wild Journey. What's the use of leveling up quickly? Will the 2 of them be able to complete dungeons without the help of us players? How could they possibly win without our help? Do you want to ask the top 2 players on the level ranking board if they are accepting disciples? I'm a girl, cute and sweet, and I can even do mature and lowly voices. The forum is discussing this hotly, and the players who are teaming up to level up are also discussing this. After all, there is currently only one level ranking board, so it has become their best reference. Beginner Village number 65242, which is where Yifan first entered the game. At that time, she followed Yifan and reached level 4 with the priest player Zhang Nanan. Looking at the level of Baju Chengfeng on her friend list, she couldn't help but sigh. She has just cleared the level 10 secret realm and hasn't found a leveling team yet. At this time, her good sister sent a message. Spring Breeze, Xiao Yuling, is that level 1 on the ranking board the same person who brought you along at the beginning? Zhang Nanan, yes, it's him. Spring Breeze, do you regret it? If you had held onto the thigh of that expert, maybe you would be level 17 now. Zhang Nanan, but after he reached level 5, he went to do the level 5 secret realm mission and never contacted me again. Spring Breeze, you're so silly. If he didn't contact you, why didn't you contact him? You're really dumb. Zhang Nanan, it's okay. We play games just to pass the time. There's also fun in playing slowly. This statement is clearly insincere, otherwise she wouldn't have sighed when looking at the level of Baju Chengfeng before. Spring Breeze, sister, I was hoping to benefit from your connection and follow the expert in the future. But now I'm already level 11, and you're still at level 10. Spring Breeze, how about this, Xiao Yuling, you tell me the expert's game ID, and I'll try to attract his attention. No, I'll try to get close to him. Maybe we'll be successful in the future. Zhang Nanan, no, the expert hasn't revealed his game ID on the level ranking board, which means he doesn't want others to know. So I can't tell you. Spring Breeze, okay, Xiao Yuling, you're being clever. Fine, let's just level up slowly, and we'll meet up after leaving the beginner village. Zhang Nanan, okay. Su Yuling closed the chat box and paid attention to the nearby team information. After waiting for about half an hour, she finally joined a leveling team that was lacking a priest. Ding! A white light flashed on Yifan's body, and he successfully reached level 19, while Yu Rushan was already level 18. I'm going offline to eat. After allocating all the attribute points he gained from leveling up to strength, Yifan said to Yu Rushan. Yu Rushan nodded. You've been online all this time? Yifan couldn't help but ask. I like staying in the game. That way,
I don't have to deal with the troubles of reality. Yu Ruxiang's eyes flickered for a moment, avoiding Yifan's gaze. I really don't know if you're escaping reality or if you're addicted to the internet. Yifan smiled and walked directly to a safe area to log out. After leaving the game, Yifan arrived in the lobby on the first floor of the villa and ordered takeout on his phone. Looking at the time, by this time tomorrow, the Supreme Game Warehouse would be almost ready for delivery. While waiting for the takeout, Yifan logged into the official forum of the game Desolate Path on his phone to see what interesting things those players were discussing. Before he could see the posts from those players, the official's featured post caught Yifan's attention. Official: currently, the level cap for the game Desolate Path is 25. New levels will be gradually unlocked 1 month after the server opens. All players, please take note. Seeing this post, Yifan was stunned. He had no idea that there was a level cap in the early stages. And it was obvious that the official posted this to inform the top 2 players on the level leaderboard, Yifan and Yu Ruxiang. I don't remember seeing anything about a level cap in the previous life. Yifan frowned. Could it be a restriction imposed on me due to my rapid level advancement? However, he quickly dismissed his thoughts. The game officials didn't have the authority to set such restrictions. It should have been there from the beginning. After thinking about it, he understood. In the previous life, most players took at least half a month, and some even took 20 days or a month to leave the newbie village. The secret realm levels, which were unlocked every 5 levels, greatly limited the player's leveling progress. So when players reached level 25, the level cap had already been lifted, and there was naturally no such thing as a level cap. But in this life, with Yifan publishing the walkthroughs for the secret realm levels, players were leveling up much faster. If nothing unexpected happened, most players would be able to leave the newbie village in about a week. In this case, it would be a bit difficult for Yifan to widen the level gap in the early stages. After all, he didn't know how many new levels would be unlocked after a month, or if there would be any restrictions after this level cap. I thought I was being targeted by the Cloud God. After understanding this, Yifan didn't particularly care. After all, it only restricted the level from gaining experience, and it didn't affect the drop of equipment and other items. And as soon as the level cap was lifted, he could still leave everyone in the dust. It just so happened that he could take this time to challenge some other players who couldn't defeat certain bosses, and if he had the chance, he would also snatch the bosses that the King's Guild had cleared. He held grudges. Continuing to scroll through the replies to the post, sure enough, there was a chorus of praise, making it as lively as the new year. Ha ha, what's the point of leveling up quickly? In the end, we'll still be stuck at level 25. I give full marks to Lingyun Game Company for this move. I thought I would never catch up to these 2 gods on the level leaderboard, but I didn't expect there to be a level cap in the early stages of the game. When it's late at night and quiet, I secretly laugh under my blanket. One of them must be the strategy master, right? You all are cheering so unanimously. Aren't you afraid he won't publish the walkthroughs for the secret realm levels in the future? Now that we know there's a level cap, we can take our time exploring the secret realm levels. There's no need to rush to level up. Anyway, we can reach level 25 in a month. Actually, every game has this kind of level cap restriction. Desolate Path is considered good, opening new levels 1 month after the server opens. Other games don't even open new levels for 1 or 2 years. Feels good. In this case, these 2 gods are only temporarily ahead in levels. It won't be long before we can catch up to them. I really don't understand why you guys are so happy. When the new level is opened, those 2 experts will leave us far behind. After browsing through various posts on the forum for a while, the food delivery arrived at the entrance of Shanxue Manor. He immediately left the villa and rushed to the entrance of Shanxue Manor to pick up the food. After solving the problem of hunger, he took a shower and then re-entered the game. As soon as he entered the game, Yu Ruxiang walked over and said to Yifan, "Did you see the message posted by the game official on the forum?" "Yes, currently the level cap is 25, and the new levels will be gradually opened 1 month after the server opens." Yifan nodded. What will we do after reaching level 25? With their current leveling speed, they could reach level 25 in less than 2 days, but it would still take at least 20 more days for the new levels to be opened. During these 20 days, other players would catch up in levels, and their level advantage would gradually disappear. Don't tell me you think this game is just a boring leveling game? Yifan looked relaxed. Leveling is just a small part of the game Desolate Path. There are many other aspects to enjoy. Besides, even if they stop providing experience after level 25, monsters will still drop items. You can go to higher level monster areas to see if there are any solo bosses. After hearing what Yifan said, Yu Ruxiang immediately understood. If we level up too quickly and the dropped equipment and items are of high level, they won't sell well.
It's both advantageous and disadvantageous to stay at level 25 for a while. After Yifan finished speaking, he entered the territory of the fierce fire dragon lion again. While other players were still in the newbie village, he would level up to 25 first. Then he would have more time to arrange other things. If he was lucky enough to get a guild token, he would consider creating his own guild. This way, he could not only establish a force, but also improve the guild's attributes after leveling up. After more than 4 hours, Yifan reached level 20, while Yu Ruxiang reached level 19. She said to Yifan, "There are only 5 minutes left for the auction of the Lone Battle Skill Book. The price has stopped at 82,000 gold coins, and there hasn't been a new bid for an hour." Yifan left the monster leveling area and opened the consignment platform to take a look. After thinking for a moment, he traded 40,000 gold coins to Yu Ruxiang and said, "Let's directly bid 90,000 gold coins." Okay. After receiving the gold coins, Yu Ruxiang immediately raised the bidding price of the Lone Battle Skill Book to 90,000. The price of 82,000 was already within Yifan's expectations, but he still wanted to take a risk. The person who bid 82,000 might not easily give up when they saw the price of 90,000. As Yifan expected, Ghost in the Night, who was leveling up in the newbie village, received the returned gold coins and immediately checked the consignment platform. 90,000. Who the hell is competing with me for this skill book? Ghost in the Night cursed in the dark night, looking at the remaining time of the auction, and immediately went to the gold coin area to continue buying gold coins. He had prepared over 80,000 gold coins for this skill book. How could he give up at the last moment? Fortunately, there was still enough time for him to prepare the gold coins. In 2 minutes, Ghost in the Night bought another 13,000 gold coins. Adding the returned gold coins, he now had a total of 95,000 gold coins. But he didn't rush to bid, instead he patiently waited for the Lone Battle Skill Book, waiting for the last few seconds to make a thunderous move and take down the skill book in one go. Time is running out, it seems you're going to lose the transaction fee. Yu Ruxiang looked at the auction, which had entered the final 10-second countdown, and couldn't help but say to Yifan, "Don't worry, there's still a chance." Yifan had been paying attention as well, but he knew that until the last second, anything was possible. When there were only 5 seconds left in the auction, Yu Ruxiang received the coins refunded from the failed bid. She looked at Yifan in surprise and said, "Someone actually bid." A few seconds later, Yifan received the coins sold from Solo Battle, a total of 94,050 coins. The final auction price was 95,000 coins. Even if no one bid, it doesn't matter. At most, I would lose 900 coins, but if I succeed, I would earn over 10,000 coins. Taking a small risk for a big reward, Yifan grinned. Although he said that, he knew that if this operation failed, it would be difficult to reach a price of 80,000 when Solo Battle was auctioned again. Yu Ruxiang handed over all the 90,000 coins to Yifan and said seriously, "Cast a long line to catch big fish. If you can really catch this big fish, then I'll admit you have some skills," Yifan said with a double meaning. Yu Ruxiang couldn't help but roll her eyes, looked to the side, and stopped talking. Yifan took the opportunity to check the auction price of the skill book Invincible against 10,000, and found that it was still at the minimum price of 5,000 with no bids. It seems that no shield warrior is interested in this skill book. Yifan casually placed a minimum bid of 5,250 coins to prevent the player who listed this skill book from delisting and changing the price. There were less than 4 hours left in the auction, and if that player saw that no one was bidding and delisted to lower the price, the auction time would have to be recalculated from 10 hours, which would be too time-consuming. In a hidden leveling spot in Novice Village number 76543, a burst of ghostly cries suddenly sounded. "Damn, someone actually bid. Wang Ziquang is really my lucky star. I wonder if it was him who bid." Daoyo, the thief, danced with joy. He had been paying attention to the auction of this skill book, but there had been no movement for 6 hours since it was listed, which made him suspect that he had been fooled by Wang Ziquang. But now someone finally bid. How could he not be excited? 5,000 coins is 250,000 renminbi. Damn, I should have just sold it for RMB. Now, when I sell the coins, I'll have to pay a transaction fee again, Daoyo muttered to himself. In the same novice village, Wang Ziquang's face didn't look so good. He had also been paying attention to the skill book Invincible against 10,000 and planned to bid at the last moment if no one else did. But now someone had already bid, and he didn't care if it was Baju Chengfeng who bid. He definitely didn't want the skill book to be taken by someone else. Let's start with 10,000 coins and see how it goes. Wang Ziquang also participated in the bidding. Although the cost of bidding at the last moment was small, the chance of failing was also high. He had over 130,000 coins in his backpack, so he was well prepared. The failure of the previous auction for the Golden Wolf King's giant sword was a shame in his gaming career.
This time, invincible against 10,000 must be his. It took about an hour for Yu Ruxiang to reach level 20. After level 15, the required experience points for each level increased by 10,000, greatly slowing down the leveling speed. I'll go do the level 20 Secret Realm quest first, and then I'll tell you the strategy for clearing it, Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang as they walked towards the main city together. For the level 20 Secret Realm, there was no need to talk to an NPC to enter. They could go directly to the entrance of the instance, and the corresponding level Secret Realm would appear when they reached the required level. However, challenging the level 20 Secret Realm required 1 coin per attempt. Players who sold their coins as soon as they obtained them would have to wait for the strategy to come out before attempting it. You don't have to wait outside all the time. You can learn some secondary professional skills. I recommend learning a gathering skill. When you encounter a boss above the celestial level in the future, this skill can help you obtain a lot of good things. In the corner of the mentor hall, there is a mentor responsible for teaching secondary professional skills. You can go find him and learn from him. Before entering the level 20 Secret Realm, Yifan gave a suggestion to Yu Ruxiang. Boss levels are divided into silver, gold, platinum, purple gold, celestial, holy, immortal, and divine beast levels. After a celestial level boss dies, its body will not immediately respawn. Players can use gathering skills to obtain various materials from the boss, such as fur, sharp teeth, even flesh and blood. These things can be used in many ways, such as using sharp teeth, scales, and bones to have the blacksmith craft equipment, and selling flesh and blood to the NPCs, which also brings in good profits. The challenge of the level 20 Secret Realm may take a while, so arrange your time properly to avoid getting bored. Okay. Yu Ruxiang nodded and walked towards the mentor hall. After Yu Ruxiang left, Yifan directly chose to enter the level 20 Secret Realm, deducting 1 gold coin. This level indeed takes time. If ordinary players lack patience, they may not fail the challenge yet but choose to quit first. Bone Land. This is the name Yifan gave to this level 20 Secret Realm because the entire map is filled with countless bones, both human and demonic beasts. The largest skeleton is like a mountain, and he speculated that it belonged to an ancient demonic beast. If one doesn't know how to pass this level, just facing so many white bones can make one's scalp tingle. Yifan could feel the bones shifting and even hear the sound of them breaking under his feet. The strategy to pass the Secret Realm is to find 5 golden bones. This area filled with white bones stretches as far as the eye can see. It's not easy to find 5 golden bones, let alone just one. The golden bones are not on the surface but buried beneath the white bones, making them impossible to find just by looking. Yifan couldn't fully remember where those 5 golden bones were, but he had a deep impression that there was 1 golden bone beneath the skeleton that resembled a mountain, and there was 1 golden bone under the player's feet after entering the Secret Realm. Apart from these 2 golden bones, Yifan's memory of the other 3 golden bones was vague. It might take a lot of time to explore this area. In the previous life, the Secret Realm received the most criticism, without a doubt, because there were no hints at all, and each challenge cost 1 gold coin. The strategy was eventually developed solely based on the advantage of having a large number of players. As long as enough players participated, even finding a needle in the ocean was not an impossible task. Yifan opened the video recording and immediately dug up the golden bone under his feet and stored it in his backpack. Then he headed towards the huge skeleton. Speaking of which, it was quite interesting. In the previous life, some bored players just kept walking forward, wanting to see if this area had an end. The player with the strongest perseverance walked for a day and a night and finally returned to the starting point. In the end, they concluded that this area was circular, just like the Earth. In reality, there is a specific range where the golden bones are buried, and that is within the range of sight. Any area that your eyes can see is a possible location for golden bones. It's not about walking and seeing, but rather standing in one place after entering the Secret Realm. As long as the area is within your line of sight, golden bones may appear. They won't appear beyond what you can see. In general, each player can see without any error, even if the player is blind in reality. This is the magic of the game, Wild Path, which allows blind people to see the scenery in the game and disabled people to regain their limbs. There are even rumors that can allow vegetative patients to enter the game using gaming devices and tap into their deep consciousness. Of course, this rumor has never been proven, and Lingyun Game Company has never admitted it. It's just occasional news that appears online, possibly fake news created by unscrupulous media for attention. After successfully obtaining the golden bone beneath the huge skeleton, Yifan returned to the starting point of entering the Secret Realm. He looked around and felt as if he was surrounded by white bones. The visible range was quite wide, and the only impression he had was that the golden bone would not appear in the same direction, and there would not be 2 golden bones within 100 meters.
In other words, there would be no golden bones within 100 meters around the starting point, and there would be no more golden bones in the direction of the huge skeleton. Taking the starting point as the center, it can be roughly divided into 8 directions: east, south, west, north, southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest. The position of the huge skeleton is in the east, so the next 3 golden bones should only appear in the remaining 7 directions. Unable to remember, Yean had to rely on luck. He first headed north, gradually slowing down his pace after leaving the 100-meter range of the starting point, and began to pay attention to the surroundings. He couldn't dig inch by inch, otherwise, by the time other players reached level 20, he might still not have cleared the level. He just hoped that some subtle differences between the white bones would trigger his memories. After half an hour, Yean gained nothing and returned to the starting point. Instead of immediately exploring another direction, he opened the consignment platform to check the bidding for the skill book, Invincible against 10,000. After his bid of 5,250 gold coins failed and was returned, he didn't bother to check it. After all, there were still a few hours left until the bidding deadline, so he wasn't in a hurry. Now, when he checked, he found that the bidding had already reached 10,000 gold coins. Could it be that other shield warriors are interested in this skill book? Yean speculated. The advantage of the skill is that it can attract the hatred of players, and it is a group taunt. In comparison, a short 10% defense boost for a few seconds seems insignificant. During battles between guilds, this skill has a great advantage. The backline of the enemy's formation usually has 1 or 2 shield warriors with the skill, which often foils the plans of enemy assassins trying to attack the backline. Moreover, when some wealthy shield warriors charge into the enemy's formation, it can create excellent opportunities for their teammates to deal damage. Yean directly bid 20,000 gold coins. There were still about 2 hours left until the bidding deadline, so even if other players made bids, he still had time to continue bidding. However, as soon as he closed the consignment platform, the 20,000 gold coins were returned due to a failed bid. So fast? Yean reopened the consignment platform and found that the bidding for this skill book had reached 30,000 gold coins. Isn't it just a few tens of thousands of gold coins? He directly bid 50,000 gold coins, which he believed was the highest price the skill book was worth. Anyway, he wasn't in urgent need of gold coins now, so it would be quite good if he could buy it for 50,000. If someone continued to bid, he didn't plan to compete anymore because it wouldn't be worth it. Ding! Your bid failed, and the gold coins have been returned. This time, before Yean closed the consignment platform, the system directly sounded a prompt, and 50,000 gold coins were returned through email. Are you crazy? He thought that 50,000 gold coins would make the other party back down, even if they hesitated for a moment, but the other party's bidding posture indicated that they had set their sights on this book, Invincible against 10,000 enemies. Forget it, since you want it so much, I'll let you have it. Yean muttered to himself, and the other party immediately added 10,000 gold coins. The current bidding price had already reached 60,000 gold coins, so there was no need to continue bidding. Thief also has a way. Ah, King's Madness, I really thank you. I snatched your item, and you are willing to spend so much gold coins to bid it back. Everyone, there is currently an auction for the skill book Invincible against 10,000 enemies on the consignment platform. The bidding price has reached 60,000 gold coins. Don't miss out if you are interested, it is definitely worth it. Yean, who had given up bidding, suddenly saw this trumpet announcement. King's Madness? Yean couldn't help but curl his lips. So it's you. Thief also has a way couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and couldn't help but spend 1,000 yuan to post a trumpet announcement. Once a bid is made for an item, it cannot be cancelled unless someone bids higher. That's why Thief also has a way dared to celebrate with a trumpet announcement. Maybe there were still some wealthy shield guards who hadn't noticed this Invincible against 10,000 enemies skill book, and the price would soar even higher. 60,000 gold coins, 60,000 gold coins. Thief also has a way completely stopped leveling up. Even if he sold the gold coins and deleted his account, he wouldn't hesitate to create a new one a month later. Offending the King's Guild was insignificant compared to the money in his hands. With the current gold price, 60,000 gold coins can be sold for over 3 million renminbi. Thief also has a way began to plan how to spend this money. He had never seen so much money in his life. If I had known, I would have sold it in RMB. He blamed himself again. When selling gold coins for RMB, there would be an additional 1% handling fee, which meant deducting over 30,000 renminbi from the over 3 million. At that time, he didn't think about exchanging money. After all, if he sold 1,000 gold coins, it would be better to improve his equipment, which would bring in more profits when fighting monsters. Later, he changed the price to 5,000 gold coins, but he didn't really expect it to sell.
But surprises always come unexpectedly. Thief also has a way. You damn it. King's Madness's eyes were about to shoot out fire. He had finally suppressed the opponent's bidding with 60,000 gold coins, but now Thief also has a way pulled this move. Now, even if Raise a Glass to the Wind didn't know about this invincible against 10,000 enemies skillbook before, they definitely knew now. If Thief also has a way dared to appear in front of King's Madness now, he could guarantee that he would tear him to pieces. Ding! Your bid has failed, and the gold coins have been refunded. Hearing the system prompt, King's Madness slashed his sword on the lava lizard, venting his inner anger. If it weren't for Thief also has a way, this invincible against 10,000 enemies skillbook would never have appeared on the consignment platform. With these attributes, he couldn't sell it, at least not before Raise a Glass to the Wind obtained the skill. After venting for a while, King's Madness reopened the consignment platform. At this time, the bidding price for invincible against 10,000 enemies had reached 70,000 gold coins, increasing by another 10,000 gold coins. Without any hesitation, he directly bid 80,000 gold coins. He had a feeling that Raise a Glass to the Wind must be participating in the bidding now. Ding! Your bid has failed, and the gold coins have been refunded. In less than a minute, King's Madness's bid of 80,000 gold coins was refunded again, and the bidding price rose by another 10,000 gold coins, reaching 90,000 gold coins. A skill book for a shield guard was auctioned off for a price of 90,000 gold coins, which many players who rushed to watch found somewhat incomprehensible. Moreover, the attributes of this invincible against 10,000 skill book didn't seem that extraordinary. It felt like just an ordinary skill book. Is it really worth 90,000 gold coins? However, the actions of the King of Madness, who followed, told those short-sighted players that this invincible against 10,000 was worth more than 90,000 gold coins. He chose to bid 100,000 gold coins. If you have the guts, keep bidding. Anyway, the auction still has a long time left. I'll spend all my gold coins and then go make more to play with you, muttered the King of Madness to himself. At this point, he was basically certain that Raise a Glass to the Wind was bidding against him for this skill book. As for others, as long as their brains were normal, they would understand that this skill book was not worth so much gold. Ding! Your bid has failed, and the gold coins have been refunded. Hearing the system prompt again, the King of Madness remained calm, but those who knew him well knew that his calmness was just the calm before the storm, and he could erupt in anger at any moment. 130,000 gold coins. The King of Madness directly bet all the gold coins he had bought and opened the gold coin section of the consignment platform. If he failed to bid later, he would buy more gold coins and continue bidding. Spending several million or even tens of millions at once was nothing to the King of Madness. His wealth was enough to last him several lifetimes, and the most important thing was to save face and show the strength of the King's Guild. At this time, many players on the forum were also paying attention to this matter, and they were all shocked by the bidding price. Damn, a shield guard's invincible against 10,000 is worth 130,000? This money is too easy to make. Does anyone know where it's easier to get skill books from small monsters? I'm ready to get rich. 130,000 gold coins, according to the current exchange rate, that's at least 6.5 million renminbi. Spending so much money just to buy a shield guard's skill book? This move, King call it an expert move. Before, when I saw the Golden Wolf King's giant sword being auctioned off for 100,000 gold coins, I thought it was understandable. After all, the attributes of that giant sword were pretty good, and there were the most players who played warriors. But now, this invincible against 10,000 doesn't have any major highlights, and it's a skill book for a niche profession like a shield guard. I really can't understand why it would be auctioned off for over 100,000 gold coins. I heard that the King of Madness was bidding for it. There's a player who plays an assassin profession who snatched it from the King of Madness and put it up for auction, and it ended up being auctioned off for 130,000 gold coins. If it really was the King of Madness bidding, then he has become a complete sucker. To be honest, not long ago, I also dropped a skill book, and it was listed for the starting price of 500 gold coins. It didn't receive any bids twice in a row. Compared to this, I suddenly don't feel like playing the game anymore. Don't let this price cloud your judgment, most skill books aren't worth that much. If it weren't for the announcement made by Thief also has a way on the loudspeaker, Yean would have given up on bidding. After all, it had already been bid up to 60,000 gold coins at that time, and it wasn't worth continuing to bid. But when he saw the announcement and realized that it might be the King of Madness bidding, Yean suddenly became interested. It would be a waste of such a good opportunity if he didn't trick the King of Madness. After a fierce competition, Yean looked at the bidding price of 130,000 gold coins for the invincible against 10,000 and gave up on continuing to bid.
This bidding price wasn't a whole number, as if the other party had used all the gold coins in their backpack to bid. In this situation, the risk of continuing to bid was very high. Since it had already reached 130,000 gold coins, Yean felt that if he continued to bid and raise the price, he would be the one to suffer a big loss. Since Wang Zhiquang likes Invincible so much, let's temporarily give it to him. After all, there will be more Invincible skill books in the future.
Yean couldn't help but smirk. I hope Wang Zhiquang will carry the Invincible with him. Maybe he can even drop it when he leaves the newbie village. 130,000 gold coins. Dao Yudao looked at the bidding price and felt it was unreal. He couldn't help but feel anxious. There is still over an hour left in the auction, but he wants it to end immediately. 130,000 gold coins is too much. He has already decided that once he gets the gold coins, he will immediately put them up for sale. He will feel safe only when he has the money in hand, even if the price is slightly cheaper than others. After selling the gold coins, I will delete my account and quit the game. I will start playing again after a month. Dao Yudao muttered to himself.
In this situation, he knows that Wang Zhiquan will definitely not let him go in the future. The price of this skill book completely exceeds his imagination. Instead of being cautious and constantly watching out for retaliation from the Wang Zhi Guild, it's better to play again after a month. After all, with so much money, he can enjoy eating, drinking, and playing for a month. Thinking of this, Dao Yudao directly put the purple equipment dagger blade of poison in his backpack up for sale. However, it was not in auction mode, but in fixed price mode, with a price of 10,000 renminbi. The attributes of this blade of poison are not bad, and selling it for 10,000 renminbi is not expensive. After all, this weapon has some embarrassing aspects. It is not favored by the rich and the common people cannot afford it. If he didn't want to deal with it quickly, he might have used the bidding method slowly. Wang Zhiquang vented his anger by slashing at the lava lizard with his sword. Not far away, there was only a priest standing, constantly restoring Wang Zhiquang's health. After putting all his gold coins on the line, the other party did not continue to bid. It seems that they have given up. He used 130,000 gold coins to buy the Invincible skill book that should have belonged to him. This feeling of being a big sucker made him furious. Especially since he didn't know who spread this matter. Now many players on the forum know that this Invincible book originally belonged to him, but was snatched by Dao Yudao, and then he crazily bid to buy it back. This incident made many players gloat and say that he is the biggest sucker in the Wild Road game. Gave up. Wang Zhiquang shouted for more than 10 minutes, but the other party did not continue to bid, so he muttered to himself. Over an hour later, Wang Zhiquang successfully won the bid for the Invincible skill book. No one else bid, but he couldn't be happy at all. He spent 130,000 gold coins to buy a skill book that is worth at most 10,000 gold coins. If it weren't for his wealthy background, his family's assets would have been depleted soon. Wang Zhiquang, raise your glass and ride the wind. Aren't you angry that you didn't win the Invincible skill book? Fellow players, in the future, don't sell this skill book to raise your glass and ride the wind. Otherwise, he can easily send us back to the newbie village and take a good look at the attributes of this skill book, and then think about his god-tier equipment. Wang Zhiquang couldn't help but send a trumpet announcement. He can't let the 130,000 gold coins go to waste. At least he has to step on raise your glass and ride the wind a bit. Of course, if he hadn't found Dao Yudao's whereabouts, the first person he wanted to deal with would be that bastard. Wang Zhiquang's trumpet announcement immediately caught the attention of many players. Previously, everyone was speculating on the forum based on Dao Yudao's announcement, guessing that the person who bid 130,000 was Wang Zhiquang. Now there is no need to speculate. Wang Zhiquang directly admitted it. I didn't expect it to be Wang Zhiquang who won the bid. My goodness, why would a warrior spend 130,000 to bid for a shield warrior's skill book? Are you stupid? Didn't you see the sentence after the trumpet announcement? He doesn't want this skill book to be taken by raise your glass and ride the wind. However, the price of 130,000 gold coins is a bit high. I really want to explode a copy of Invincible and make a fortune. Does King Crazy have such a big grudge against Wine and Wind? I appeal to other players to explode Invincible and not sell it to Wine and Wind. Is King Crazy willing to buy it at a high price? Even if it's not 130,000 gold coins, just 100,000 gold coins, can he guarantee to buy it all? If not, why should other players listen to him just because of his words? No wonder some of my friends are desperate to join the King's Guild. It turns out that King Crazy is rich but brainless. He really values his influence in the game because of the bad behavior of the members of the King's Guild. Coincidentally, I have a grudge against the King's Guild. If I explode Invincible in the future, I will sell it to Wine and Wind. I will even sell it at a low price to infuriate King Crazy. Wine and Wind,
King Crazy, you deserve it. You are the true scapegoat of the game Desolate Road. By the way, King Crazy, I have a skill book called Battle Hardened that is very suitable for you. I don't know if you are willing to exchange it? Forget it. I estimate that the price of this skill book will be higher than Invincible when it is sold. I don't want to be a scapegoat. Yean, who was searching for golden bones in the level 20 secret realm, couldn't help but reply to King Crazy's arrogant announcement. Battle Hardened, usable by warrior class, increases strength by 10%, increases constitution by 10%, restores 1% HP per second for 60 seconds, cooldown time of 120 seconds. Tradable, this skill book not only increases strength and constitution by 10%, but also has a good healing effect, and lasts for 1 minute. It is a very good buff skill. Since the announcement has been made, Yean naturally couldn't waste 1,000 renminbi and directly put this Battle Hardened on the auction with a starting price of 2 million renminbi. The current price of gold coins is still too high. Yean thinks that his current gold coins are enough for the time being. It's better to sell things in RMB first. When the price of gold coins becomes cheaper, around 10 renminbi, he can buy a large amount. And without the restriction of gold coins, those local tyrants won't be limited and can go all out. Previously, the assassin class skill book Lone Battle could be sold for 95,000 gold coins. Battle Hardened will definitely be worth more. After all, there are many more warrior class players than assassin class players. Yean doesn't need to raise the price himself, those local tyrant warriors will raise the price all the way. After listing it, Yean continued to explore this bone-filled area. After about 2 hours, he didn't gain anything, and if this continued, even he would lose confidence. Battle Hardened. Seeing the announcement posted by Wine and Wind, King Crazy immediately opened the consignment platform and searched for it. Sure enough, he found this skill book that was just listed for auction at a starting price of 2 million renminbi. After reading the skill description of Battle Hardened, King Crazy immediately had an idea. His class is a warrior, so he can naturally see the decent bonus of this skill. The most important thing is that this is a skill book that can heal. When the warrior reaches level 15 and changes jobs, there is a bloody battle profession. After using the profession skill Bloody Battle, they will enter a state of continuous blood loss. If not closed, they will continue to lose blood until their HP reaches 0. If he has this Battle Hardened skill book, then there will be no problem with healing. In terms of calculation, he can recover 60% of his HP every 2 minutes, which can completely make up for the HP loss caused by using Bloody Battle. King Crazy is very satisfied. He must win this skill book, and since it is an auction with RMB, he doesn't need to rush to buy gold coins. He can directly make a bid. However, King Crazy is not the only one interested in this Battle Hardened skill book. The trumpet announcement that Yean previously released was seen by all online players, and the warrior profession paid special attention to it because there was a skill book available for the warrior profession. Holding the level 10 Golden Wolf King Greatsword, Shinshu was leveling up when he saw the announcement from Raise a Glass to the Wind. He immediately opened the consignment platform to search for Battle Hardened and, after reading the attributes, without hesitation, he raised the bidding price to 5 million RMB. In his opinion, this Battle Hardened book was worth that price because he planned to switch to the bloodthirsty berserker profession in the future, and both the 10% increase in strength and constitution and the 1% HP regeneration per second were a perfect fit for the bloodthirsty berserker profession. However, soon after, the 5 million RMB he bid was returned to his bank account, as someone directly bid 8 million RMB. This made Shinshu furrow his brow involuntarily, not because he couldn't afford the money, but because the bidding for this Battle Hardened book had just started, and in just a few minutes, it had already risen to 8 million RMB. It was hard to imagine what price it would ultimately be bid up to. The price of 8 million RMB immediately caused many warriors interested in this skill book to close the consignment platform. There was no need to continue looking since they couldn't afford it anyway. After thinking for a moment, Shinshu did not continue bidding. He suspected that the 8 million RMB price was set by the King of Madness, and he didn't want to engage in a bidding war with this lunatic. He decided to wait until the last few seconds of the auction and try his luck then. Damn it, where are those golden bones? Yean searched for another hour but still had no results. He only had the 2 golden bones he obtained at the beginning. He lay directly on top of the pile of bones, looking at the blue sky and white clouds above. The 20th level secret realm level was truly despair-inducing. The only advantage was that there was no time limit. As long as you could hold on, you could stay in this instance indefinitely, but you couldn't log out while inside. Looking at the white clouds floating in the sky, Yean suddenly furrowed his brow because there were only 5 clouds in the sky at this moment. Could it be related to these 5 clouds? 5 golden bones, 5 white clouds. Yi Fan couldn't help but connect these two things together. Perhaps there was a key to clearing the 20th level secret realm level. Maybe in the previous life, there was a pattern, but the players simply hadn't discovered it. After all, players didn't even know how many golden bones there were before passing through this secret realm. Looking at the distribution of the white clouds in the sky, Yi Fan felt that there might really be a connection because one of the clouds was in the middle, while the other 4 clouds were distributed in different directions, each with a different distance and shape. Yi Fan immediately got up from the pile of bones and began to determine the directions. With the giant skeleton that resembled a mountain as a reference, it wasn't difficult to find these directions. The main problem was that he currently didn't know which cloud the mountain-like skeleton represented, so he could only slowly try it out. After more than an hour of exploration, Yi Fan not only figured out the directions represented by each cloud but also obtained the 3rd golden bone. Having found the pattern, it wasn't difficult to clear the 20th level secret realm level. It just required a bit more time. Truly worthy of being the cloud god. Out of the 4 secret realm levels, 2 of them have clouds. Yi Fan's mood improved as well. This place, where it was quiet and filled with bones as far as the eye could see, would make one feel uncomfortable after staying for a long time. After spending half an hour to find the remaining 2 golden bones, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! 20th level secret realm level cleared. Finally passed. Yi Fan couldn't help but stretch and yawn. Just as he was about to leave this instance, he seemed to notice that the mountain-like giant skeleton moved. Ha! Was it just an illusion? Yi Fan immediately looked in that direction and stared for a while, but the skeleton remained motionless. He walked directly towards the skeleton, knowing that there was no time limit in this instance. Even if he successfully cleared the level, he wouldn't be teleported out. This made Yi Fan feel that there might be something wrong with this level 20 secret realm. Could there be some hidden secrets here? When he arrived under the huge skeleton, he looked up and saw nothing special except that the skeleton was slightly larger. Could it be my imagination? Before leaving, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the skeleton had moved slightly. There was no wind in this instance, so how could a skeleton move for no reason? Yi Fan took out a golden bone from his backpack. These golden bones only appeared in secret realm instances and could not be taken out unless 5 were collected to pass through and leave the instance. He thought that since the mission was already completed, maybe these golden bones held some secrets. He could give it a try. He arranged the 5 golden bones in front of the huge skeleton, wanting to see if they would make the skeleton move. Click, click, Yi Fan suddenly heard a strange sound. He looked around but found nothing else, and the sound didn't seem to come from the huge skeleton. Click, 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 the sound became more frequent, and suddenly a pile of bones collapsed not far away, revealing a hole. Gradually, more and more holes appeared. It seemed as if the space beneath the pile of bones had been emptied, and bones kept falling down. Yi Fan quickly collected the 5 golden bones. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon before. The surface of the ground kept collapsing, taking the bones down with it. What is going on? He was a bit puzzled. Players had never experienced such a thing before. Human, did you awaken me? The sudden voice made Yi Fan look around. Finally, he noticed that 2 clusters of blue flames appeared in the deep eye sockets of the mountain-like skeleton. Yi Fan felt like an ant in front of it. It hadn't done anything, but Yi Fan felt too afraid to look up at it. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. It was just a skeleton, and it still had some power left. Who was it trying to impress? What are you? Yi Fan forced himself to look up at the 2 clusters of blue flames. Since his rebirth, he had hated these monsters the most. How dare you? The voice rushed towards Yi Fan from all directions, causing his mind to tremble and his consciousness to briefly falter. Lowly human, I will give you a chance now. Yi Fan grinned. The virtual and real worlds hadn't merged yet, so even if he died, he would resurrect. There was no need to fear this monster. Tell me, and if I'm interested, maybe I'll take this chance. Humph, quite courageous. Did you see the collapsed area? Go down and retrieve my heart. After completing that, I will help you with 3 things. Heart? Yi Fan was puzzled and looked at the huge skeleton. Why don't you go down and get it yourself? If I could go down, why would I need you? The voice carried a hint of anger, clearly dissatisfied with Yi Fan's attitude. What can you do for me? Yi Fan didn't rush to go down and find out. In fact, he didn't want to help at all. Anything, even if you want to become the ruler of this world. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you were that powerful, would you be in this state? Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. This guy really dared to say anything. Ignorant and foolish, the Blood Dragon clan once ruled the world. If it weren't for the treachery of the cunning dragon, how could we have fallen to this state? The Blood Dragon clan? Yi Fan silently muttered to himself, could it be related to my hidden profession?
He had obtained this hidden profession by killing the blood dragon guards, and now he unexpectedly encountered the remains of the blood dragon here.
However, Yifan didn't say anything.
If this old thing found out that he had killed his guards before, he didn't know if he would kill him directly.
Are you the blood dragon? Yifan asked aloud. Correct. Retrieve my heart, and you will obtain anything you desire. Yifan sneered inwardly. Do you think you can deceive me with this level of skill?
It's obvious you're a villain. No, a villainous dragon.
However, on the surface, he seriously considered it and asked, are you telling the truth? You're not trying to deceive me, right? Can you give me some benefits in advance? What if you go back on your word later? Come closer.
Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately approached the remains of the blood dragon.
Ding! The blood dragon's soul is bestowing the blood dragon blessing upon you. Health and blood plus 50%, duration of 30 days. Do you accept? Upon hearing the voice from the system, Yifan didn't hesitate at all and said, accept.
A 50% increase in health and blood. This blessing effect was quite strong. Even the skill rain shower only increased the health limit by 10%. However, the duration was only 30 days, which was relatively short. If he could permanently obtain this blessing buff, it would be so comfortable. Are you satisfied? After bestowing the blood dragon blessing, the blood dragon's soul asked. The duration is a bit short. It would be great if it could be extended permanently. If not, 10 or 20 years would be fine.
These 30 days will pass in the blink of an eye. Yifan said, not very satisfied.
You'll have to wait until I regain my strength.
Otherwise, how can I bestow a stronger blood dragon blessing upon you? Alright then, I'll go and take a look. Just remember what you said.
Yifan walked to the edge of the collapsed area and found that the pit was more than 10 meters deep, with the white bones piled up below. However, the edge was not very steep, so he could slowly climb down.
Go quickly and come back quickly.
Yifan waved his hand and slowly climbed down the slope from the edge.
After reaching the bottom, he stepped on the white bones and asked, where is it? Almost the entire area of white bones had collapsed.
Before, except for a small part around the remains of the blood dragon. In such a vast and boundless place, he had no idea which way to go.
It's behind you, the blood dragon's soul said.
Ha! Yifan turned his head and looked. Behind him was a rock wall, and he didn't notice anything when he climbed down just now.
Do you see that black disc? Press it and an entrance will appear.
Yifan carefully searched the rock wall and indeed found a black disc. After pressing it, a stone door slowly opened, blending with the rock wall. Go, bring back my heart, and you will obtain everything you desire. Yifan ignored the nonsense from the blood dragon's soul and walked towards the cave. The cave was not deep, and there were illuminating pearls on the stone walls. He soon arrived at a spacious stone chamber. There were no other furnishings in the stone chamber, only a blood pool in the center. The blood pool had not dried up, so the blood dragon's heart should be inside. After approaching the blood pool, Yifan stood at the edge and saw a fist-sized heart in the center of the blood pool.
Damn!
Such a big body, but the heart is so small.
Truly petty. Yifan couldn't help but comment. What are you saying? The voice of the blood dragon's soul sounded slightly angry in Yifan's ear. Just joking, don't mind me.
Yifan used the skill investigation on the fist-sized heart in the center of the blood pool.
Blood dragon's heart, sealed here for 2,000 years. Can be used to create an exclusive necklace, heart of the blood dragon. Exclusive necklace?
Yifan was stunned for a moment. So this is the material for crafting equipment. Although he didn't know what attributes it would have, it was definitely not inferior since it was made with the blood dragon's heart. Take out those 5 golden bones and place them in the 5 grooves. I will help you break the seal. The voice of the blood dragon's remnant soul came again. Yifan then noticed that there were 5 shallow grooves around the blood pool. It turned out that the 5 golden bones were used to break the seal. However, in the previous life, he remembered that no one triggered the hidden mission of this level 20 secret realm.
After placing the 5 golden bones one by one, Yifan asked, and then?
Break, a sharp and piercing voice came, causing the entire cave to tremble, with debris falling continuously. This sound directly caused Yifan's mind to go blank for a moment.
Its power was not to be underestimated.
Alright, the voice of the blood dragon's remnant soul seemed weaker. After Yifan returned to normal, he walked into the blood pool and picked up the central heart. At this moment, a voice rang in his mind. After listening, he directly put the blood dragon's heart into his backpack.
Quickly, bring back my heart.
I promise I won't go back on my word. The blood dragon's remnant soul felt that Yifan had already obtained its heart and became somewhat impatient. Yifan thought about the sentence that had just appeared in his mind and said, back then, the blood dragon clan was persecuted by the treacherous dragon.
The treacherous dragon you mentioned, is it actually you? Lowly human, do you even know what nonsense you're spouting? The voice of the blood dragon's remnant soul trembled slightly, but it wasn't obvious. Do you know why your clansmen sealed your heart here instead of directly annihilating you? Yean continued. Shut up. The blood dragon's remnant soul shouted sternly. What exactly do you know? These are all traps deliberately designed by those thieves to deceive you. Quickly bring back my heart. The more anxious the blood dragon's remnant soul became, the more certain Yean was that what it said was not false. When he obtained the blood dragon's heart, a woman's voice rang in his mind. It betrayed the blood dragon clan, so its heart was sealed here. The blood dragon clan cannot kill each other, otherwise, there will be a danger of extinction. Take away its heart and forge a heart of the blood dragon. It will not disappoint you. Why did you betray your own race? Yean asked in return. Betrayal? Ridiculous. I am the king of the blood dragon clan. Those parasites dared to falsely accuse me. You must not be swayed by their deceitful words. The blood dragon's remnant soul tried to pass it off as a lie, but Yean's face only showed two words: disbelief. Today, even if the blood dragon's remnant soul broke through the heavens, Yean would not believe its continuous lies. Even if the blood dragon's remnant soul was truly framed, Yean would not hand over the heart. The blood dragon clan would ultimately become the enemy of all humanity. Aren't you afraid of death? Seeing that his words had no effect, the patience of the blood dragon's remnant soul was gradually wearing thin. I can't die. Yean couldn't help but shake his head. In this area, even if I die 10,000 times, there will be no loss. This was still within the level 20 secret realm, a part of the instance. Regardless of how many times one died in the instance, there would be no level or experience loss, nor would there be any equipment drops. Some boss-type instances had resurrection points inside, allowing players to immediately resurrect and rejoin the battle after death. However, there were resurrection restrictions. Depending on the difficulty of the instance, a player usually had only 1 to 3 chances to resurrect. There were no resurrection points in the secret realm, but death had no punishment. One would only be teleported out of the instance. Therefore, facing the threat of the blood dragon's remnant soul, Yean remained calm. At least, the blood dragon's heart would not drop due to death. Dirty and despicable bug, you will regret the words you just said. The voice of the blood dragon's remnant soul began to rise. It wanted to make this stinky bug know the consequences of playing with it. Blood sea abyss. As the words fell, Yean noticed that the blood pool in the stone room began to bubble, frantically, as if it was boiling. In an instant, the blood in the pool started spreading towards Yean at an astonishing speed. Swish! A blood arrow shot out from the blood pool, aiming directly at Yean's forehead. He couldn't dodge at such a speed, but he didn't plan to dodge either. At the moment the blood arrow was about to hit his forehead, the spreading blood also wrapped around his legs. A long string of bright red numbers appeared above Yean's head, indicating nearly 4 million damage. Bang! A loud noise rang out, and Yean didn't see where the rebounded damage appeared, but he could feel that the entire area was shaking, not just the stone room. The activation of that absolute barrier allowed him to remain unharmed even after receiving such high damage. How is this possible? How is this possible? What exactly is going on? The voice of the blood dragon's remnant soul began to tremble. It felt fear spreading. Swish! Another blood arrow shot towards Yean's forehead, but the invincibility effect of that absolute barrier had already disappeared. No! The blood dragon's remnant soul seemed to sense something, but it was already too late to stop it. Another nearly 4 million damage appeared above Yean's head, instantly reducing his remaining health to 0, and before he could see what would happen next, he was directly teleported out of the instance. You finally came out. Rushan walked over and said. She had already completed the secondary profession quest and obtained the secondary profession skill gathering. She had also taken the time to do many repetitive tasks related to gathering, earning a lot of gold coins and consumables. There was a problem inside. Yean said. He hadn't described what exactly happened inside to Rushan, but the system had already activated a server-wide announcement. Attention all players. The level 20 secret realm has been destroyed for unknown reasons. Before a new level 20 secret realm is set up, all players who reach level 20 will be able to continue leveling up without challenging the level 20 secret realm. Attention all players. Level 20. The system made 3 consecutive server-wide announcements. If Yean remembered correctly, this should be the first time the system had announced a problem with the game to the entire server. It had never happened in the previous life. What did you do inside? Rushan looked curious. She never expected that Yean would just go through the level 20 secret realm and end up destroying it. During this time, besides Yean, no other players had entered the level 20 secret realm. I'm not really sure. It seems like I triggered a hidden quest in the level 20 secret realm, and then accidentally ended up like this. Yi Fan couldn't really understand how the level 20 secret realm could be destroyed. Even if there was a counterattack, it shouldn't have destroyed the entire space. Moreover, the attack was launched by the Blood Dragon's remnant soul, so if there was a counterattack, it should have been directed at the Blood Dragon's remnant soul. That's good, at least we don't have to go through the level 20 secret realm anymore. Yu Ruxiang smiled, looking content with whatever comes their way. Yi Fan took out the heart of the Blood Dragon and glanced at it. It seemed that he could forge the heart of the Blood Dragon necklace by finding the blacksmith in the main city. But it seemed that he needed other materials as well. Just having the heart of the Blood Dragon was not enough to make the heart of the Blood Dragon necklace. Let's go to the blacksmith shop and take a look, Yi Fan said. During the level 20 secret realm, even he himself didn't know what exactly happened, so there was no need to delve into this matter anyway. Not only did he complete the mission, but he also obtained a Blood Dragon's heart. This wave was a complete blood profit for Yi Fan, without even the penalty of death and level drop. The destruction of the level 20 secret realm level shocked many players. The two mysterious players who had already reached level 20 on the ranking list were still the highest, while the rest of the players had only just reached level 15. Obviously, if it was destroyed by players, it could only be these two. Can the secret realm level be destroyed? Damn, these two are too powerful. Is it a game bug? Damn, no compensation for this? But cancelling the level 20 secret realm level is not bad. We don't even know about the level 15 secret realm level. Why should we worry about the level 20 secret realm level? Maybe by the time we level up, a new level 20 secret realm level has already been released. By the way, will the Master of Strategy announce the strategy for the level 15 secret realm level? Anyway, now that the level cap is 25 and the level 20 secret realm level is gone, whether it is announced or not doesn't have much impact. Without the Master of Strategy announcing the walkthrough strategy, can't we figure out how to clear it ourselves? I hope you will be as determined then. It is said that several players who have challenged it said that there are 8 small levels in the level 15 secret realm level, and they can't even clear the first one. Yi Fan and Yu Ruxiang arrived at the blacksmith shop in the main city. The NPC blacksmith's name was Li Dachui. Dachui blacksmith, can you forge equipment? Yi Fan asked. Hey, is there any equipment that Li Dachui can't forge in this area? Tell me, what kind of equipment do you want to forge? As long as the materials and price are right, there is no problem. Li Dachui stopped his ironworking and wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Blood Dragon's heart, can you forge this necklace? Yi Fan didn't take out the Blood Dragon's heart, but planned to ask first to see if he knew about it. What did you say? Li Dachui looked around, his face cautious, and lowered his voice. You said Blood Dragon's heart? Yes, Blood Dragon's heart. Yi Fan nodded. Li Dachui hesitated for a moment and said, Young man, I admire your courage, but the Blood Dragon clan has disappeared for 1,000 years. Even if you want to slay a dragon, there is no way to find it, let alone forge the Blood Dragon's heart. What do you need? The most crucial thing is one thing. Li Dachui continued to look around, as if telling a shocking secret, a Blood Dragon's heart, that thing, you can only get it by slaying a dragon yourself, there is no other way. You better leave, it is impossible to forge the Blood Dragon's heart without a Blood Dragon's heart. Although I have the skills, as the saying goes, a clever wife cannot cook without rice. If in the future. Li Dachui's endless words came to a halt as Yi Fan took out something. Is this the Blood Dragon's heart? Yi Fan waved it in front of Li Dachui. Yes, 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 yes. Li Dachui's head was like pounding garlic. Where did you get it from? Hurry, put it away. Seeing Li Dachui's nervousness, Yi Fan thought that the people here believed in the Blood Dragon and that bringing the Blood Dragon's heart would cause trouble or something. Believe in a fart. Li Dachui spat directly. Those evil dragons, even if they disappeared for 1,000 years, the historical records still record their countless sins. I'm afraid you will get into trouble. If the lord of the city finds out that you have the Blood Dragon's heart, he will definitely send you to destroy the Blood Dragon's lair with an army. You probably obtained this Blood Dragon's heart by chance, right? Yi Fan nodded. To be honest, the replica where the Blood Dragon's remains and heart are located can be accessed within the city. It's really close by. Yes, it was already on its last breath at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it. This is probably the last blood dragon in the world, Yi Fan half-truthfully said, trying to deceive. May I ask if having the heart of the blood dragon can create the heart of the blood dragon? Li Dachui waved his hand and said, no, the heart of the blood dragon is just the key. The rest is relatively easy to obtain. You also need a necklace of pink quality, a piece of Millennium Mysterious Iron, and 1,000 gold coins, then it's almost complete. The pink necklace and 1,000 gold coins are not a problem, but where can I find the Millennium Mysterious Iron? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. It seems like this material didn't appear in the previous life. Why does it feel like there are always unexpected things happening in this life? Millennium Mysterious Iron, you're in luck. The City Lord just issued an extermination mission a few days ago. As long as you complete the mission, you can obtain a piece of Millennium Mysterious Iron. You should seize this opportunity. As far as I know, the City Lord only has a few pieces of Millennium Mysterious Iron in his collection. If you miss it, there won't be anywhere else to find it, Lee Dachui said. Go to the entrance of the City Lord's mansion and take a look. There, you can receive the mission. After listening to Lee Dachui's words, Yifan nodded and thanked him, then walked towards the City Lord's mansion with Yu Ruxiang. Just ask if you're curious, your gaze is making me uncomfortable, Yifan grinned. Yu Ruxiang had been looking at Yifan curiously, with a look of wanting to say something but stopping herself. Was this Heart of the Blood Dragon obtained from the level 20 Secret Realm stage? Yu Ruxiang was really curious because she hadn't obtained anything in the Secret Realm stages she had done before. Looking inside, it was all bones, including. Yifan briefly described the situation inside. After the level 20 Secret Realm stage was destroyed, Yu Ruxiang probably didn't have the opportunity to enter and complete the clearance mission. Speaking of which, Yifan also showed Yu Ruxiang the video he recorded. In this video, the voice of the Blood Dragon's remnant soul also appeared, until the end when Yifan died and was teleported out of the replica. If this video were posted on the forum, I estimate that there would be many more players willing to pay to watch it compared to before. Yu Ruxiang felt shocked. The video hadn't been edited, and many parts were skipped. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. I was thinking that the level 20 Secret Realm stage was destroyed, so there was no point in recording this video. When the time comes, I'll come up with an eye-catching title. They should be curious enough to click and watch. Yifan had a plan in mind. After all, he was currently the only player who had challenged the level 20 Secret Realm stage. Those players must be curious about what happened to cause the level 20 Secret Realm stage to be destroyed. During their chat, the two arrived at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, where there was a sign indicating that a mission could be accepted. Exterminate dark creatures. A dark forest appeared 3,000 miles away from the main city. Unknown dark creatures roam inside. After eliminating those dark creatures, the City Lord will reward you with a piece of Millennium Mysterious Iron. Note, extremely dangerous, do not go alone. Accepting this mission requires a payment of 10 gold coins and can be reached by teleportation to a place 10 miles away from the dark forest. Dark creatures? Yifan accepted this commission task and deducted 10 gold coins from his backpack. Will it be dangerous? Yu Ruxiang asked. She also saw the content of this mission, which stated that it was extremely dangerous. Let's give it a try first. If we can't complete it, we can try again after some time. It shouldn't be a time-limited mission. Yifan went to the mount shop and spent 200 gold coins to buy 2 top-quality horses. The teleportation location was 10 miles away from the dark forest, and it would be faster to ride horses there. Although 2 people can ride on 1 horse, Yifan feels that it's better not to try it easily. If they anger the powerful nurse, it will be difficult to find another one. After giving one of the top-quality horses to Yu Ruxiang, Yifan went to the warehouse to store important items like the Blood Dragon's heart to prevent them from dropping upon death. Then, the two of them used a teleportation array to arrive at a place 10 miles away from the dark forest. This place was overgrown with weeds and there was no sign of human presence. However, there were many strange sounds coming from the distance. Are you scared? Yifan summoned his mount and turned to ask. Yu Ruxiang summoned her mount and replied, not scared, it's just a game after all. Yifan smiled and didn't say anything. This was more than just a game. The two of them rode their horses and quickly headed towards the direction indicated by a marker. When accepting a quest, the game usually provides a directional indicator to prevent players from getting lost. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the dark forest. The forest seemed to be covered by perennial clouds, making the visibility inside very dim. It gave people a creepy feeling even before entering. This place looked much scarier than the 10th level Secret Realm. Although Yu Ruxiang said she wasn't scared, when she actually arrived at the entrance of the dark forest, she couldn't help but lean towards Yifan. Give it a try. If the difficulty is too high, we can come back next time. If there are too many dark creatures surrounding us and we can't handle them, you should quickly run out of the forest, Yifan said. He now regretted not winning the bid for the invincible against 10,000 skill. If he had won, when Yu Ruxiang was attacked, he could have used a group taunt to attract the hatred of those dark creatures. But now he only had a single target taunt skill. If too many dark creatures surrounded them, Yu Ruxiang might be in danger. If Yu Ruxiang was killed instantly, it would be impossible for him to eliminate all the dark creatures here. It's okay,
I have a skill called Soul Symbiosis that can transfer 90% of the damage I receive to you, Yu Ruxiang said.
You have this skill too?
Yi Fan was surprised. If 90% of the damage could be transferred to someone else, then no one would be able to kill Yu Ruxiang in the future.
It was too powerful. There are limitations.
It can only last for 1 minute, but the cooldown time is 2 hours, Yu Ruxiang explained.
Having it is better than not having it.
Let's go in and take a look, Yi Fan said, leading the way into the dark forest. Yu Ruxiang hesitated for a moment but immediately followed. As soon as they entered the dark forest, both of them started taking continuous damage of -10 to -10, and their health gradually decreased.
Miasma Poison Mist, receive October 20th, 30 points of damage per second. The deeper you go, the more damage you will receive. Enter with caution.
Both of them received a system prompt.
Even if they didn't encounter any dark creatures in the dark forest, continuously losing health was still a terrifying thing. However, with Yu Ruxiang around, there wouldn't be any problem with the Miasma Poison Mist. Healing Touch. Silent Nourishment.
Yu Ruxiang used 2 healing skills.
Healing Touch could restore 20 health points per second, while Silent Nourishment could restore 200 health points per second.
The difference in healing effects between the ordinary priest skill Healing Touch and the life god skill Silent Nourishment was significant.
Don't walk too fast, Yu Ruxiang said, closely following behind Yi Fan.
The shapes of the trees around them were strange and varied, resembling twisted human bodies in pain. Strange sounds came from all directions, sending shivers down their spines.
Don't be afraid, it's just a game after all, Yi Fan smiled and returned Yu Ruxiang's earlier words that if someone were to come to this ghostly place, even Yi Fan himself wouldn't dare to guarantee that he would be fearless, because it was just too much like a scene from a horror movie. But what intrigued him even more was that in the previous life, no player should have discovered this place. He hadn't seen any relevant news on the forum. Could it be because of the rebirth that the game had also undergone some changes? He speculated.
Swish, something quickly passed by behind the tree shadows not far away. Yu Ruxiang, determined not to scream, tightly grabbed onto the clothes on Yi Fan's back.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
If you had grabbed my clothes any harder, I would have almost made a move against you. Yi Fan couldn't help but turn his head and laugh.
Stop laughing, Yu Ruxiang glared at Yi Fan.
After continuing to venture deeper for a while, both of them started taking -20 points of damage to their heads. The damage they received increased. After reaching this depth, the rustling sounds around them increased, and from time to time, a dark shadow would quickly pass by not far away.
Yu Ruxiang seemed to have gotten used to it and was no longer as nervous as she was at the beginning, because they hadn't been attacked yet.
It's a bit strange, Yi Fan said.
It's been strange since we entered this dark forest, Yu Ruxiang responded.
No, Yi Fan shook his head, they must have noticed us, but they haven't launched
an attack yet. I'm a bit worried that they will attack us together later. If that's the case, the two of us won't have any chance to resist. Yu Ruxiang used the rain shower technique to increase Yi Fan's maximum HP by 10% and asked, should we continue forward?
Let's wait here for a while. The mission is not to explore this dark forest, but to exterminate all the dark creatures in this dark forest. They will eventually launch an attack. Yi Fan simply sat down in place. The visibility in the dark forest was too dim. They still hadn't seen the appearance of any dark creatures.
Aren't you afraid at all?
Yu Ruxiang sat down next to Yi Fan. The strange sounds around them made her feel uneasy, and only by getting closer to Yi Fan could she feel a sense of security.
Of course I'm afraid, but in front of a girl, even if I'm scared, I can't show it, Yi Fan said with a smile. It's okay, if you're scared, just show it.
We can be scared together, Yu Ruxiang joked, mainly because the environment here was too oppressive. Not a trace of sunlight could be seen. If it weren't for Yi Fan, she would never have come to such a place. Even in the game, the sense of reality was too strong.
Reality is sometimes scarier than the game, right?
Yi Fan glanced at Yu Ruxiang. I don't want to talk about this. Yu Ruxiang's gaze dodged for a moment. Actually, what Yi Fan was talking about wasn't Yu Ruxiang's current reality, but the future reality. At that time, it would be much scarier than now. Blue Star would be completely destroyed, a scene of post-apocalyptic ruins. Powerful monsters would be wreaking havoc everywhere, and humans wouldn't dare to sleep peacefully. In front of these monsters, although human weapons could cause damage, the ones who suffered the most damage were still humans themselves.
Let's go a little further and see what they're planning, Yi Fan stood up and said.
Yu Ruxiang nodded and followed behind Yi Fan as they moved forward. After entering the area where their HP decreased by 30 points per second, a black shadow suddenly rushed towards Yi Fan. Its speed was fast, but it seemed to be the size of a basketball. Be careful, Yu Ruxiang reminded aloud, ready to restore Yi Fan's HP at any time. Yi Fan had already noticed, but he didn't pay much attention to it. It was just a dark creature, it couldn't pose much of a threat to him. Under the bonus of Blood Dragon's Blessing and Rainfall technique, Yifan's current HP is close to 10,000, and this amount of HP cannot be easily killed. Minus 469. A damage value of nearly 500 appeared above Yifan's head, which was somewhat unexpected for him, considering his current defense is not low. Minus 46,900. The dark creatures attacking Yifan immediately suffered over 40,000 damage and died instantly, but nothing dropped. Be careful, these dark creatures deal quite high damage. Yifan reminded, he can withstand it, but Moonfrost's HP probably won't hold up against a few attacks. Moonfrost restored Yifan's lost HP and nodded, I will be careful. These dark creatures attack at a very fast speed, and without invincible against all, Yifan may not be able to intercept their attacks on Moonfrost. Swish, swish, swish. After entering this area, the dark creatures gradually began to attack Yifan and Moonfrost. Minus 452, minus 487. Yifan received 2 attacks, while Moonfrost received 1 attack, but the damage she received was over 600. Taunt. The 2 dark creatures attacking Yifan were killed by the counter damage, and he immediately taunted the dark creature attacking Moonfrost. Minus 499 to 49,900. After dealing with these 3 dark creatures, Moonfrost quickly used an area healing skill to restore both of their HP to full. There may be more dark creatures attacking together next. Yifan slowly said, he saw the appearance of these dark creatures, their whole bodies were like balls, but their teeth were very sharp, and their limbs were particularly strong, with incredibly fast running speed. Be ready to use the skill Soul Symbiosis to transfer damage at any time. If it's not possible, wait until your level increases before coming to do this quest. Moonfrost nodded. After seeing the appearance of these dark creatures, she wasn't as afraid anymore. Although they looked ugly, they were just some strange creatures. Dark creatures, level 30, HP 10,000, defense 400, attack 800, skill Extreme Shadow Charge. Introduction, they are very fast and are born in the dark forest. Don't try to pry into what they are guarding, it's no different from seeking death. This is the information Yifan obtained through probe skill. These level 30 monsters have decent HP, defense, and attack. However, seeing the introduction about the dark creatures, Yifan became curious. Could they be guarding something here? They didn't receive any attacks from the dark creatures in the first area, losing 10 HP per second, and the second area, losing 20 HP per second. But when they entered the third area, losing 30 HP per second, these dark creatures launched attacks against them. This indicates that they are getting closer to something, causing these dark creatures to sense the danger. Let's continue moving forward and see what these dark creatures are guarding. Yifan paid attention to the surroundings and continued walking forward. As long as the number of dark creatures attacking at once doesn't exceed 10, he believes he can handle it, of course, provided that these 10 dark creatures don't all attack Moonfrost. Swish, swish, swish. Just as they took a few steps forward, 3 more dark creatures launched an attack on Yifan and Moonfrost. Minus 496, minus 475 to 49,600, minus 47,500. Yifan was once again attacked by 2 dark creatures. Minus 757. Although Moonfrost was only attacked by 1 dark creature, the damage was extremely frightening. With Moonfrost's current HP, she couldn't withstand a second attack. Have you learned the skill Wind Zither? Yifan asked. Wind Zither? What skill is that? Is it for priests? Moonfrost didn't understand, she had never seen this skill before. Yifan nodded and said, let's not go any further for now. The damage is too high. Let's go back to the second area. In fact, they had only walked less than 10 meters when they were attacked by 3 or 4 waves, indicating that they would encounter more trouble if they continued to go deeper. For safety reasons, the 2 quickly returned to the second area. Sure enough, once they arrived in the second area, the dark creatures no longer attacked Yifan and Yuruxiang. I'll check if the consignment platform has this skill book. Yifan opened the consignment platform and said, Wind Zither is a skill for priests, and it's an interesting skill. Almost every priest learns this skill. After learning this Wind Zither skill, when a priest teams up with other players, they can connect to a target using something similar to a kite string and fly into the sky like a kite. When using the Wind Zither skill, unless the connected target dies, the priest flying in the sky will be invincible and not take any damage. Of course, the most important thing is that this Wind Zither skill also has a certain healing effect, restoring about 0.5% of health per second, which is very practical. The only limitation is that a maximum of 5 priests can use the Wind Zither skill on one target, and it can restore 2.5% of health per second. Yifan searched and found that there were actually 2 Wind Zither books on the consignment platform. One was in auction mode with a starting price of 3,000 gold coins, and the other was in fixed price mode with a price of 10,000 gold coins. Yi Fan directly bought the fixed-price Win Zither book for 10,000 gold coins and also offered 5,000 gold coins for the other book with a starting price of 3,000 gold coins. This Win Zither skill book is very practical.
Yi Fan's plan is to have 5 priest support characters and go wherever he wants. With a health recovery rate of 2.5% per second, considering his current total health of nearly 10,000, he can recover about 250 health points per second. The more health he has, the more he can recover per second. However, currently, there is only Yu Ruxiang as a priest, so the 0.5% health recovery rate can only offset the damage caused by the miasma poison mist. I learned this Win Zither book. Yi Fan traded the Win Zither skill book to Yu Ruxiang. Win Zither, usable by priests. After use, it connects to a target with a thread, and the user becomes invincible in the sky, restoring 0.5% of the target's health per second. Consumes 100 mana, cooldown of 60 seconds.
Tradable. After reading the skill attributes of Win Zither, Yu Ruxiang immediately understood its key function, which is to make the priest invincible.
But the recovery rate per second is a bit low. Yu Ruxiang said.
When Yi Fan is currently attacked by dark creatures, each attack is about 500, even with nearly 10,000 health, he can only withstand attacks from about 20 dark creatures at most. Give me a skill that slowly recovers health, and then use Win Zither to fly into the sky.
When my health is low, come down and heal me. This way, you will be relatively safe. Yi Fan said.
Yu Ruxiang didn't hesitate and directly gave Yi Fan the skills Rain Shower, Slow Healing, and Silent Nourishment. She then learned the Win Zither skill and used it on Yi Fan. She floated behind Yi Fan, connected to him by a thin green thread, which continuously restored his health.
Is the air up there better? Yi Fan asked. It's okay, just a bit scary around. Let's finish this task quickly.
Yu Ruxiang, who was flying in the air, said she can perform various actions on it as if there was no gravity, and this novel feeling is her first experience.
Yi Fan didn't waste any time and immediately rushed towards the depths of the third area at his fastest speed.
Yu Ruxiang was temporarily in a safe state, so he didn't need to worry about anything and advanced a certain distance first. After all, the duration of the two skills that slowly restore health is not very long. Swish, swish, swish. After entering the third area, those dark creatures once again launched an attack on Yi Fan, ranging from 3 to 5. Under the effect of the 100-fold counterattack, these dark creatures only have one chance to attack. Since the mission is to exterminate all the dark creatures here, it means that there won't be any new ones coming out after these dark creatures die, otherwise it would be impossible to exterminate them.
-436, -477, -453. -43,600, -47,700, -45,300.
Yu Ruxiang has been paying attention to Yi Fan's health. When she sees that his health is in a critical condition, she immediately comes down from the air and uses several skills to fully restore Yi Fan's health, then she continues to use the Win Zither skill to stay in the air. Using this method, Yi Fan goes deeper and deeper into this dark forest. The most dangerous time was when he was attacked by 15 dark creatures at the same time, and his health immediately reached the bottom. Fortunately, Yu Ruxiang acted quickly and immediately came down to restore Yi Fan's health to full. Slowly, the number of dark creatures attacking Yi Fan decreased. Sometimes, he could walk several steps without being attacked by a single dark creature.
Is it finished? Yu Ruxiang asked from the air.
Yi Fan glanced at the mission and said, it shouldn't be finished yet.
The mission hasn't prompted completion.
Besides, I still don't know what these dark creatures are guarding.
Swish, a dark creature couldn't hold back and launched an attack on Yi Fan alone. -453 to 45,300. This amount of damage is no longer a threat to Yi Fan.
As long as the number of dark creatures attacking him at the same time is not too many, he can completely withstand it.
Get out!
Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from the depths of the dark forest. -1,000. After hearing this sound, Yi Fan immediately suffered 1,000 points of damage.
It's hard to imagine what kind of monster could cause such damage with just a distant roar.
Yu Ruxiang was not harmed. She immediately returned to the ground, restored Yi Fan's health to full, and also used the skills Rain Shower, Slow Healing, and Silent Moistening before using the Win Zither to return to the sky.
We may not be able to deal with the unknown monster in the depths, Yi Fan said solemnly, but should we go and take a look? Moonlight Frost asked. We've come this far, we're almost there. There is indeed a chance to give it a try. If I get killed, remember to pick up everything that monster drops. If nothing drops, then we'll be at a loss. Yi Fan smiled. When dealing with those dark creatures before, his skill Absolute Barrier was triggered, which meant that he couldn't use it to withstand a potentially fatal blow. Absolute Barrier. When HP drops to 10%, a transparent barrier forms around the body, Immune to all damage for 2 seconds. Cooldown time is 1 hour.
It had been less than 5 minutes since he triggered the absolute barrier, and there was still over 50 minutes of cooldown time left.
Maybe it's better to wait.
Yi Fan changed his mind. It would take several hours to level up again if he dropped a level, but waiting for the absolute barrier to cool down wouldn't take an hour. It would be more cost-effective to wait for the cooldown of the absolute barrier for over 50 minutes.
Get out!
The unknown monster in the depths of -2000 seemed unwilling to give Yi Fan a chance to wait and let out a beast-like roar, but the damage Yi Fan received doubled.
So fierce!
Yi Fan was surprised.
Could it be that if that thing roared again, he would receive 4,000 damage? Who are you? Why should I get out?
Yi Fan shouted back. His voice was loud.
Moonlight Frost was amused by Yi Fan's behavior.
Its roar can harm you, but your roar, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, is useless.
Who told it to roar so loudly? Who doesn't have a temper?
Yi Fan said as he retreated.
It was better to be a little cowardly. It would be better to wait for the cooldown of the absolute barrier in the second area.
After all, this skill not only saved his life at critical moments, but also dealt twice the damage to the target when faced with a situation where he could only be killed instantly.
Get out!
On the way out of the third area, the voice came again, but this time it didn't cause any damage.
It seems that the damage caused by its roar has a distance limit.
Yi Fan stopped and said. He had previously suffered 1 or 2,000 damage, but after leaving a short distance, he could hear the sound, but he didn't receive any damage.
Maybe it's tired of shouting.
Moonlight Frost seemed to be having a great time in the sky, flying from one side to the other and back again.
If the surrounding environment were better, she would be even happier. Let's wait here.
The dark creatures should not have been completely wiped out.
Let's see if they will be foolish enough to come to us.
Yi Fan found a stone to sit on. The book says this is called waiting for the rabbit at the stump.
Get out!
The voice came again from the depths, still without causing any damage.
Can't you change your words? Do you only know how to say get out? Do you want me to teach you a few more sentences?
Yi Fan couldn't help but shout back. Whoosh! A dark creature suddenly jumped out from the shadow of a nearby tree and launched the skill Extreme Shadow Charge directly at Yi Fan. -456 to 45,600. Waiting for the rabbit at the stump succeeded.
Moonlight Frost said in the air. These dark creatures don't drop anything, and they don't even give experience points. It's like we're wasting our time if it weren't for the 1,000-year mysterious iron.
Yi Fan sighed.
The one in the depths of the dark forest should be the boss. Maybe it will drop something. Moonlight Frost responded.
Hopefully. Yi Fan looked towards the depths of the dark forest, but he couldn't see anything clearly. More than 50 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the monster deep in the dark forest shouted get out 36 times, and 9 dark creatures fell into his trap and crashed into him. Seeing that the absolute barrier had finished cooling down, Yi Fan got up and walked towards the depths of the dark forest. He wanted to see what kind of idiotic monster would shout get out so many times. If it weren't for waiting for the absolute barrier to cool down, he would have gone in several times to find that unknown monster and smash its mouth with his shield.
Get out!
-1,500 damage appeared on Yi Fan's head again, adding to the previous 3,000 damage. He had suffered a total of 4,500 damage. If it were to be returned with 100 times the damage, the opponent would have suffered 450,000 damage. However, if it was a boss, it would have already restored its lost health to full value during the time Yi Fan waited for the absolute barrier to cool down. Yu Rusheng descended from the sky, just like before, and immediately returned to the sky after using the rain shower technique, slow healing technique, and silent nourishment technique. Only Yi Fan could withstand the damage caused by this roar. Yu Rusheng couldn't even bear it for a moment and could only use the invincibility of the Zither of Wind to avoid the damage. I'll say it again, if I accidentally get killed later, but that monster is killed by the counter damage, remember to take the loot back. This trip can't be in vain, Yi Fan said seriously. Yu Rusheng had been in a team with Yi Fan for so long, and had long discovered the counter damage attribute on Yi Fan's body, but she had never mentioned it or asked about it. Yi Fan naturally understood that this kind of thing couldn't be disguised. King Crazy and the others had already discovered it after attacking him a few times, let alone Yu Rusheng, who had been in a team with him all along. So he simply said it was counter damage. Even if Yu Rusheng intentionally leaked it out, it wouldn't be a loss for him. Okay, Yu Rusheng agreed. In the process of advancing towards the depths of the dark forest, if Yi Fan's health dropped below 50%, Yu Rusheng would come down and restore his health to full, to prevent accidentally triggering the effect of the absolute barrier. Fortunately, the damage caused by the unknown monster's roar had a limit, only between 1,000 and 2,000 points.
Could it be that this damage isn't returned 100 times?
Yi Fan was somewhat puzzled.
In the process of advancing, he had already suffered about 30,000 points of damage. If it were to be returned 100 times, it would be about 3 million points of damage. Such high damage, even a level 30 boss shouldn't have so much health. Swish. Up until now, there were still many dark creatures suddenly rushing out from the darkness, launching attacks towards Yifan. However, they were now attacking one by one, and posed no threat. It seems like we're almost there, Yu Ruxiang said from above. Did you see it? Yifan looked up at Yu Ruxiang. I can't see very clearly, but it seems like there's a cave up ahead, and that sound should be coming from that cave, Yu Ruxiang said to Yifan. But when she saw Yifan look up, she immediately scolded, "Don't look up." Yifan smiled and withdrew his gaze. In fact, the game Wild Road had protective measures for players. No matter which direction they looked from, they couldn't see what they shouldn't see. However, the feeling of being looked at in places one shouldn't be seen was still unavoidable. Yifan picked up his pace because at the moment, the frequency of the unknown monster's cries wasn't very fixed, but it was basically once every minute. Swish swish swish. Yifan had already seen the cave in the distance, but suddenly 5 dark creatures rushed out from beside the cave and launched a shadow charge towards Yifan. This time, his blood volume was only over 4,000 points, able to withstand the attacks of 5 dark creatures, but if the unknown monster in the cave were to make another sound, his blood volume would not hold up. Don't come down yet. Yifan noticed that Yu Ruxiang wanted to come down and heal, and immediately spoke up to stop her. If that monster made a sound when Yu Ruxiang came down, both of them might be killed here. He still had the skill Absolute Barrier and still had a chance. -488, -512, -416, -449, -479, 5 damages appeared on Yifan's head, less than 2005. Fortunately, the effect of his Absolute Barrier did not trigger. Yu Ruxiang took the opportunity to come down and restore Yifan's blood volume to full, then used the skills Rainfall Art, Slow Healing Art, and Silent Nourishment before returning to the sky. Ding! Eliminate Dark Creatures mission completed. Can return to the main city to turn in the mission to the City Lord. After the 5 dark creatures were killed by counter damage, his elimination mission was completed. The mission is completed. Do you think we should go in? If we go in, there may be some gains, but there may also be no gains at all. The main thing is the risk of being killed and losing levels. Yifan asked. I'll follow your lead. Yu Ruxiang didn't give any advice. Then let's go in and take a look. At worst, we'll just lose a level. It would be a shame not to go in after coming this far. With that, Yifan walked directly into the dark cave. Get out! In the instant he stepped into the cave, a deafening roar came from deep inside the cave, and Yifan felt a momentary deafness in his ears. -5,000, this damage caused more than half of Yifan's blood to drop. Yu Ruxiang immediately came down to heal. In this situation, even Yifan couldn't withstand a second attack. This damage is too high. Yifan took out the illuminating pearl from his backpack, which he had obtained from the cave in the newbie village. In this pitch-black cave, the illuminating pearl was very powerful. After Yu Ruxiang healed Yifan's blood to full, she continued to use the skill Wind Zither to stay in mid-air. The cave was only about 2 meters high, and the Wind Zither automatically lowered its height, almost flying behind Yifan. After going a short distance, Yifan found that the unknown monster seemed to have stopped making noise. Previously, the monster would roar get out at least once every minute, and at most once every 3 minutes. But now it had been about 5 minutes and there was no movement in the cave. Did it run away, or did it get killed by the backlash? Yifan wondered in his heart. After walking for another 3 minutes, the cave came to an end, and there was a stone door ahead, illuminated by the brightness provided by the illuminating pearl. He could be sure that there were no monsters escaping beside him. After carefully inspecting the stone door, he found a very hidden activation mechanism, only the size of a bottle cap. After pressing it, the stone door slowly rose. Perhaps it hadn't been opened for many years, as a lot of dust fell when the stone door rose. Can monsters survive in a place like this? Won't they starve to death? Yifan couldn't help but say. The roar of the unknown monster disappeared, and he wasn't sure if the monster was inside this stone door. What puzzled him was, if it was separated by a stone door, could the sound travel so far? After the stone door was completely opened, Yifan walked in holding the illuminating pearl. His only confidence now was that Absolute Barrier. At least he wouldn't be instantly killed. He had 2 seconds to react. After circling around in this stone chamber, he didn't find any creatures, but there were 3 bronze boxes placed in the center of the chamber. Can only choose one. Each box was engraved with these 5 words. It felt like clearing a dungeon and receiving the rewards for clearing it. Where are the monsters? Could that roar have just appeared out of thin air? Yifan approached the 3 boxes and listened for any movement, wanting to know if there were any monsters hiding inside. Could it be that there are no monsters? Asked Yu Ruxiang.
If it's just a normal roar, it might be achieved through some magical design, but if that roar can cause harm, there must be monsters present, Yifan replied.
He tapped on each of the 3 copper boxes one by one.
Although these boxes were not very big, only about half a meter long and 20 centimeters wide and high, Yifan felt that they could easily contain 4 or 5 of those dark creatures. The only place that hadn't been checked yet were these 3 copper boxes. If they weren't here, then they truly didn't exist. As for the words written on the boxes, can only choose one, Yifan didn't pay any attention to them.
Such tricks might deceive novice players, but he wouldn't believe such nonsense. Let's open the boxes together.
I feel that there's something strange inside, Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruxiang immediately cancelled her wind zither skill and landed smoothly on the ground, walking over to Yifan's side. If something goes wrong, use the soul symbiosis skill to transfer the damage. I have the absolute barrier skill, so no matter how high the damage is, it won't be able to instantly kill me, Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang.
I understand, Yu Ruxiang nodded.
However, if she were to be injured by the same kind of damage caused by sound as before, no matter how strong her consciousness was, she wouldn't be able to react in time to use soul symbiosis. Yifan was responsible for opening 2 boxes at the same time, while Yu Ruxiang was responsible for 1.
3, 2, 1.
At the moment when the countdown reached 1, both of them opened the boxes simultaneously. Swish! A black shadow quickly darted out of the boxes and rushed out of the stone door in an instant.
Yifan couldn't intercept it at all. It ran away.
Yu Ruxiang said. However, Yifan smiled and said, it shouldn't be able to escape.
Otherwise, it would have already run away. Why would it hide in a place like this? What if it was trapped in the stone chamber?
Yu Ruxiang speculated.
If it was trapped here, hiding in the boxes would be a helpless move. No, I just checked. The stone door can be opened from the inside as well.
If it wanted to leave, it would have already left. Yifan searched inside the boxes and found that this place was really poor.
It didn't give experience, didn't drop anything, and even the 3 boxes were empty. Let's go.
It shouldn't be able to leave this cave. Yifan walked towards the exit of the stone door, and Yu Ruxiang hung the wind zither back on him. The crisis was not yet resolved for the time being. If that strange creature suddenly launched an attack, she still had the risk of being instantly killed. It took about 10 minutes to enter because they were exploring cautiously, but when leaving, Yifan didn't care about that anymore. Since that strange creature didn't dare to attack just now, it was highly likely that it wouldn't dare to attack next. It took less than 5 minutes for Yifan to reach the entrance of the cave and found that the little thing was still lingering at the entrance, not daring to take a step out of the cave. When it saw Yifan chasing after it, it couldn't help but bare its teeth and let out a warning growl.
It's a cat, Yu Ruxiang couldn't help but say after seeing the appearance of the strange creature clearly.
It should be a tiger, right?
Yifan said uncertainly as he used the investigation skill.
Silver-winged Sky Tiger, Level 1, HP 100, Defense 15, Attack 18, Skill, Tiger's Suppression, Remaining uses, 0, Introduction, the last descendant of the Silver-winged Sky Tiger, trapped here for unknown reasons.
The pressure integrated into its bloodline can make all beasts submit.
After reading the attributes of this little thing, Yifan was stunned for a moment.
With these attributes, could it deal 1 or 2,000 damage in one hit?
When he entered the cave, it even caused 5,000 damage.
Why doesn't it have wings?
Silver-winged Sky Tiger, where are its silver wings?
Yifan couldn't help but say. Maybe it hasn't grown yet. Look, it's only level 1.
Yu Ruxiang also obtained information about the silver-winged Sky Tiger using detection technique.
Should we kill it? It only has 100 health points, it would die with just 1 hit, right?
Yifan grinned and walked towards the silver-winged Sky Tiger cub.
Its attributes were quite weak. Can we tame it as a pet?
Yu Ruxiang asked.
We can, but it might not be willing.
Yifan blocked all the escape routes for the silver-winged Sky Tiger cub and said, little thing, I'll give you 2 choices.
Either be my obedient pet, or I'll send you to meet your parents.
It was so pitiful, being the last descendant of the silver-winged Sky Tiger, it would never find a mate in the future.
Woo!
The silver-winged Sky Tiger cub let out a low whimper, clearly unwilling to become Yifan's pet.
Your attributes are so poor, I would be doing you a favor by taking you in. If you don't want to, I won't force you.
I'll give you a quick death. Yifan waved the shield in his hand and said. The silver-winged Sky Tiger cub had no way to retreat anymore, clearly afraid that Yifan would really attack it. If you become his pet, he can take you away from this place.
Don't you want to leave here too?
Yu Ruxiang spoke up, not knowing if this persuasion would work, but seeing Yifan doing it, she followed suit. After hearing Yu Ruxiang's words, the silver-winged Sky Tiger cub seemed to have less resistance, unable to help but look up at Yifan and Yu Ruxiang.
If you're willing, then sign a master-servant contract with me. Maybe I can find a female tiger for you in the future to solve your lifelong matter." Yean revealed what he thought was a kind smile. Players and monsters can sign master-servant contracts, but once such a contract is signed, the servant party can never betray the master. So very few monsters are willing to sign such contracts, and the correct method is to directly sign the master-servant contract when obtaining a pet egg. 2. The silver-winged sky tiger cub suddenly spoke. "What?" Yean and Yu Ruxian were both stunned, momentarily unable to react. 2 female tigers, the silver-winged sky tiger cub added. Yean, Yu Ruxian. 2, can you handle it? Yean couldn't help but laugh at the serious look on the silver-winged sky tiger cub's face. Whoosh, the silver-winged sky tiger cub, which was originally the size of a cat, suddenly grew to the size of an ordinary adult tiger, but still without its wings. 2, just sign. The silver-winged sky tiger cub seemed to have few words, and the ones it said were concise. "Alright, 2 it is. If you can handle it, I'll find a group for you in the future," Yean agreed directly. After all, there were many wild monsters like tigers, so finding a few female tigers for it was no problem at all. Ding! The silver-winged sky tiger has initiated a master-servant contract agreement with you. After signing, it will become your most loyal pet. Do you agree? Upon hearing the system prompt, Yean naturally chose to agree. After all, he currently didn't have the money to unseal the sealed egg, so the silver-winged sky tiger cub was still a good choice. Ding! The master-servant agreement has been successfully signed. You have obtained the heaven-grade pet, silver-winged sky tiger. The pet ranking list will be opened, and the system will make a server-wide announcement. Do you want to reveal your ID? Heaven-grade pet? Yean was shocked by the system's words. He didn't see that the silver-winged sky tiger cub was heaven-grade when he used detection technique before. "No, don't reveal it," Yean said. Now making a server-wide announcement. Player XXXX from the Huaxia region has obtained the heaven-grade pet, silver-winged sky tiger. Reward, 800 gold coins, 500 prestige points. The pet ranking list is now open. All players in the Huaxia region will have a 20% increase in the success rate of signing pets, lasting for 24 hours. Now making a server-wide announcement. The players in the Huaxia region were still recovering from the excitement of clearing the level 20 secret dungeon when they were startled by this server-wide announcement again. It had only been less than a week since the launch of Wild Path, and even celestial-grade pets had already appeared. How are we supposed to play like this? Many players had seen the pre-launch expansion of Wild Path and were somewhat familiar with it. The level of pets corresponded to the level of bosses, ranging from silver pets, gold pets, platinum pets, purple gold pets, celestial grade pets, holy grade pets, immortal grade pets, to divine beast grade pets. However, there were hardly any ways to obtain immortal grade and divine beast grade pets. It was uncertain whether Wild Path even had bosses of these levels, let alone taming them or their descendants as pets. How are foreign players supposed to play like this? Why does it feel like we in the Huaxia region have taken all the benefits? It's obvious that one of the top 2 players on the level ranking list obtained it. How could there be celestial grade bosses in the newbie village? We all entered the game at the same time, so why is there such a huge gap? I heard that several big spenders have been driven to doubt their lives by level 15 secret dungeons and are desperately seeking help on the forums. I took a look at the pet ranking list. Not only is the owner of this pet hiding their ID, but even the pet's attributes are hidden. I can only see the words silver-winged sky tiger, celestial grade pet. The chance of signing a pet contract has increased by 20%? Increasing 1% by 20% is only a 1.2% difference. What's the point? I even suspect if the original chance was 1%. I just tried it myself and chatted with a swift wind wolf for a while, but I still failed to sign the contract. I can't even tame ordinary wild monsters. After signing the master-servant contract with the silver-winged sky tiger cub, Yean let it stay in the pet space. The silver-winged sky tiger had pure white flawless fur and, when it shrank, it really looked like a cat. Yean opened the pet ranking list and took a look. Pet ranking list, first place, XXXX, silver-winged sky tiger, celestial grade pet. Attributes? Currently, Yean was the only person on the pet ranking list. Other players had yet to obtain pets. Let's go back and turn in the quest. Yean, accompanied by Yu Ruxian, walked out of the dark forest. Perhaps it was because they had cleared all the dark creatures, but the dark clouds over the dark forest slowly dissipated, allowing a few rays of sunlight to shine through. Leaving the range of the dark forest, the 2 rode their high-grade horse mounts and returned to the teleportation array 10 miles away, using it to directly return to the main city. I'm going in to turn in the quest. Outside the Lord's mansion, Yean asked Yu Ruxian to wait outside. This quest was to be handed in directly to the lord of the city. Speaking of which, this was his first time meeting the lord. He had never seen him in his previous life, nor had any other players. Please go and inform them that I have completed the task of eliminating the dark creatures, Yifan said to one of the guards outside the lord's mansion. After one of the guards verified it, he immediately walked towards the lord's mansion. Not long after, Yifan followed the guard who came out again and entered the lord's mansion. It was his first time entering the lord's mansion, and Yifan felt like he had entered a flower exhibition. The mansion was filled with flowers of various colors, and the faint fragrance of flowers seemed to calm the mind. The guard led Yifan to a pavilion and told him to wait there. The lord would arrive soon, and then he left. Looking at the flowers around him, Yifan couldn't help but use his investigation skill on a golden flower. Golden feather, a rare type of flower, golden all over, shaped like a feather. When made into a pill and consumed, it can permanently increase all attributes by 1 point. Only effective once, it can actually permanently increase attributes. Yifan found it somewhat miraculous. He had never seen this kind of flower in the wild before. That's natural. These flowers were all carefully cultivated by me. There's nothing surprising about the attribute increase. A woman wearing colorful clothes similar to the flowers in the mansion approached gracefully from a distance, holding a black box in her hand. The lord of the city is actually a woman. However, the lord doesn't look young anymore. Time has left a trace on her face, but it doesn't affect the mature charm she exudes. So, you completed the task I assigned to eliminate the dark creatures? The lord walked up to Yifan, smiling, and asked. Yes. Yifan nodded and submitted the task. Ding! Task to eliminate dark creatures completed. You will receive a reward of 1,000-year mysterious iron. The lord handed the black box to Yifan and said, 1,000-year mysterious iron, this is your task reward. Yifan gladly accepted it and put it in his backpack, saying, thank you, my lord. I'll take my leave now. Wait. The lord called out to Yifan and said, since you can eliminate dark creatures, I'll give you another task. Are you willing to accept it? What's the reward for the task? Yifan didn't ask about the content of the task. He was more concerned about the reward. If the reward was generous enough, it would be worth a try. What do you want? The lord asked in return. Flower seeds that can enhance attributes. Give me one of each kind. Yifan didn't beat around the bush and directly stated what he wanted. He had just seen a flower whose attribute bonus was much higher than golden feather, adding a total of 5 points to each attribute. If he could have one of each attribute-enhancing flower in the lord's mansion, the increase in attributes would be significant. Moreover, these attributes were permanent and didn't occupy any equipment slots. You have quite an appetite. Do you know how many attribute-enhancing flower seeds I have cultivated in this mansion? The lord didn't immediately agree, as some of the flowers had become extinct. If she gave them to Yifan, it would be difficult for her to cultivate similar flowers in the future. In that case, sorry, my lord. I'll take my leave. Yifan waved his hand. For him, only the attribute-enhancing flowers in the lord's mansion had some appeal. He wasn't very interested in the rest. After saying that, he walked straight towards the main gate of the lord's mansion. Don't you want something else? The lord couldn't help but furrow her brow. She could have offered something better as a task reward, but the other party didn't even bother to listen. Half. The lord compromised and said, you can choose, but no more than 25 plants. There were only about 40 types of attribute-enhancing flowers in total, so 25 plants already exceeded half of the quantity. When Yifan heard this, his footsteps suddenly stopped. 25 plants exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that if it wasn't possible, he could accept 5 types of flowers with better attributes. But he didn't expect the lord to offer more than half, 25 plants. It was more than enough. The lord had no choice. Currently, it seemed that only this young man in front of her could undertake such difficult tasks. But the urgency of the task didn't allow her to delay any longer. The reward doesn't really matter. I just enjoy doing tasks for the lord. What kind of task is it? Yifan smiled and walked back. Ding! The main city lord has assigned you the task, exterminate for the people. Successful completion of the task will reward you with 25 rare flower seeds of your choice. Failure will deduct 500 prestige points. Will you accept? Exterminate for the people. The rice flower village has been constantly attacked by various monsters, and the villagers have suffered heavy casualties. The lord previously sent out 5,000 elites to kill the monsters, but none returned alive. Note, this task is extremely dangerous. Please accept it with caution. Time limit, 3 days. 5,000 elites and none returned alive? Yifan didn't rush to accept this task. After all,
Failing the task would deduct 500 prestige points. Prestige is a key factor in building a city, and it is not easy to obtain. He has only obtained 1,200 points so far, and failing a mission will result in a loss of 500 points, almost half of his total. The elite forces in the main city are all level 50, with around 10,000 HP. If all 5,000 elite forces are wiped out, then there would be no difference between him and sending himself to death. Lord Mayor, I'm afraid I'm not capable of this. Yean wouldn't act foolishly, knowing that it's impossible to complete the mission. Moreover, the rewards are not enough to make him risk everything to complete the task. I understand your concerns. The Lord Mayor was not surprised, nor did she intend to let Yean go like that. You have accepted the mission, so naturally I will temporarily enhance your strength, at least enough for you to fight. How much enhancement? Yean didn't beat around the bush. I will raise your level to 50, and you will be able to freely allocate the attribute points gained from the 30 level increase. This enhancement will only last for 3 days, and after 3 days, regardless of whether you can complete the mission or not, you will return to your original state. In addition, I can let you choose a semi-divine artifact. Semi-divine artifact? Yean was a bit confused. In the game Wild Journey, NPCs usually referred to epic or myth level equipment as divine artifacts, but a semi-divine artifact. Follow me. The Lord Mayor turned and walked towards a well-crafted house. Yean naturally followed closely. He wanted to see what exactly this so-called semi-divine artifact was. After entering the house, he was immediately dazzled by the colorful and rainbow-colored lights in the room. Epic equipment emits colorful lights, while myth-level equipment emits rainbow-colored lights. Yean still remembered that in his previous life, those rich players who opened epic or myth-level equipment would become the center of attention wherever they went, like a walking rainbow. You can freely choose one of these equipment pieces, on the condition that you accept the mission first. And regardless of the success or failure of the mission, you don't need to return the equipment you choose. The Lord Mayor said. Ding! Eradicate evil for the people, mission accepted successfully, with a time limit of 3 days. Countdown starts now, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Yean didn't hesitate and directly accepted the mission. Even if he couldn't complete the mission, it didn't matter. Trading 500 prestige points for an epic or myth level equipment, only a fool would hesitate. Ding! Your level has temporarily been raised to 50, and you have gained 150 attribute points. In the next 3 days, any player who joins your team will also have their level temporarily raised to 50. Ding! You can choose a semi-divine artifact from the Lord Mayor's treasury, and it will be permanently yours. After listening to the system's prompt, Yean rubbed his hands and began using detection art to check the attributes of these equipment pieces. The Lord Mayor had already identified these semi-divine artifacts, so he could directly view their attributes. Damaged Divine King's Battle Armor, myth-level upper body equipment, requires level 50 to wear, plus 300 physique, plus 1000 HP, minus 15% skill cooldown time, has a 50% chance to gain a shield with 30% of total HP when attacked, cooldown time of 30 seconds, remaining durability of 59. Note, 1 durability point is lost after being attacked 10 times, and when durability reaches 0, the equipment is directly damaged and cannot be repaired. Cannot be traded. Yean. He finally understood why the Lord Mayor called these equipment pieces semi-divine artifacts, because they were completely defective, the kind that would become useless in no time. Of course, the attributes of this equipment were worthy of a myth-level equipment, with HP and a shield, as well as a 15% reduction in skill cooldown time, making it very practical. Yean immediately took a liking to this equipment piece, which was very suitable for his class, Blood Dragon Guard. With his current HP of around 10,000, activating a shield would be able to absorb around 3,000 damage. Although the 30-second cooldown time was a bit long, the improvement of the 300 physique and 1000 HP is quite significant. However, he didn't rush to choose and continued to check the attributes of other equipment. Maybe he could find something that suits him better. All of these equipment have limitations and cannot be used for a long time. In comparison, the damaged God King Battle Armor has 59 durability and can withstand a total of 590 attacks, making it relatively durable among these equipment. He directly picked up the damaged God King Battle Armor and said to the Lord who was waiting patiently beside him, "I'll choose this one." "Alright, I'll send you out of the Lord's mansion," the Lord said. Yean directly put on this mythical grade equipment. After accepting the mission, his level temporarily increased to level 50, just enough to use it. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Yean came to the side of Xiang and said, "I received a new mission." "What mission?" "My level suddenly increased to level 50 just now." "Is it related to your mission?" Xiang had been in Yifan's team, so when Yifan accepted the mission,
she was also temporarily raised to level 50. Yifan shared the details of the mission with Yu Ruxiang and said, "Yes, it seems that the difficulty of the mission is relatively high, so our chances of completing it are not great. The reward for this mission is 25 rare flower seeds. Did you accept it for this?" Yu Ruxiang asked. "Yes, these flowers can be refined into elixirs that permanently increase attributes. Besides the Lord's mansion, I don't think we can find these rare flowers anywhere else. So I took this mission to give it a try. Even if the mission fails, it's just a matter of deducting some prestige points, which is acceptable." Yu Ruxiang nodded. "Then let's give it a try." Light Feather Flowing Cloud, the strategy master, on the forum, please announce the walkthrough for the level 15 secret realm. If there are any conditions, please mention them, and I will try my best to fulfill them. At this time, a trumpet announcement floated by. If it weren't for this trumpet announcement, Yifan would have forgotten about posting the strategy on the forum. "I didn't expect Yi Luyun to be the first one to be unable to resist," Yifan smiled and said. "Yi Luyun? Is it the Yi Luyun from the Yanjingyi family who spent 1.5 billion to buy the Starlight ring?" Yu Ruxiang had also heard about it. Yifan blurted it out and could only nod and say, "It should be him. I seem to have seen someone expose on the forum that this light feather flowing cloud is Yi Luyun from the Yi family." Yu Ruxiang didn't have much doubt about this. After all, there were many posts on the forum every day. When the game Wild Journey was not officially launched, 80% of the posts on the forum were related to the Yanjingyi family spending 1.5 billion to buy the Starlight ring. Yifan opened the level ranking list and found that his and Yu Ruxiang's levels were still displayed as level 20, not level 50. Except for the two of them, the remaining 8 players on the list were already waiting at level 15. Hand of God, Strategy Master, the level cap is currently only 25, and the level 20 secret realm has been cancelled. You don't need to hide the walkthrough for the level 15 secret realm. If you are willing, private message me, and I will give you extra gold coins. It seems that many players have reached level 15, Yifan said as he opened the in-game forum and found that there were indeed many posts calling for the Strategy Master to release a paid walkthrough for the level 15 secret realm. Perhaps due to the previous incident, the official took it more seriously, and there were almost no posts criticizing the Strategy Master on the forum. Yifan edited the walkthrough video for the level 15 secret realm, and of course, the most important thing was to blur his own appearance in the video. He also added text explanations for each small level. After finishing, he uploaded this strategy video to the forum. This time, the price was 2 yuan, which was not excessive considering that the level 20 secret realm levels were all gone. Let's go to Daohua village and see what's going on." After finishing, Yifan closed the forum and walked towards the direction of the teleportation array. The teleportation location was about 5 miles away from Daohua village, and Yifan and Yu Ruxiang rode horses directly after arriving. Although there was some distance from Daohua village, there were still many traces of destruction caused by wild monsters and beasts in the surrounding area. Wild monsters generally only stay in their own areas and will not leave easily, let alone attack villages. So there must be some unknown secret behind this matter, or perhaps something in Daohua village has attracted the attention of those wild monsters. Outside of Daohua village, about a mile away, Yifan and Yu Ruxiang stopped because Daohua village was completely surrounded by those wild monsters. It was unclear what the situation was inside Daohua village, but these wild monsters seemed to have not entered the village and only caused destruction around it. "Isn't this too much?" Yu Ruxiang whispered, afraid that her voice would attract the attention of those wild monsters. Yifan opened his panel and allocated all the temporary attribute points he had obtained to strength. Player, raise a toast to the win title, unparalleled level, 25 experience, 0/50,000, temporarily increased, temporarily sealed, profession, Blood Dragon Guard health, 27070 plus 13535, 1 constitution equals 30 health, 1 strength equals 30 health, magic power, 660, 1 spirit equals 10 magic power, physical attack power, 1980, 1 strength equals 5 physical attack power, magic attack power, 213, 1 intelligence equals 3 magic attack power, defense, 2365, 1 constitution equals 5 defense, attack/move speed, 80, 1 agility equals 1 attack/move. Speed, casting speed, 66, 1 spirit equals 1 casting speed, strength, 360 plus 36, intelligence, 65 plus 6, constitution, 430 plus 43, spirit, 60 plus 6, agility, 75 plus 5 critical strike, 0 luck, 5, fixed, prestige, 1200 attribute points, 0 talent, 100-fold counterattack, skills, taunt, absolute barrier, blood dragon roar, unrestrained, detection art,
damaged Divine King armor, adding 300 points to Constitution caused Yifan's Constitution to surpass his strength by a lot even if he allocated all attribute points to strength. Apart from the mythical level top, the weapon added 30 strength and 70 Constitution, and the leggings added 30 Constitution and 15 agility. Besides these 3 pieces of equipment, the rest of his attribute bonuses were minimal, but better than nothing. However, with the 50% health bonus from Blood Dragon's Blessing, Yifan's current health was more than 40,000. Triggering the effect of damaged Divine King armor would give him a shield that could withstand more than 12,000 damage. Yu Ruxiang also allocated her attribute points during this time. She allocated them in a ratio of 4-to-1, 4 points in intelligence and 1 point in spirit. Spirit not only increased her magic power but also increased the speed of skill casting, which was very important for her. Although most of her skills were percentage-based healing skills, intelligence could still affect the percentage value, so it was definitely a priority choice. Give me a few skills, and then use Wind Swaying Zither on me so that I won't be accidentally killed, Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang. Yu Ruxiang nodded and used Rain Shower Art to increase Yifan's maximum health by 10% and Silent Nourishment for continuous healing, then hung them on Yifan. After taking a few steps forward, Yifan suddenly stopped and summoned the silver-winged sky tiger that was in the pet space. He couldn't gain experience due to the temporary increase, but his pet should be able to, and after the pets sign a contract with the players, they hardly ever die. Even if they accidentally get killed by those wild monsters, they can recover as long as they rest in the pet space for a while. Xiao Bai, if you have your eye on any of them, just let me know and I'll figure out a way to get it for you, Yifan said, pointing to a group of wild monsters not far away. The silver-winged sky tiger was sleeping soundly in the pet space, suddenly summoned out, still in a dazed state. It raised one of its front paws and rubbed its eyes, unable to help but yawn. Hearing Yifan's words, the silver-winged sky tiger looked in the distance and then, it couldn't help but let out a strange tiger roar towards the sky. Roar! As soon as the tiger roar sounded, the wild monsters in the distance immediately panicked, running around like headless flies. Some of the timid ones directly cowered on the ground, trembling. The silver-winged sky tiger's bloodline possessed a pressure that could make all beasts submit. Impressive, Xiao Bai. Seeing this scene, Yifan couldn't help but praise. He never expected that the silver-winged sky tiger, with such poor attributes, would still have such strong deterrence. Perhaps any of those panicked wild monsters could kill the silver-winged sky tiger 100 times over, but they seemed to have no intention of resisting at all, either running away or crouching on the ground without daring to move. The silver-winged sky tiger squatted on a small slope, raising its head and chest, giving off an aura of dominance. Stop showing off and let's go fight monsters. Yifan kicked the silver-winged sky tiger down the slope. Xiao Bai maintained its small size and rolled down the slope, ending up covered in dirt and looking miserable. Oh whoa! Xiao Bai howled discontentedly. Yifan laughed and followed along. There was no obstacle in the process of entering the rice flower village, and those wild monsters had already panicked and fled upon hearing Xiao Bai's roar, so they didn't dare to block the way. This made Yifan somewhat worried. If every time Xiao Bai was released it would be this situation, there would be no way to level up at all. Xiao Bai, can you hide your pressure? He asked, lowering his head. Xiao Bai nodded and immediately retracted the pressure it had on those wild monsters, and the effect was immediate. The previously panicked and trembling wild monsters suddenly calmed down, and many of them even returned to surround the rice flower village. Release the pressure here for now, and retract it when we understand the situation in the rice flower village. Then, take the opportunity to level up, Yifan said. After hearing Yifan's words, Xiao Bai released its pressure again, causing chaos once more. When they arrived at the entrance of the rice flower village, Xiao Bai suddenly became impatient and howled, wanting to rush into the village. However, after only a few steps, it was bounced back by an invisible barrier. Is this the thing that blocks those wild monsters? Yifan reached out to touch it and found that he didn't touch anything. He could completely enter the rice flower village. It seems to only block wild monsters. People can freely come and go. Xiao Bai didn't believe it and charged several times, but the result was obvious. It was bounced back every time, and it was starting to feel dizzy. Xiao Bai, did you find something? Seeing Xiao Bai so excited, Yifan asked. Origin. Origin. Xiao Bai repeated the word origin and got up from the ground, wanting to attack the transparent barrier again. Stop trying, go back to the pet space. If there's something there, I'll get it for you, Xiao Bai whimpered, seeming unwilling to give up, and was finally forcibly put back into the pet space by Yifan. As soon as he stepped into the rice flower village, he immediately felt 5 or 6 pairs of eyes gathering on him from different directions. Yifan glanced around, and the rice flower village didn't seem to be very prosperous, with earthen walls and thatched roofs, and the clothes worn by the villagers had many patches. Upon seeing Yi Fan's arrival, 7 or 8 villagers immediately walked towards him. Leading the way was an elderly hunchbacked man, leaning on a cane. "Who are you people?" the elderly man asked as he approached. "We are from the main city and we came to see if we can help solve the problem with the wild monsters outside the village," Yi Fan replied. The elderly man's spirits were immediately lifted upon hearing that they were from the main city. "The lord of the city has not given up on us after all." The other villagers, upon hearing this, had smiles on their faces, as if the problem had already been solved. "By the way, young hero, how many troops did the main city send this time? To be honest, our village's food supply is running low. If we don't solve this problem soon." The elderly man hesitated and sighed. The wild monsters had come too close to the village, completely destroying their fields and orchards. They even surrounded the village, cutting off all trade with other villages. Many villagers had tried to venture out and find a solution to this problem, but none of them had returned. If it weren't for one villager who managed to escape the monsters and desperately made it to the main city to report the situation, the lord of the city might not have known about it. "Just the 2 of us," Yi Fan replied truthfully. He had wanted to bring tens of thousands of troops, but the lord of the city didn't allow it. "Just the 2 of you?" The elderly man was dumbfounded. What could 2 people do to help? "Don't worry, since I'm here, I will do everything I can to help you solve these problems," Yi Fan said, looking at the villagers around him. "Do you have a village chief here?" "I am the village chief of Rice Flower Village," the elderly man coughed and said. "So you're the village chief? I would like to talk to you alone," Yi Fan said directly. Since Rice Flower Village could attract the attention of the wild monsters and even the attention of Xiaobai, what Xiaobai said should be something very important, and it should be somewhere in Rice Flower Village. Instead of searching for it himself, it would be better to directly inquire with the village chief. Perhaps the crisis in Rice Flower Village could be resolved naturally. "Alright, follow me." The old village chief turned and walked towards the smallest thatched hut. Yi Fan quickly followed. After Yi Fan had gone a little further away, many villagers couldn't help but gather and discuss among themselves. "I heard that only 2 people were sent by the lord of the city this time. How can they possibly solve the problem with so many monsters? The lord of the city has abandoned us. I heard that last time, the lord of the city sent 5,000 elite troops to rescue us, but the village's food supply is running low. Even if the adults can eat only 1 or 2 meals a day, we can't let the children go hungry. I hope these 2 people who came can do something. Otherwise, Rice Flower Village will really be finished. I think these 2 people should have some skills. Have you all forgotten? Last time, those 5,000 elites came to rescue us, but none of them could even reach our village. But these 2. That's right. How did these 2 people from the main city enter our village? For now, Rice Flower Village was relatively safe. Yu Ruxiang descended from the sky. Under the leadership of the old village chief, Yi Fan and Yu Ruxiang entered the thatched hut and sat on small stools, made of straw. "Both of you must be exhausted from rushing here from the main city. Normally, Rice Flower Village should extend its hospitality. But as you can see, Rice Flower Village's food reserves are low, and there is nothing we can offer to entertain both of you," the old village chief said with some self-blame. "Village chief, don't worry too much. There might be a turning point in this matter. Before that, I have a question for you," Yi Fan said. "Please ask, young hero. I won't hide anything that I know. Before the incident of the wild monsters surrounding Dawakan, did any villagers in Dawakan receive anything strange?" When the old village chief heard this, he began to seriously recall whether anything else had happened before this incident. Right. After recalling, the old village chief couldn't help but slap his thigh and said, "At that time, Senwazi in the village did bring back some strange things, but from that time until now, no one has ever suspected it. Could it be? Where is Senwazi now? Take me to see him." Yi Fan immediately stood up and said. It seemed that they had found the source. However, the old village chief shook his head and said, "He can't be found. He left the protection range of Dawakan against the villagers' advice a few days ago. It's probably more bad than good now. Let's go and see where Senwazi lived," Yi Fan said. Since these wild monsters were still unwilling to leave, Xiaobai could sense that the thing was still in Dawakan. Even if it was brought by Senwazi, he definitely didn't take it when he left. "No problem, 2 young heroes, please follow me." The old village chief walked out of the house with a cane, and Yi Fan and Yurishwang followed behind. Senwazi is usually idle and often relies on the villagers' relief to barely fill his stomach. He didn't even build a house for himself and lived in the abandoned temple in the village. While the old village chief was speaking, he led Yi Fan and Yurishwang to a relatively remote location in Dawakan, where there was only a dilapidated temple that could barely shelter from the wind and rain. Yi Fan went in and checked. The temple was full of cobwebs, except for a corner covered with straw. where Sunwazi probably slept. Yi Fan and Yurushwang carefully searched inside and outside the temple, but didn't find anything valuable.
Did he hide the thing he brought back? Yi Fan speculated. Why not let Xiaobai out and try? It should be able to sense where the thing is. Yurushwang suggested. Yi Fan nodded and directly summoned the silver-winged sky tiger. Ding! Pets cannot be summoned in special areas. Summoning failed.
After hearing the system prompt, he could only shrug and say, "We can only rely on ourselves.
Pets cannot be summoned here." Village chief, do you know how big the thing Sunwazi brought back was? How did you know he brought back something strange?
It wasn't big, about the size of a small wine jar. He wrapped it in his old clothes at the time, and we didn't know what strange thing he brought back, but his sneaky behavior at that time did make people suspicious. The old village chief recalled. Yi Fan left the temple and started to carefully search outside. He suspected that Sunwazi secretly buried the thing outside. The two of them searched around the temple for an hour, but found nothing.
Could it be a mistake?
Maybe the thing is not here with Sunwazi at all, Yurushwang said.
Yi Fan also stopped searching and looked at the old village chief who was waiting on the side without helping at all, and asked, "Village chief, can you gather all the villagers in Dawakan? I want to ask them some questions." "That's not a problem, but, can you really help our Dawakan get rid of the current predicament?
At least, I can help you solve the problem of food shortage.
As you can see, the two of us can safely enter Dawakan from so many wild monsters," Yi Fan said.
The old village chief's eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly. "Alright, I will go and arrange it for you.
Follow me."
In less than 10 minutes, all the villagers of Daohua village had gathered together. Perhaps due to the lack of food, many villagers appeared listless. "I want to ask everyone a question, which will determine whether we can completely solve the dilemma facing Daohua village. I believe that no one wants to stay hungry in the village, so I hope everyone can answer my question truthfully." As soon as Yi Fan spoke, 40 or 50 villagers began to discuss among themselves, and a few villagers raised doubts.
"Can you really help us solve the dilemma? Ask any question you want, as long as it can drive away the monsters outside the village. Why did the Lord send only 2 of you this time?" "Everyone, don't worry. This kind of thing cannot be solved just by having more people. The Lord sent 5,000 elite troops last time, but they were all wiped out. I want to ask everyone, before these monsters besieged Daohua village, did anyone bring back anything unusual to the village? Or did Sunwazi give you anything before leaving Daohua village?"
Yi Fan's gaze swept across all the villagers present. "If you want to get rid of the current dilemma in Daohua village as soon as possible, please tell the truth, or any villager who knows something can provide relevant clues."
Villager A, is this related to Sunwazi? It can't be.
Villager B, Sunwazi has left the village for several days now, and we don't even know if he's alive or dead.
Villager C, what kind of thing could attract so many monsters?
Whoever is hiding something, quickly hand it over. It's related to the lives of 40 or 50 people in our Daohua village.
Villager D, the one who helped Sunwazi the most was Dainio's family. I don't know if it's related.
Faced with the villagers' whispered discussions, Yi Fan did not speak to stop them. He just stood there patiently, because the villagers of Daohua village were the ones who were most anxious now, not him.
Yu Ruxiang walked to Yi Fan's side and asked softly, "What if this doesn't work? Should we search the entire Daohua village?"
Yi Fan shook his head and said, "We only have 3 days. There's simply not enough time to search, and besides, we might not even find anything.
We can't dig 3 feet into the ground in Daohua village. Don't worry, if anyone among them really knows something, they will definitely speak up. After all, it's a matter of life and death for the whole village."
After more than 10 minutes of discussion, no one came forward to admit or provide any relevant clues. It seemed that they were all unrelated to this matter.
It seems that no one wants to tell me any information.
In that case, I can only go back to the main city and report the situation to the Lord, and then think about it in the long run. Yi Fan did not mention the promise he made to the village chief. If these villagers knew that he would help solve the food problem, even if they knew something, they probably wouldn't say it. With that, Yi Fan and Yu Ruxian walked towards the village entrance without slowing down, as if they were really planning to leave.
"Are we not going to do this mission anymore?"
Yu Ruxian cooperated very well, but she couldn't understand whether Yi Fan was really giving up on the mission or preparing to think of other methods.
"Of course we're going to do it. We can't just let go of something that even Xiao Bai is interested in so easily," Yi Fan whispered. "Then what are you doing? Lure the enemy out of its hiding place. If we don't put any pressure on them, they probably won't easily reveal anything. So, let's wait and see."
The NPCs in the game Desolate Path are not like NPCs in other games who follow the same set of rules. They have genuine emotions, and different approaches will lead to different reactions. Just like now, when 40 or 50 villagers saw Yi Fan and Yu Ruxian leaving,
They immediately panicked. A villager with a strong build stepped forward and said loudly, "Who among you has hidden something that shouldn't be hidden? Soon we will all starve to death, and you're still guarding that thing like a family heirloom, aren't you? Daniel, you honestly tell us, is it you?" Daniel was the most honest and simple-minded villager in Daohua village, and he had a good relationship with the other villagers. But now he kept his head down and didn't dare to respond. "Daniel, if Sanwazi really gave you something, you better hand it over quickly. It's already so late, don't you know if Sanwazi can come back alive?" All the villagers, including the old village chief, looked at Daniel, which made him feel tormented. "The thing is indeed with me." Daniel kept his head down and said softly, "Quick, stop those two young heroes, don't let them leave. Young heroes, please stay. The thing has been found, young heroes, please stay." Listening to the shouts of the villagers from behind, Yifan and Yuru Shuang both stopped in their tracks. "Playing hard to get has worked." Yifan grinned. "If it didn't work, were you really planning to leave?" Yuru Shuang asked. "Temporarily, I definitely have to leave for a while. If one plan fails, I'll come up with another one. Next time, I'll bring some food with me, they'll definitely cooperate obediently." "Your tricks are too deep," Yuru Shuang commented, but if she knew that she had been tricked by Yifan from the beginning, she didn't know how she would feel. The two of them turned around and walked towards Daohua village together. When the villagers saw the two of them coming back, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this might be their last straw for survival. "Young heroes, the thing is in Daniel's house, and he has already gone back to get it." Yes, I didn't expect Daniel, who is usually honest and straightforward, to be confused at a critical moment. Thanks to Hu Ji's help, we forced it out of him. "Young heroes, please think of a way to help us solve this trouble. If it's not possible, please save our children." Faced with the villagers' chatter, Yifan raised his hand and said, "Everyone, rest assured, as long as you give me that thing, the problems facing Daohua village will naturally be solved." Soon, the villager named Dinyo hurriedly came with something wrapped in old clothes and handed it to Yifan himself. "This is what Sanwazi secretly gave me before he left the village. He said if he could come back alive, I should give it back to him. If not, I should hide it. He said this thing can be sold for a lot of money in the future." "Dinyo, you really are confused. Don't you know what kind of person Sanwazi is? He actually fooled you with just a few words. The lives of the entire village almost ended up in the hands of this thing. Even if it can be sold for a lot of money in the future, what's the use? What exactly is this thing? How could it attract so many monsters?" "Everyone, stop talking. Dinyo, we can forgive you for this matter, but remember not to be confused again in the future." The old village chief stepped forward at this time to mediate. If they continued to blame Dinyo like this, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in the village anymore. "I understand, village chief, I'm sorry, I won't do it again in the future." Dinyo apologized to the other villagers in Daohua village. Yifan used his skill, detection technique, to take a look at the attributes of the jar wrapped in old clothes. Bloodline origin can enhance the bloodline level of monsters, with a very low chance of evolution. Usable times, 5, note, do not easily take it out, as it will attract all monsters within 100 miles. Not tradable, so this is the thing. After reading the attributes, Yifan suddenly understood why it attracted so many monsters. Being able to enhance bloodlines and even cause evolution, this was something that many wild monsters dreamed of. Yifan shared the attributes of the Yu bloodline origin with Yuru Shuang, who took a look and then put it in her backpack. "So, young hero, is this the thing? If it's not this thing, young hero, don't worry. We will definitely help you find it. Yes, even if we have to turn the entire Daohua village upside down, we will find it." Seeing the anxious and uneasy expressions of the villagers in Daohua village, Yifan spoke up, "Everyone, don't worry. It's because of this thing that the monsters will soon retreat, and everyone's lives will return to normal." In fact, from the moment Yifan put the bloodline origin into his backpack, the wild monsters outside Daohua village could no longer sense it and were slowly leaving, returning to their own places. After hearing Yifan's words, the villagers all showed long-lost smiles, but there were also some villagers who couldn't be happy because they had lost their loved ones. "Let's all go to the village entrance and take a look. Maybe the monsters are leaving now. Today, our lives should be able to return to normal." Led by Yifan, the villagers walked to the village entrance with a mix of surprise and fear. The originally crowded beasts surrounding Daohua village were orderly leaving. Occasionally, a few wild monsters would take a few steps and look back at the village, seemingly puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the source of their aura. "They're leaving, they're really leaving. Great, the crisis in Daohua village is resolved, and we can live peaceful days again. It's a pity that my husband had bad luck and was working outside when the incident happened." Sigh. "Young hero, we really owe it to you this time. Otherwise, all the villagers in Daohua village would be done for. Yes, thanks to the two young heroes. Village chief, let's invite them to have a meal in Daohua village. Although we don't have much food left, now that the crisis is over, we don't have to worry about food anymore. Facing the enthusiasm of the villagers, Yifan waved his hand to decline their kind offer and said to the old village chief, I think you should consider building a granary in the village. Even if we encounter such a situation again in the future, there will still be room for negotiation. You're right, young hero. Daohua village must be prepared. The old village chief nodded repeatedly. The incident in Daohua village had kept him awake every night, and now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yifan waved his hand, ready to leave with Yu Ruxiang, but after taking a few steps, he stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Yu Ruxiang asked. The eradicate the harm for the people mission hasn't shown as completed. Yifan furrowed his brows. The monsters had already left, so why wasn't the mission considered completed? Village chief, young hero, something's not right. There's still a huge monster at the back of the village. A panicked villager ran over from the other side, stumbling in his haste. What's going on? Weren't all the monsters supposed to have retreated? The old village chief's expression changed. Yifan and Yu Ruxiang exchanged a glance. It seemed that the mission wasn't completed because there was still one monster that hadn't left. I just went with Brotherhood to check if there were any monsters around the village, and we saw a huge monster at the back of the village, almost the same size as our houses. The villager described. Young hero, take a look. The old village chief looked at Yifan. At this point, they could only pin their hopes on Yifan. Let's go and take a look. Yifan made a decisive decision. He suspected that the remaining wild monster was most likely a boss, but he didn't know its level or grade. The villager who came to report immediately led the way, and they quickly walked towards the back of the village. The worried expressions returned to the faces of the other villagers, especially the old village chief, because the village's protective barrier was not without a time limit. If it wasn't destroyed by the monsters, they would eventually starve to death. When they saw the monster left at the back of the village, both Yifan and Yu Ruxiang's faces showed a serious expression. Shadowy Wolf, Platinum level boss, level 60, HP, defense, attack, skills, Shadowy Poison Mist, Shadowy Confinement, Shadowy Etherealization. Introduction. The shadowy wolf that wanders on the path of the underworld will one day reappear in the mortal realm. Shadowy Poison Mist releases poisonous mist from the underworld, causing targets within the mist to take 2% of their maximum health as damage per second for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Shadowy Confinement releases an energy body that locks onto targets within range after 2 seconds. Locked targets receive 30% increased damage for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Shadowy Etherealization. When the user's health is below 10%, they enter an ethereal state, ignoring physical damage and recovering lost health at a rate of 2% per second. During the etherealization process, damage received will be stored. When the storage is full or upon death, the stored damage will explode, causing area damage. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Yifan and Yu Ruxiang cannot see the platinum level boss, Shadowy Wolf, as health, defense, and attack values, but they can see the attributes of the 3 skills of the Shadowy Wolf. Truly a platinum level boss, Yifan exclaimed, pondering how to deal with it. Just by looking at these 3 skills of the Shadowy Wolf, can we handle it? Yu Ruxiang asked. The Shadowy Wolf is surrounded by black mist, with a size similar to a house in the rice flower village. Its sharp fangs are intimidating. There is a transparent barrier between the 2 sides that even the Shadowy Wolf cannot break through. However, its crimson eyes are fixed on Yifan, who is standing inside the barrier. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan made a decision. We've come this far, we should give it a try. Even if we lose a level, we can always level up again. He is currently at level 50 with a health pool of over 40,000. Coupled with his defense, the damaged Divine King battle armor, S shield effect, and the absolute barrier, he might have a chance. The only concern is Yu Ruxiang. If she is killed instantly or doesn't heal in time, Yifan's 100-fold counter won't be very effective, and he won't be able to kill the Shadowy Wolf. The level 20 golden boss, Rainbow Demon Wing Butterfly, has 500,000 health, so the level 60 platinum boss, Shadowy Wolf, is even more formidable, estimated to have millions of health. You are more proficient in playing as a priest than me, so I won't go into too much detail. Try not to be killed by the Shadowy Wolf. Whether we can kill it or not, you are the key, Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang. I understand. I will do my best, Yu Ruxiang nodded. Her only life-saving skill is Wine Swaying Zither,
but it has a cooldown of 60 seconds and can only be used to dodge damage at critical moments. As for the skill, Soul Symbiosis, even if it transfers 90% of the damage to Yifan, the remaining 10% from the shadowy wolf could still kill her.
She can't take that risk. Rainfall Art, Healing Touch, Silent Nourishment. Yu Ruxiang used these 3 skills on Yifan. Although Healing Touch only restores 50 health per second, sometimes even this small amount of health can lead to a thrilling comeback. Just as they were about to step out of the protective barrier, Yifan suddenly stopped. What's wrong?
Yu Ruxiang thought she had forgotten to use a skill.
No, I just thought of something.
It seems like this protective barrier is meant to restrict the wild monsters. Yifan turned to Yu Ruxiang and said.
That's right. Yu Ruxiang nodded, still not understanding. If you stand inside the protective barrier and heal me, wouldn't it be very safe?
The shadowy wolf is not far from the protective barrier, and it should be within your casting range. I can even lure it closer to this side, Yifan suggested. Yifan completely ignored the matter of the protective barrier in Daohua village before, his mind filled with thoughts of how to keep Yu Ruxiang alive after entering the battle. Fortunately, he suddenly remembered this matter just as he was about to step out of the protective barrier. It seems like this, you go out a bit first, I'll use a skill on you to see if it works, Yu Ruxiang said belatedly. Yifan nodded and stepped directly out of the protective barrier.
Ayo!
Seeing that Yifan dared to step out of the protective barrier, the shadow wolf immediately howled towards the sky.
Divine Art.
Yu Ruxiang immediately used another initial skill of the priest on Yifan who had stepped out of the protective barrier. A green number of 300 appeared above Yifan's head. Although Yifan's current health was full and there was no recovery effect, the presence of the number indicated that the healing had an effect.
Alright, Yu Ruxiang said. Then you stay inside the protective barrier and heal me.
This will greatly increase our chances of dealing with this shadow wolf. Yifan grinned and immediately rushed towards the howling shadow wolf.
As long as the shadow wolf's damage couldn't kill him instantly, with Yu Ruxiang's healing ability, she could completely keep him alive. Ayo!
Seeing that Yifan recklessly charged towards it, the shadow wolf became furious and charged towards Yifan.
Blood Dragon Roar. Taunt.
In the instant he approached the shadow wolf, Yifan directly used 2 skills. Blood Dragon Roar immediately increased his health by 15% and defense by 15%. With the boost from Blood Dragon Roar and Rainfall Art, Yifan's health reached over 50,700 and defense over 2,700. Even so, Yifan still suffered nearly 20,000 damage and was pushed back. The shadow wolf naturally didn't feel good either, suffering damage returned 100-fold, instantly taking over 1.7 million damage.
Ayo!
After being damaged, the shadow wolf howled, and the black aura on its body immediately spread towards Yifan at a fast speed.
Shadow Poison Mist.
In the Shadow Poison Mist, continuous damage would be inflicted, causing 2% of the total health and damage per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Yu Ruxiang acted quickly and used the group healing skill, Song of Life, when Yifan lost about a third of his health in an instant, restoring his lost health. Song of Life restores 20% of the total health of all players in the team per second, lasting for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds.
Note, can restore up to 20 players at the same time.
In 3 seconds, a total of 60% of the health can be restored, and it can simultaneously restore 20 players.
This can completely influence the outcome of a match on the battlefield. The hidden class of the God of Life is truly powerful. -1015, -1015, -1015.
Yifan suffered damage from the Shadow Poison Mist, continuously losing health. Since the range of the Shadow Poison Mist was very wide, and he was afraid of running too far and leaving Yu Ruxiang's casting range, he could only endure it inside the Shadow Poison Mist. Fortunately, the damage from the Shadow Poison Mist was also returned 100-fold.
-100 and 1,500, -100 and 1,500, -100 and 1,500.
At this time, the advantage of Yu Ruxiang's multiple healing skills was revealed. Yifan's lost health would almost be restored in the shortest possible time, without any cooldown period for skills. And staying inside the protective barrier, the Shadow Poison Mist, released by the Shadow Wolf couldn't invade even a bit, allowing Yu Ruxiang to heal methodically. -19,652 The Shadow Wolf bit Yifan, wanting to bite him in half with its large mouth, but unfortunately, given the current situation, this kind of scene was simply impossible. -196, 5,200 The Shadow Wolf suffered damage of around 2 million, making it even more frenzied, and its attack frequency increased. -18,654, -19,583 Every time the Shadow Wolf inflicts damage, Yu Ruxiang quickly uses her skills to restore Yifan's health to full,
which prevents Yifan from even triggering absolute barrier. Bang! Suddenly, a circular shield appeared on Yifan's body, enveloping him completely. The shield effect of the Worn God King battle armor was triggered, allowing it to withstand 30% of Yifan's total health, around 15,000. The Shadow Wolf's attacks became more and more violent, completely disregarding the damage it received in return. It seemed determined to kill this human who it considered to be nothing more than an ant. Yifan had no idea how much health the Shadow Wolf had left, so he could only raise his shield to defend against its attacks. Shadow Imprisonment. Seeing that Shadow Poison missed and its own attacks did not have the expected effect, the Shadow Wolf immediately released its second skill. In an instant, a red circle appeared under Yifan's feet. After Shadow Imprisonment was released, there were 2 seconds to escape. If one was agile and quick enough, they could leave the red circle within those 2 seconds. But Yifan dared not hide. If he did, he would have to run a considerable distance in one direction, which would take him out of Yu Ruxiang's casting range. Moreover, with Yifan's current agility attribute, it was very difficult to avoid the range of the red circle. The 5-minute duration of Blood Dragon's roar had not yet passed, and his agility had decreased by 30%. After the 2 seconds were up, Yifan found himself trapped in the red circle, unable to move, looking like a lamb to be slaughtered. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, the Shadow Wolf leaped up and charged towards Yifan like a small mountain. This damage, -27963255375, had already exceeded half of his health. In addition to restricting the target's movements, Shadow Imprisonment also increased the damage the target received by 30%. But this damage had already increased by more than 30%. It was unclear whether it was because he was imprisoned and unable to use his shield to block. The imprisonment lasted for 10 seconds, during which Yifan could only bear the Shadow Wolf's attacks in full, unable to effectively use his shield to mitigate some of the damage. -287564060 -2875600 Yu Ruxiang continuously cast 2 high healing skills in an instant, one restoring 50% of his health and the other restoring 80% of his health. But both of these skills had a cooldown of 10 minutes, so once they were used, they couldn't be used again for a short period of time. Given Yifan's current situation, if there was a gap in the healing skills, he would be killed by the Shadow Wolf in a matter of seconds. Now, Yifan and the Shadow Wolf were competing in terms of endurance, to see whether the Shadow Wolf's health would be depleted first or Yu Ruxiang's healing skills would enter cooldown. After the 10-second imprisonment ended, Yifan immediately raised his shield to block. Although the passive skill Unrestrained could reduce control time by 80%, it could only be triggered when his health reached 30%. Yu Ruxiang didn't dare let Yifan's health drop to such a dangerous level. This young hero's strength is unexpectedly formidable. The monster can't even harm him. I've said it before, the Lord of the City wouldn't send just anyone. If it weren't for this protective barrier, Daohua village would have been overrun long ago. This monster's strength must be the most formidable. The other monsters have all retreated, but it stayed behind, surely sensing something. I hope this young hero can deal with this formidable monster, otherwise. The villagers had also gathered at the edge of the village to watch this great battle. Yifan was now the hope of the entire village. 17885, 18913-1788500, 1891300 without the 30% increase in damage taken from the abyssal confinement. The pressure on Yu Ruxiang's healing has also decreased a lot, but her healing skills are about to go on cooldown and can't keep up. In fact, if it weren't for Yifan triggering the shield effect of the damaged Divine King armor a few times, Yu Ruxiang's healing skills would already be falling behind. Raise a glass to the wind, my healing skills are almost depleted, Yu Ruxiang shouted at Yifan. Yifan frowned upon hearing this. The skill Abyssal Etherealization of the Abyssal Wolf has not been triggered, indicating that the wolf's health is still above 10%. If Yu Ruxiang's skills can't keep up at this time, it would be a wasted effort. -19,540 Yifan once again suffered damage of about 20,000. But Yu Ruxiang's healing skills did not immediately restore his lost health, only a few sporadic healing skills were used, some initial healing spells of the priest, which were insignificant in this situation. 1954000 When the Abyssal Wolf received the damage return this time, it did not launch another attack and its entire body began to flicker. Abyssal Etherealization. The fact that the wolf used this skill means it is already at its last breath. Hold on, the boss only has 10% health left, Yifan said loudly upon seeing this. His absolute barrier has not been triggered, so there may still be a chance to kill the Abyssal Wolf. Moreover, he calculated that based on the amount of damage the wolf has lost, its total health should be around 23 million. Currently, the wolf still has about 2.3 million health and regenerates about 460,000 health per second.
Yifan only has 30,000 health left, and without Yu Ruxiang's healing skills, he can withstand at most 3 more attacks, including the effect of that absolute barrier. Yu Ruxiang pursed her lips. She now only has 1 healing skill left, which can only restore 20% of health, and the rest will take at least 1 minute to cool down. It's okay, if I get killed and the abyssal wolf dies, according to the rules, I'll pick up all the dropped items. Yifan adjusted his expression. After all, the worst outcome is just losing a level, and the bloodline origin cannot be traded. Even if he dies, it won't drop. If the bloodline origin were to drop and be eaten by the abyssal wolf, then the outcome would be worse. Ayo! The abyssal wolf, in its ethereal state, began to regenerate health at a rate of 2% per second. Its flickering figure showed a hint of hesitation, and it did not rashly launch an attack at Yifan. It wanted to use this time to restore its health to full. Now that the abyssal wolf can ignore physical damage, ordinary teams would have no way to reduce its health to 0 in this situation. After all, ignoring physical damage means that the team's damage is reduced by at least half. But, the 100-fold counterattack doesn't care about what damage you ignore. Taunt. Seeing the abyssal wolf hesitating, Yifan directly used the taunt skill. It was not easy to bring its health to the bottom, so there was no need to give it a chance to recover its health. After all, it only takes a minute for the abyssal wolf to fully recover. Under the influence of the taunt, the abyssal wolf involuntarily launched an attack at Yifan. 19654-1965400. Yifan's health instantly dropped to 10,000, but the absolute barrier would be triggered when he only has 10% health left, which is around 5,000 health remaining. Don't use healing skills for now, Yifan quickly said to Yu Ruxiang. Even if Yu Ruxiang heals him now, the next attack from the abyssal wolf should trigger that absolute barrier, so there's no need to waste the opportunity to heal. Moon holds the magic wand in her hand, her expression solemn. She can only hope that the shadow wolf can withstand the next attack. In just a few seconds, the shadow wolf's recovered health allowed it to withstand nearly 4 million damage from counterattacks. Yifan's absolute barrier was triggered, but his health was reduced to just over 5,000 points. Moon immediately used a skill that could restore 20% of his health, bringing his health back to over 15,000 points. But this amount of health probably wouldn't be able to withstand the shadow wolf's final blow. Just 10 more seconds, Moon anxiously said. In 10 seconds, she would have a skill that could continuously regenerate health, but it seemed like it was too late. It's okay, as long as the shadow wolf dies, don't forget to pick up the dropped items. Yifan was very interested in the drops from this level 60 platinum boss. Death and level loss meant nothing to him. In the instant the absolute barrier disappeared, the shadow wolf launched another attack. The counterattack from the previous activation of the absolute barrier had left the shadow wolf with only a sliver of health, and in 2 seconds, it could only recover about 1 million health. This damage directly reduced Yifan's health to 0, leaving Moon helpless within the protective barrier. Ding! You have died. Do you want to revive at the main city resurrection point? Ding! Eradicate evil for the people quest completed. Please return to the main mansion to turn in the quest. The shadow wolf couldn't withstand the final counterattack from Yifan, which dealt nearly 2 million damage. Its remaining health was also reduced to 0. Yifan didn't immediately revive at the resurrection point, but instead sent a message to Moon. Don't go out to pick up the items yet, be careful of the final explosion of shadow voidification. Okay. Moon had already seen that after the shadow wolf's death, the surrounding black energy gathered into a large black sphere, covered in cracks. Boom! The accumulated damage erupted all at once, causing great destruction. Several trees outside the protective barrier were uprooted and sent flying. Crack! A crisp sound came from the protective barrier of Daohua village, as if it couldn't withstand the force. It seems like the protective barrier is about to break. What kind of devastating power is this? Quick, retreat. Young hero, don't stay here. We are also saddened by the departure of your companion, and we will remember him. It's too dangerous here, please leave. A villager gathered up the courage to approach Moon and speak. Moon had a puzzled expression. I'm fine, you all retreat first. Moon declined the villager's kindness. NPCs may die, but players in the game won't. And if the protective barrier really couldn't hold up, running this distance wouldn't be enough to avoid it. Then young hero, take care. The villager didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the protective barrier breaking became more and more frequent, but it still didn't completely shatter. Moon looked towards the location where the shadow wolf had self-destructed. After the self-destruction, the items on its body finally dropped, emitting 5 flashes of light. After reviving at the main city resurrection point, Yifan immediately teleported to the teleportation array 5 miles away from Daohua village and rushed over as fast as he could. The protective barrier, which was on the verge of collapse, managed to hold on until the end, completely resisting the self-destructive damage from the Shadow Wolf. This relieved the villagers of Daohua village, as once that power swept through, their village would have been completely destroyed. After the shockwave of the explosion subsided, Moon walked over and picked up all the items dropped by the Shadow Wolf's death. In addition to the 5 shining items, there were also hundreds of gold coins and a special material. 10 minutes later, Yifan arrived at Daohua village riding a high-quality horse. Fortunately, Yuruxiang is fine. Otherwise, the 10-minute rush would have been enough time for the dropped items of the Shadow Wolf to respawn. Young hero, are you okay? The old village chief's eyes widened when he saw Yifan return to the rice flower village. He had personally witnessed Yifan and the monster perish together. What could be wrong with me? Alright, I forgot to tell you, village chief, we are adventurers from another world. We won't truly die here. So you're adventurers from another world. I apologize for not recognizing it earlier. It's good that you're okay, it's good. The old village chief smiled with relief. Thank you, young hero. If it weren't for you, our rice flower village would have been doomed. Yes, I didn't expect the young hero's strength to be so profound. Such a powerful monster was defeated by the young hero. All the villagers of Rice Flower Village will remember the young hero's kindness. The villagers of Rice Flower Village praised Yifan endlessly, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Young hero, you don't know. That monster's final attack almost broke through our protective barrier. It was truly a close call, the old village chief said with some fear. Yifan originally wanted to go meet up with Yuruxiang, but upon hearing the village chief's words, he asked, how did Rice Flower Village obtain this protective barrier? Naturally, it was bestowed by the lord of the city. The old village chief looked towards the direction of the main city with respect. Is it only Rice Flower Village that has it? Or does every village have one? Yifan continued to ask, suddenly having a bold idea. The lord of the city bestows it upon every village. It's to prevent situations like what happened to Rice Flower Village. Yifan nodded, calculating in his mind. This protective barrier was a good thing. It only intercepted monsters and not humans. He wondered if he could get a few from the lord of the city. Yuruxiang rushed over from the outskirts of the village and traded all the items dropped by the Shadow Wolf after its death to Yifan. The harvest is quite good. Yuruxiang smiled and said. She had already checked the attributes of the 5 items in advance. Fortunately, the protective barrier held up. If you were also killed instantly, then we would have been wasting our efforts. Yifan laughed and began to examine the attributes of the 5 items one by one. City building order. With this order, you can spend money to purchase a piece of land from the lord of the city and establish a city. Can be traded. He originally thought this item, which looked like a guild order, was a guild order, so he checked it first. Unexpectedly, it was a city building order. Building a city in the game would cost a lot of money in the early stages, including purchasing land, recruiting workers, buying building materials, and so on. After the city was built, money would be needed to recruit blacksmiths, appraisers, city guards, and so on. Considering all these expenses, it was impossible without 2 billion gold coins. However, Yifan couldn't come up with 2 billion gold coins at the moment, so he could only wait for the future. After all, he wouldn't sell it. This city building order was much rarer than a guild order, with an extremely low drop rate. After all, not everyone had the qualifications to build a city in the game. Blood Disciples Bracelet, Legendary Bracelet, requires level 60 to wear. Attributes? Needs appraisal. Description: a bracelet once worn by the Blood Disciple Motion, stained with countless blood. Can be traded. A level 60 legendary bracelet, not useful for the time being. Shadowy Staff, Legendary Staff, requires level 60 to wear. Attributes? Needs appraisal. Description: a staff left behind on the path to the netherworld, it has absorbed countless shadowy mists. Wear with caution. Can be traded. A mage's weapon, still not useful at level 60, and currently unable to sell for the expected price. That would have to wait for the future. Shadow Etherealization, enter a state of etherealization, ignoring physical damage and recovering lost HP at a rate of 1% per second. During etherealization, damage received will be stored, and when the storage is full or upon death, the stored damage will explode, causing area damage. Can be used when HP is below 30%, with a maximum storage of 1 million. Duration is 60 seconds, cooldown is 600 seconds. This is a skill book that can be used by all professions, and it is the skill of the Shadow Wolf, albeit a weakened version. However, even in its weakened state, this skill attribute is too excellent for players. The effect of ignoring physical damage is stronger than imagined. After all, assassins, warriors, and archers are all physical damage dealers. Archers have a small portion that can change to become magic archers, and relatively speaking, ignoring physical damage will leave most players helpless. Moreover, the effect of storing damage and exploding it is also very powerful. Whether it's leveling up or future guild battles with thousands of players, this explosive damage can definitely wipe out a large area.
However, controlling the HP is necessary, as it cannot be instantly killed nor exceed 30%, which requires high skill from priests.
Yifan didn't hesitate and directly learned this shadow etherealization skill book.
Just the 1% HP recovery per second for 60 seconds is worth learning and using. Gathering Spirit Pearl, Legendary Grade Pearl, accumulates spiritual power with each target killed.
When the spiritual power accumulates to 1000 points, all the spiritual power can be released at once, increasing attack power by 50% for 60 seconds. It takes effect when embedded in a weapon. Can be traded. Seeing the attributes of this pearl, Yifan didn't know what to say. It does have decent effects for his current profession, but relatively speaking, it doesn't provide a significant increase in HP. However, it's not bad either, as it increases the damage of active attacks. After all, he can't always passively take hits. Moreover, the description says target, which means players who are killed by him and counterattack can also provide spiritual power.
The only problem is that he currently doesn't have a suitable weapon to embed it in.
After all, once it's embedded, it can't be removed easily, so it would be a waste to randomly embed it in a weapon.
Let's go.
I already saw a few players in the main city just now. After completing the quests, we can continue leveling up, or else we'll be caught up in levels. Yifan said to Yu Ruxiang.
Okay. Yu Ruxiang nodded. Are you two leaving?
The villagers gathered around.
Stay and have a meal before you go?
Both of you, remember to thank the Lord Mayor for us. We didn't expect that our small village would be remembered by the Lord Mayor. The old village chief trembled as he walked over and said,
Thank you all for your kindness.
Village chief, I will definitely convey your message. Yifan waved his hand and hurried towards the direction of the teleportation array with Yu Ruxiang. After returning to the main city using the teleportation array, Yifan first went to the warehouse to retrieve his items, then rushed to the blacksmith's shop.
He hadn't had time to forge the blood dragon's heart for the quest exterminating evil for the people.
When he arrived at the blacksmith's shop, Li Dachui, who was hammering iron, immediately recognized Yifan and said, Let me guess, you must have obtained the 1000-year profound iron, right?
Impressive for a blacksmith, you can see through things.
Yifan gave him a thumbs up.
Yu Ruxiang was puzzled. What's the connection between being a blacksmith and seeing through things?
Yifan, it's just a polite remark, don't take it seriously. Hand over the blood dragon's heart, 1000-year profound iron, the powdered necklace, and 1000 gold coins to me.
3 days later, you can come and collect the necklace, blood dragon's heart. Li Dachui grinned. Does the powdered necklace just need to be of pink quality?
Yifan asked while opening the consignment platform. Of course, but if you have a legendary grade necklace or an artifact grade necklace, that would be even better.
Li Dachui said. Will the attributes be better?
Yifan has already found several pink necklaces on the consignment platform. The attributes are all average, but it can be seen that the previous 10% increase in drop rate in the entire area still has a good effect.
That's not the case.
The attributes don't have much impact, it's just that the grade of the necklace will be slightly higher.
It sounds like it doesn't have much effect.
Although there will be set effects for epic and mythical equipment in the future, he doesn't have a place to find those equipment now. Yifan directly bought the cheapest pink necklace, only 8,000 gold coins. If it weren't for creating the blood dragon heart, this necklace with a little resistance added probably wouldn't sell for a long time on the consignment platform. After handing over everything needed to create the blood dragon heart to the blacksmith Li Dachui, Yifan walked towards the Lord's mansion with Yu Ruxiang.
Their current level is still 50. After completing the mission, they will be back to normal.
It seems that Yifan is not as good as before, he dropped a level.
Led by the city guards, Yifan entered the Lord's mansion and met the still elegant Lord. Lord, I am honored to meet you.
Yifan walked over and saluted.
Don't ask why he suddenly became so respectful, it must be because he has a request.
Well done, I didn't expect the problem that has been bothering me for days to be easily solved by you.
After completing the mission, you can get your reward.
The Lord smiled and said,
Lord, I have a request, I don't know if I should mention it.
You shouldn't. The Lord closed his eyes and ignored it. She had already paid the price of 25 rare flower seeds, she was already heartbroken, and he dared to make a request? Burn bridges after crossing the river, kill the donkey after grinding the mill, ruthless. These words floated in Yifan's mind, but he still remained respectful and said, Lord, as long as you are willing to grant my request, I will ask for fewer rare flower seeds as a reward.
Oh?
The Lord immediately opened his eyes and became interested.
Tell me about it. I heard that you were the one who provided the protective barrier for Daohua village? That's right, it was me.
Yi Fan rubbed his hands and pretended to be hesitant to speak.
Then, can I? What do you want it for?
The Lord saw through Yi Fan's thoughts directly. The protective barrier has limited range.
If you want to use it for building a city in the future, it won't be effective. After players finish building a city, they will face 3 waves of monster attacks.
If they can't withstand the attacks, the newly built city will be destroyed and they will have to rebuild it. The Lord naturally thought of that aspect. After all, monsters generally don't enter human living areas on their own. I have my own use for it in the future, please consider granting it, Lord. Looking at Yi Fan's respectful appearance, the Lord closed her eyes and pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, "It's not impossible." Hearing this, Yi Fan felt happy. As long as the Lord agrees, everything will be negotiable. The reward of 25 rare flower seeds will be cancelled and replaced with the protective barrier.
What?
Yi Fan's eyes widened as soon as he heard it.
Isn't that too much? Take it or leave it. The Lord remained calm and not in a hurry. Yi Fan found it difficult to choose and asked in a negotiating tone, "Lord, can we negotiate the price?"